Good evening, my friend, and welcome to the Tri-Een Inc. 150 here from the Texas Motor Speedway. My name is PDJ Zeller, the voice of XCAL Racing, and this is How to Suck at iRacing. As always, joining me in the broadcast booth this evening will be Doug Burns. And Doug, 150 laps. We're looking at pit stops maybe every dozen laps. This race, it's going to be one of a kind. I think that's the best way to put it.
Definitely so. I'd have to agree, Petey. I've seen a lot of things you don't normally see out of these cars. I've seen some cars on two wheels throughout practice. So this is going to be interesting. There's a lot of interesting features to this track we'll be talking about throughout the night, and I expect quite a show here tonight.
So do I. And now this time we have a little pre-race interview lined up. We have the driver of the number 74, Rafael Semprich. He's going to be joining us here. And Rafael actually races out of Germany. So Rafael, the first thing I want to ask you is, what time is it in Germany right now? And I know it's pretty late, so how do you prepare for being up at these strange hours?
Hi guys. Well, yeah, it's pretty early. So to say, it's 1:30 a.m. actually.
Oh wow!
So I try to get 1 or 2 hours sleep before the race. Looking forward. It's going to be a long race, exhausting race, but it's always fun to race at XCAL. Great what you guys provide to us, sim races across the world, and really appreciate to be part of it.
Now, Rafael, I see right now in practice you're running pretty good. You have a top 10 time up there right now. So I got to ask you, are road courses something that you race quite a bit? And do you feel good about your car tonight in tonight's event?
Yeah, actually, road courses or road racing is what I mainly do. So it's kind of more my thing. I like super speedways. I really suck at short tracks. But I try to learn and try to get some experience into this kind of racing also. Now, but mainly, yes, I'm a road racer, preparing a car for the 24 hours of Nürburgring currently. So, yeah, endurance racing, road racing is my type.
Well, you tell me about your. I know you've ran some of these endurance races before too. You just mentioned the 24 hours of Nürburgring. Now, obviously, that is one thing. Those cars, though, they have traction control and things like that. Tonight, you're in the 1978 Camaro street stock on these big old radial tires. I got to ask you, Rafael, being a road guy like you say you are, how different is it going from those cars that are actually made to run on road courses to just running in this big American muscle car, pretty much?
It's very different, but it's a lot of fun. It's like, it's like real driving. You don't have those assists, and you just have to feel what the car does. And yeah, kind of, you need to get this feeling for those kind of cars. But yeah, it's fun. I like it, and that's why I'm here.
All right, Rafael, before I let you go prepare with your crew before the race, do you want to give a shout out to some of your German fans maybe in your native language?
Yeah, sure. Hallo an alle Zuschauer in Deutschland. Viel Spaß bei der Übertragung, viel Spaß bei XCAL. Ganz toll, was die Jungs hier auf die Beine stellen. Aaron Hillibusch, die ganze Crew, die das Ganze überträgt, Pete und die ganzen anderen Leute. Habt Spaß und vielleicht habt ihr auch Lust mitzufahren. www.xcalracing.com.
All right, thank you, Rafael, and best of luck tonight, my friend.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
All right, that was Rafael Semprich, driver number 74, currently 9th right now in practice, looking pretty good, Doug. Isn't that so cool that we just have guys from every corner of this planet on the track? I mean, we have Rafael all the way over in Germany, Octavio Rondoletto, he's down in Brazil right now. Gregorio Dorso, he's down there in the Southern America too. We have drivers all the way up in Canada, and I do believe yes, we have also Jose Godino, who's in Spain right now. So, I mean, we have drivers from literally every corner of this planet right now, Doug.
You know what's really catching me off guard about that as we watch the 15 on two wheels through the horseshoe? What really caught me off guard is it's been 20 some odd years since I took German and I caught half of what he said. So I'm still a little befuddled that I actually understood half of what he said. But yeah, it is really cool to have, I know those guys, when you get guys out of the UK, Germany, Europe, Australia, it's later there, same with Spain, and it's a different time down south of the equator as well, so it's great to have all these people come together, do what they have to do to be here to race tonight.
Certainly one of the things that makes XCAL Racing so cool. So we're about to go green here in just one moment. Once again, thank you to Tri-Een Inc. Trine Inc., the sponsor of tonight's race. If you're down in the Florida area, be sure to check them out, Trine Inc. You can Google them and you'll find them right there. You can call them. They're the cooler crew. If you need a big walk-in cooler done, they are the guys for the job. Jeff Edgar, actually, the driver in the race tonight, he works with them. If you need any cooler work done, be sure to check them out, as well as all of our great sponsors. Butt Kicker, if you need something, a new motion sensor on your sim rig, you want to add that vibration, go to thebuttkicker.com, and you can use code XCAL20 for 20% off your next purchase. The XCAL Racing web shop, of course, always great things there, www.xcalracing.com/shop. Be sure to check out SimRacer Coin, K2 Sauces. So many great sponsors here at XCAL. Let's go through the starting grid for tonight's Trine Inc. 150. Starting on pole position, as position number 1 will be Austin Edwards. Starting in second will be Luke Turpin, winner of 3 of the last 5 races. In third will be the number 19 of Matthew Baer. In fourth will be the number 48 of Jordan Babinger. Fifth will be the 29 of Aiden McConaughey. Sixth will be Gregorio Emiliano Dorso. Seventh will be the 01 John Schwartz, our current points leader. Eighth will be the 99 of Tyler McRae. Ninth will be the 21 of Art Hendren. And 10th will be Greg Holes. So, interesting note here, Doug. Greg Holes won a race this week. He is the engine tuner for Martin Truex Jr. in real life. He was there at the track, and he is obviously tuning the motor for Martin. And Martin Truex Jr. won the Cup race this week, Doug. So Greg hoping to pick up another win tonight.
Awesome. Congratulations to him.
Yeah, big shout out there to Greg. 11th place will be the number 17 of Jeremy Leto, starting in very good tonight. 12th will be the 74 of Rafael Sempruch. 13th will be the 062 of Mason Foster, filling in for Johnny B this week. 14th will be the 04 of Tyler Gelbert, the weapon. 15th will be the 28 of Stephen Rex. 16th will be the 25 of Brandon Varney. 17th will be the 999 of Shane Briggs. 18th will be the 12 of Kenny the Helmet Trip. 19th will be the 53 of Tyler Batchelder. And 20th will be the 22 of Heather Patrick. 21st will be the 7 of Jeff Edgar. 22nd will be Jose Godino. 23rd will be Pat Sullivan. 24th, Blake Wynn. 25th in the 08 will be Joe Campbell. 26th in the 06 will be John Friley. In 27th in the number 84 will be Ryan Pudsoper. 28th in the 23 will be Sean Andrews. 29th in the 5 will be Derek Coulson. And starting in 30th will be the 77 of Octavio Rondoletto. Had to start in the back of the field due to a penalty. Expect him to be a quick car tonight, though. He should be coming up through the pack. 31st will be Kendrick Cryer. 32nd will be Colin Hefner. 33rd will be Logan Jones. 34th will be Caleb Tremaine. 35th will be Alex Gangler. 36th will be Mike Stoddard. And 37th will be Charlie Beals. And just to give you an idea here, Doug, of how great the talent is in XCAL Racing. There's 37 cars starting in the field tonight. The guy starting in 36th, he has a 7,000 oval iRating. Just to give you an idea of the guys we're dealing with here in XCAL.
Well, prior to just about a month and a half ago, that oval iRating did include the races like this one in particular, where they had the street stocks at the Texas Road Course in Watkins Glen, Sears Point, things like that. So that oval iRating isn't always just oval, so that's going to say a lot. And I imagine since this track is about half oval, that could benefit him.
Well, I'll tell you what, starting first, Austin Edwards, he's won 2 recent races. Luke Turpin's won 3 of the last 5. These guys have raced door-to-door for the last 2 wins, and each of them have come up with 1. Tonight they start 1-2. Maybe a great rivalry forming here. Here we come down towards the flag stand for the first time. Green flag in the air, we're down and away, and Edwards gets on it, but Turpin on the high side has the momentum. Good jump for the 454. They are dead even as we take the green. We head down towards turns 1 here, and turns 1 and 2 in the oval. And Doug, as we get down to turn 3, the first hairpin, this is the trouble spot, Doug.
Yeah, it definitely is. Just looking at some history on this, the braking zones, depending on how you're set up, where you brake at.
We have a spinner. Here we go down towards turn 3. Looks like for the most part everyone's making it in good so far, and it does look like the pack's going to make it through there. We have a car going around. That is going to be the 28. Now the 81's going to spin. Jeff Edgar gets involved in that incident. Blake Wynn goes around. Now the 52 car's around. Looks like a couple spins. Everyone for the most part gets it going. It's a parking lot down there in turn 3. Everyone gets them back going. We have a car going off at the front of the field. Not sure who that is. And full course caution is out here, Doug. Full course caution has been flown.
Yeah, and we were not expecting that tonight. Just looking at the replay, it was actually not on entry of turn 3. It was coming out of that hairpin where we started seeing the incident. So that's a little bit different than what we expected. We really expected to see everybody checking up having the problems, and yet the problems really came as they started to get off. The 52, the 2 got together. So a lot of a lot of different stuff going on there. Shane Briggs was the car that trying to get the replay on him. He looked like he spun coming off of turn 2. He got a run on the car in front of him, bumped him, and tried to stay off of him, got on the brakes, and that was the first incident going through turn 2.
Yeah, we had a few incidents. So, like you said, we had that incident in turn 2, which, like you said, that was the 999. Sorry, I'm trying to get a better camera angle on these guys. So that was the 999 that went around. And then we had the next incident down into turn 3, where I shouldn't just say one incident. There was multiple incidents down in that corner. And it looks like the first one we had involved the 062 of Mason Foster. He got into it with the 28 of Steven Rex. And Mason Foster, or actually, excuse me, Steven Rex is the one that went around there. And then Blake Wynn went around checking up for the accident. Jeff Edgar got a piece of it. Checking up for the accident, also getting involved in it, was the 52. The 52 car this week, driven by Mike Stoddard, who's the guy I was talking about with the high I rating. And looks like everyone pretty much made it through the rest of that unscathed as they got it going. And then there was another incident, Doug, down in turn 5 involving Jeremy Leto that was just out of my field of view.
Seeing if we have a replay on that one. There are so many different incidents going on there. We knew that first hairpin was definitely going to be an interesting. Doesn't look like we actually caught that one, but yeah.
Looks like Tyler McCray was involved in that one too, if maybe you got anything on him.
Oh, there it is. We found it. It looks like Leto just had a bit of an off track. He was getting on the brakes. Doesn't look like anybody got with him. He just ended up to the inside. The 10 and I can't tell, I think it's the 99 went off track in front of him. He was trying to check up to not run into the back of him and checked up a little too much. And the brake balance and how they have their brakes set up tonight is going to be a big deal. These guys are going to have to adjust their brakes as they go around.
Big story here, Doug, though. You know what that was? That was actually the first caution in XCAL history on a road course, on lap number 1 of this race. There had never been one before that. There will be a competition caution at halfway. We're not counting those. But a real caution, XCAL only throws them if they feel there was an incident significant enough to warrant a caution. And I think with how many little wrecks there were, I think race control wanted those guys to calm down a little bit and reminded them, hey, this is a really freaking long race. And we just saw the first caution in XCAL racing history on a road course.
That's crazy. Normally in real road racing and in a lot of other road series and iRacing, what you end up with is a local caution. But the admins don't have the ability to throw a local caution, and in that situation, the local caution would have taken from turn 3 to about turn 6. There were people sliding off and avoiding, and just a lot of craziness, so they had to do what they could do to try and get this field back under control. They'll probably, I'm guessing, since they didn't complete a lap, restart single file. That'll benefit going down into turn 1, but I imagine or turn 3, excuse me, but I'd imagine that if they aren't careful, we might see a couple of guys get bumped as they enter turn 3.
All right, so right now I'm keying in the radio of our current leader, Austin Edwards, seeing if we can catch word with him. And Austin, it's PD up in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Yes, sir.
All right, Austin. Well, you won the pole for this race. You've won 2 recent races. And one thing we were talking about when we came to the green flag, you've won 2 recent races. Turpin's won 3 of the last 5, and especially the last 2 weeks. We've seen you and Luke Turpin just out there dueling for wins. In the closing laps, it's been you two guys beating and banging with each other, battling. Today, you're starting 1-2. You've looked like 2 of the fastest cars all week. I got to ask you, Austin, are we starting to see the formation of a great rivalry here between you two?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, Luke's definitely right at my talent level. Me and him have had some great battles so far. Of course, I entered XCAL a little late this season, so I've got a lot of catching up to do in terms of points, but having a lot of fun battling him out with it in the meantime. So there's definitely going to be a different challenge than we're used to, but it's been a lot of fun so far in the heat races and whatnot, so we're going to see how this goes.
All right, well, you're going back to the green, so we'll let you go. And that was Austin Edwards, driver number 66. As I wanted to talk to him more, I did not realize we were coming right back to the green right away, but short caution here, obviously. So we have single file restart. The field is all in tow. They come down off corner number, I was about to say 4, but that's actually corner number 10 at this track because we're not at the oval this week. And the iRacing pace truck is going to make that hard left-hand turn. Field in the hands of Austin Edwards, and we are green. Green flag in the air. We are down and away, and Doug, this time single file. You wouldn't think it would be too treacherous, but still danger just around turn 3.
Yeah, they were bump drafting there coming down past the start-finish line. The front 3 cars were literally pushing each other through the quad oval down into turn 1, and I think we're about to see some treacherous activity as it looks like Greg Hulls and Jeremy Leto are coming side by side. Now we're 3 wide just behind the leaders.
Yeah, we have daring moves being made. Tyler Jalbert made it 3 wide on John Schwartz and Jeremy Leto. Leto gets shuffled out of the way. Looks like Jalbert's going to make it through it. Schwartz made it through it, I think. A bunch of cars kind of got shuffled there, but I didn't see any wrecks. Did you, Doug?
No, I did not yet, and I will tell you one person who has taken huge advantage of this so far is Colin Hefner. He's already gained 20 spots.
Wow, that is impressive. That is just improbable. So it looks like we're still going. Here we are back up front. Edwards leading, Turpin in second. Bears in third. As he gets a little loose, he's going to hang on to it, though. And we were talking to Raphael. You know, Doug, when you come to these road course races and the road cars, you have traction control and things of that nature, things that help the car stick to the track, things that make the car kind of bearable to drive. This is just a big, heavy stock car, Doug. When you hit the gas in a tight corner, it's going to step out from under you. It's not like those cars. You really have to manhandle these cars already on an oval track, and at a road course, it's just more of the same.
I actually drove these cars this week here at this track just to test it out. And I got to tell you, they are heavy and they're big, and when you're trying to throw them through the turns, you're seeing this a lot so far. These cars are smoking. You'll get a wheel, and we saw it in practice where coming through the horseshoe on the infield, they're sometimes getting up on 2 wheels with the left rear smoking. So these things are not built to do this. They are forcing them. They're manhandling these cars around the track, and that's what's making for some great battles here. The guys that manage that the best are going to be the ones that end up at the front as they continue doing this.
Well, here we go. Turpin challenging for the lead. He peeked to the outside. Now he dives it back low. He has a nose. No, he doesn't. He's going to back off at that time. Edwards will sustain the lead. I don't expect Turpin to battle Edwards much here in the early stages, but right now, just a good chance to feel out his competition, I think. They're trying to feel each other out. They know they're going to see each other a lot tonight. Best battle we got on the racetrack right now, you really have to go back quite a ways, and honestly, we're pretty single file through this entire field. Up front, the top 4 have broken a little bit away from the rest of the field. You have Edwards in the lead, Turpin in second, Bear in third, Babinger in fourth. Then a little bit further back in fifth, you have Aiden McConaughey, and then you have Gregorio Dorso, who just slipped up the racetrack, leaving the door open for the 04 of Tyler Jalbert. Jalbert runs in tow of him right now. Behind these guys, we do have a battle going on. Side by side, Octavio Rondoletto to the inside. That's for 10th on Raphael Sempruch. And after starting 30th, Raphael Sempruch up in the top 10. I did say pre-race, Doug, watch out for that 77 car.
Indeed, he is definitely charging to the front. We just saw an incident where Alexander Gangler just completely missed the entrance to the into the infield, and there's several cars that we would not expect to see that are already on pits. It looks like Tyler McRae went to the pit road.
Oh, we have an accident. Oh, we have an accident in turn number 3. Luke Turpin's off. The third place runner, Matthew Bear's off. That car's stuck. Matthew Bear's car is stuck in the tires. He gets it going now, and we did have an incident, Doug. Let's see if we can get a replay on that.
Taking a look right now as they come through turn 2. Matthew Bear right there behind the leaders. He was pretty oh my goodness, he gets right into the 454 and just backs it up. He backed it up because he knew the whole field was right behind him, but that might have bit him.
That was his teammate. Turpin's his teammate, and he just missed the corner and not only messed himself up, but cost Turpin about 10 spots. So, I mean, that was just a bad moment there for Matthew Bear. Now they both have a lot of ground to make up. Looks like Turpin settled into about 10th position behind Colin Hefner. Here we go. Battle's going on right now. Octavio Rondoletto looking to the inside right now. Greg Holes, nothing doing there. He's going to have to pull back in the line. As we look up through this field, though, now up front, Austin Edwards has a big lead over Jordan Babinger. Those two are gone from everyone else because of the incident that happened. And Doug, in a race with no, well, we are going to have the halfway caution. But Doug, if that incident that just happened there between Bear and Turpin happened in the second half of the race, that could be absolutely detrimental.
Yeah, it really could. I do quite a bit of road racing and endurance racing myself, and I can tell you that if you want to have an incident, you want to have it early in the race. You do not want to have it come after the halfway point, because you can recover somewhat from an early incident. A late incident, it's just impossible. That you can use pit strategy, things like that, and get caught back up. But here, these guys are not going to be able to make it up after the halfway point, as Austin Edwards got a little squirrely coming through those S's. Part of the reason I think we saw a couple of guys back off through there. I noticed this.
We had a few things happen here, Doug. I hate to interrupt you. Our points leader, John Schwartz, lost his motor. Our points leader, John Schwartz, the motor has gone south for the Big Block Motorsports entry, and he's out of it. They've already taken that car behind the wall. He's going to likely finish last in this race. And Luke Turpin, who's second in points, he's pretty much no matter what happens in this race, he's going to be the points leader when we leave here today. And for Schwartz, his first bad run of the season, he hadn't finished worse than 15th all year.
That does hurt quite a bit. It looks like trying to pull up a replay, Joe Campbell doesn't look like we got. I think he might have had a glitch. But Joe Campbell and Shane Briggs, there's Joe. He blinked out for a moment, but he spun coming out of turn 2. So these guys, a lot of them have set up for the road portion of the track. They are not prepared for as well as they normally would be for the oval part. We saw them here on the oval just a few weeks ago. These guys were doing a great job, but you have to balance where your setup's going to be at. Are you going to be a road setup, or are you going to be an oval setup? And most of these guys are focusing on that road setup. So seeing a couple incidents throughout the race so far.
Well, Doug, I'll tell you what, I don't like to talk about the cars I own a lot on the broadcast because I feel like it's kind of unprofessional, I'm trying to show any favoritism. I'll tell you what, though, is the owner of John Schwartz, to see his motor already blown and he's out of the race, and is the owner of the 08 of Joe Campbell, to see that car is coming into the pits right now with heavy damage. Being the owner of these cars isn't very fun right now, Doug.
Looks like Matt Bear may have had another incident. We're going to take a look as he came through turn 2 just a moment ago. It looked like he came off of turn 2. He was a little squirrely under braking and just spun it coming into the horseshoe. He manages to recover it, but he lost a couple spots in the process.
Already up to 5th again is Luke Turpin. He has took 5th away from Tyler Jalbert, the 454, picking his way back through the field. Keeping an eye on that. Following him right now is Octavio Rondoletto in that 77 car, Doug. He is up to 7th now, challenging for 6th after starting in 30th. He just got around Hefner. Here he comes to the outside. Rondoletto peeks to the outside of Jalbert. These two guys, longtime rivals. Watch for a spirited battle here between these two. They are going side by side, and the 77 car does have that run on the high side. Here we come down into 1 and 2. Let's see where their super speedway skills pay off. Octavio trying to keep that car pinned up there. We have a slow car on the racetrack, Jeff Edgar. That car is very slow right now as it rejoins the course. And here we go. Rondoletto peeks to the outside of Jalbert. Nothing there. Jalbert is going to pull up behind him. And Jalbert gets loose. Octavio gets right up to his bumper. And they will keep racing as Turpin got loose in front of those guys. And now it's a 3-car battle for 5th.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit crazy. I was not expecting as many problems on the oval tonight, even though these guys set up for road and it's a more balanced setup. I was still expecting that to be pretty good, but yeah, as a 77 just gets a little loose coming off the turn, but they're definitely showing that they are set up and they're going to be aggressive through the road section. That the oval part of it isn't their priority tonight. A little bit of a shock, but awesome nonetheless.
All right, so to update you on cars that have had issues is, Jalbert gets loose, Jalbert gets loose, Jalbert saves it. Jalbert's going to hang on to that. We'll let Rondoletto get back to his outside. They're going side by side. This is for 6th. An update you on cars that have had issues, though. Points leader John Schwartz, he's out. He's in dead last right now. Joe Campbell sits in the pits. He's in 35th, getting damage fixed. He's already 2 laps down. Ryan Soper's out there 1 lap down after having a connection problem. Tyler McRae's out there 1 lap down. Jeff Edgar is also 1 lap down. And those are the cars that have had early issues. Back up to these great battles going on right now as we're up near 5th right now. Rondoletto still side by side with Jalbert. Jalbert, he's a tough guy to pass. And, Doug, I'd probably say the toughest guy in the XCAL Racing League to pass is Tyler Jalbert, just because he's not afraid to use the door. He's not afraid to use the bumper. He'll run you rough. He'll run you any way he wants to. As Colin Hefner gets so loose on entry, he makes it stick. Rondoletto had to kill his corner to save Hefner's, then Hefner cuts him off. If I was Hefner, I would have been thanking Rondoletto for not killing us both there, but Hefner just cut him off. And the dicey battle for 6th continues as Jalbert is still loose.
Yeah, that was a bit crazy as they come out. And the two biggest, the places we're going to see the most action really is going to be the entrance to the infield and, like we saw a lap ago, the exit to the infield, because in both places it's very, very easy to get loose. But if you don't get loose and you don't manage your speed and you don't manage your turn, you'll end up running into a wall. So these guys definitely have several different issues. Plus, as you see, these guys are smoking the tires all the way around the track. And with the new tire model, that is going to wear those tires down a lot quicker than what we've seen in the past. They'll run out of fuel before theoretically they should run out of tires, but with this tire model, it's hard to say what's going to happen.
So Jalbert will be 6th for now. Rondoletto, here we go. Rondoletto comes to the inside. Those two are racing side by side. Rondoletto looks like he has the positioning there on Hefner. He gets up towards Hefner a little bit there. Hefner not afraid to side draft. To my earlier statement about Jalbert, though, His Jailbird is just such an aggressive driver. He will door you. He will do whatever you need to keep you behind him. Here we go. Rondoletto makes a bump there to get to the inside. Rondoletto is to his inside. They go 3 wide for a moment. Hefner backs out of it. Rondoletto has the positioning there. Will Rondoletto get the position? No, Jailbird's still there. Now Jailbird's going to have the positioning as they come down towards this corner. Remember, these two are great rivals, but this is more about what I'm talking about here, Doug. And another thing that I like about Tyler Jailbird that I talk about, he's not afraid to use his car as a weapon. That's why they call him the weapon, is Hefner gives a little tap there to Rondoletto. Hefner slides in the line. But another thing about Jailbird is he really never gives up on a corner. You can get him to the outside, you can get him loose, he is still going to drive that car through and through. And, you know, for as much slack as we give Jailbird for being the weapon, he really is a guy with great car control and a guy who really just knows how to drive you to your edge.
Yeah, he really does, and he's showing how much car control he has here. This road course is not one of the easier ones that are available, and he's doing a great job. He almost got almost got a little bump there coming back up on the oval. But, yeah, he's doing an amazing job. He's using every inch of the track, and it looks like he's coming to pit road.
Yeah, see, I think Hefner thought he was just chilling for a minute and he was going to follow him. And no, Hefner's going to come in too. Or no, he's not. He's going to stay out. So Jailbert comes in. Let's see who else came in. Edwards is still out there. Second place Babinger's still out there. Looks like that's the first of our leaders to come in.
So the looks like Raphael, Cole Patrick, Mason Foster, Kendrick Cryer are all hitting pit road. So about starting back in about 6th, 7th place, we start seeing quite a few guys come in.
Yeah, and these are some of those guys that had to run through the field. I'm surprised that Octavio and Colin haven't had to come into the pits yet with how quick they came through the field, but they're still out there. So now that happened, that was really the only battle on the racetrack that was relevant, and we are kind of all cycling out here. We're going to have to see how these pit stops will cycle. Doug, tonight, it's almost kind of gimmicky the way it's going to work. There's going to be pit stops about every 10 laps in this 150-lap race. I think whenever we calculated the pit window preseason, we did it a little bit short here in the rule book. I think XCAL is looking for maybe a longer pit window, and I think we might have just misjudged it a little bit, but we don't change the rules at the last minute. It's what we put in there. It's what we let these guys study for a month in advance, so that is what we are rolling with. And tonight, it's going to add a lot of pit stops here, even though it's kind of out of I feel like it's out of XCAL's character to do gimmicky stuff because, you know, we're completely against a playoff system like a chase. We're really against gimmicky type things. But when we have to do something like this, we do roll with it. And that's kind of what's happening here is now we see a lot of the leaders come into the pits.
Yeah, it looks like first, second, and third. Austin Edwards, Jordan Babinger, Aiden McConaughey, Luke Turpin, and Gregorio have all come to pit road now. That'll give... Yep, Colin Hefner's now coming. Matt Bear is... Oh, Matt Bear made a power move onto pit road.
That's going to be big tonight, Doug. Well, I said there's not going to be cautions tonight, only the 1.5 way, and there's just going to be a ton of pit stops, probably about 15 in this race for each driver. Matt Bear, if someone does that every single pit stop with as many pit stops as there are in this race, that could be like 5 positions if he can do that every time.
And these guys that have managed to come up through the field the way they have, this shorter pit window, it's going to benefit those guys, especially the guys that are actual road racers and do a lot of road racing. They know how to work the strategy on those pit stops. They know when to get tires, how to, you know, some of these guys will double and triple stint tires, I'm sure, just get fuel and stretch things out. Some of these guys will get tires and fuel every stop, and these are not quick pit stops here.
No, they're not, but honestly, with 25% fuel, I'd be taking pretty much all... I think I'd only take 1 set of tires this race, Doug. I think I'd take them at halfway, and that's it. I think I'd be gas and go every other pit stop. But we'll see. We'll see how the strategy plays out. So we're going to see this time by the flag stand where everyone's going to be running. It looks like... I believe Edwards should still be our leader when we get this all sorted out. Not 100% positive. It looks like he'll be the leader. Babinger should be second. Luke Turpin will be up to third. He gained a spot in Aiden McConaughey. McConaughey will be fourth. Looks like Octavio Rondoletto should cycle through in 5th. And oh! Gregorio Damoso would have been in 6th, but he just got spun by Tyler Jailbert. An incident there, and now Dorso's going to lose a spot or two. Let's try and see what happened there on replay, Doug.
Yeah, it looks like the 78 just got a better run up off the corner, and the 04 tried to get set up for the corner. The 78 just hit the brakes a little earlier than the 04 was expecting, and that ended up costing him several positions.
Yeah, he probably lost about 3 or 4 spots there, so he is going to be back now. And well, 5th is Rondoletto, 6th is Jailbert. 7th now is going to be Greg Holes with a good run so far in this one. And now in 8th is going to be Dorso. So he only lost 2 spots, but that's a lot of track time here. Now he's mired in a battle with a lap car and the 74 of Rafael Semprich. And the lap car he's trying to go around right now is Shane Briggs. Briggs actually is an owner of a 3-car team, Doug. And supposed to be driving for him in this race was Joe Campbell and Sean Andrews. Andrews didn't find a ride, but Campbell's driving my 08 today. Unfortunately, last night, I guess there was some power struggle within the team in their hauler. And now, Doug, Andrews and Campbell both resigned from the team. Both of them refused to drive for Briggs today. And Campbell found another ride, and Andrews just didn't race today. But some sort of power struggle in that team, and kind of a big storyline here today.
Yeah, that is definitely interesting to just quit the team right before a big race like that, but that definitely changes up owner points, team points for the season. And I don't remember where he's sitting exactly, but that's going to be tonight is going to be a huge impact to any of that, as it looks like Art Hendren's finally coming to pit road. And interestingly, I do believe him and Jose Godino are the last 2 out that have not pitted, and we're at lap 14, and I'm not sure Jose Godino. Oh, yes, he is. He's going to make that late turn into pit road.
We had 6 guys, Doug, actually. It was Pat Sullivan, Kenny Tripp, Art Hendren, Jose Godino, Tyler Batchelder, and Jeremy Leto. And you know what happened, Doug? They must have pitted on that first caution.
I will have to take a look at that. They may have. That's I didn't see many cars hit pit road during that time frame, but if they did, they were able to stretch it, and that is definitely a smart move on their part. As we mentioned, these shorter pit stops, they can go a little bit longer, put down a little bit more time, and open up a little distance. And that extra lap or 2, that might, if they can do that here and then stretch another lap and another lap out of it each and every time, they might be able to pick up quite a few positions. Looking at probably 10 to 15 stops, if you pick up 1 position just on pit road each time, that's huge.
Yeah, and I don't know if any of those guys are running a good enough pace to maybe turn that into a top 5, but those guys will pick up spots. No matter what, we will see them pick up positions. So right now, looking to see where the best battle on the racetrack is going to be. Things are kind of spread out right now. Everyone kind of is settling into their own position. We have Rafael Semprich and Heather Patrick racing side by side. That's for about 10th. Looks like Semprich is going to take the spot. Now Patrick's going to be back. Looks like he's going to have to battle with Kendrick Cryer.
Yeah, and did you notice, sadly, that Heather finally changed his name? In iRacing. Oh, I see. I'm seeing it as Cole Patrick, and that was kind of depressing to see that. We've also got a good battle going on for second. Luke Turpin just passed Jordan Babinger. Babinger right back to the rear bumper, though, as they come through turn 4 back out onto the quad oval. They are still battling nose to tail and side by side, and that's for second place.
All right, so it looks like Turpin, he is going to take back second now. He's 6 seconds behind our leader, Austin Edwards. And, I mean, Doug, you got to think about it. That little mix-up between him and his teammate, Matthew Baer, that was probably about the 6 seconds he's lost to the leader.
Yeah, you're probably right. And that's going to be huge. It's not necessarily going to be who runs the fastest laps. It's going to be who runs the most consistent laps here tonight and who makes the fewest mistakes. That is always what road racing is about, being consistent and not making mistakes. The longer the race is, the fewer mistakes you make, the better off you are. We're going to see a lot of issues before the night's out with a lot of different guys, but it's going to be those guys who just manage that. And I would imagine at this point, a guy like Austin Edwards having such a big lead, he can actually roll out of it a little bit, save a little bit, and take it a little bit easy, not push it. But he is not doing that based on he just ran his fastest lap.
Yeah, Edwards running very well right now. He might have grown that lead this lap because Turpin had to battle with Babinger. So looking on right now, just trying to find a good battle right here anywhere on the racetrack. Oh, here we go. Side by side, Matt Berry's caught up to the 15 of Kendrick Cryer. Oh, those two touch doors a little bit as they get down into the second hairpin corner. Now Bear's going to give the bumper back to Cryer. That only messed Bear up, and now they're going to get it all settled out. Behind those guys, a great clunk of cars. We have, it looks like Colin Hefner's leading the charge. He's followed by Mason Foster, Pat Sullivan, and Kenny Tripp. as we kind of have a conglomerate of race cars there. We're going to focus on this battle, though, in front of them, this time by the flag stand. We're going to see where they're scored. Just because I know we had some pit stops that were adjusting. Looks like this battle that we are looking at, this is for the 10th position. Matthew Bear is trying to take 10th position away from Kendrick Cryer. And for Bear, after starting in 3rd and running well early in this race, you got to think Bear is looking to make his way back up towards the front.
Yeah, but, you know, Kendrick Cryer started in 31st. He's up to 10th. He definitely is getting around this track extremely well.
Oh, we missed the corner, though. Cryer goes high in the corner. An accident behind them. Mason Foster goes around. The 062's around. Now we have the 12 of Kenny Tripp. He's gone around. Looks like everyone's going to get it back going. Tyler McRae is going to have to make an evasive move, but he misses it all. Let's see what happened there, Doug.
Yeah, just looking as they get in, it just looked like they got on the brakes a little too hard and then started clipping into each other, and that's definitely not the place you want to be bumping into anybody. You're already a little unsettled as you get into those corners, and if somebody bumps you, you're in trouble. The 96, it looks like, had a problem coming through the quad oval, and his car is extremely tore up. The 96 just hit the inside wall, and he's got a ton of damage. He's missing his front clip.
That was a bad lap for K2 Motorsports, as both their cars were involved in accidents there. And yeah, that car is way off the pace. It just dragged a cone with him all the way to the oval turn 3. Now he's going to cut down, and he is going to be in the pits for a good amount of time. Let's keep an eye on the leader. Luke Turpin actually has closed on Edwards a little bit. He's about a tenth a lap quicker. Nothing make a significant difference right now. Speaking about getting your damage here fixed, though, Doug, Joe Campbell, by the way, I mentioned the 08 car was in the pits with damage. He only went 1 lap down. He was able to get that car fixed relatively quickly. And getting your damage fixed tonight, Doug, will be a big thing because guys like Beals are going to have issues. There's going to be guys getting in accidents tonight. There's going to be cars on and off pit road all night long getting a certain amount of damage adjusted. So if you get a little damage right now, you just got to get fixed and keep on trucking. You might be able to salvage a decent finish in this race.
Yeah, the thing about a road course is you can stand to lose a lap or two and get some repairs. As long as your team has a good strategy going, you can recover very easily from a lap down. Pit strategy can gain you a lap. We saw the extremely aggressive entries into pit road. That can save you tons of time. And a good strategy could get you back to the lead lap, and if everybody else around you is having issues and they go backwards and you're still continuing to fight and go forwards, you've got a much better chance of getting a good finish. A lot of time on these guys run oval. Once they're hit, they're down the lap. It's almost impossible to get back, but tonight I think we'll see a lot of guys be able to recover. We've got, looks like almost 10 cars a lap down at the moment. Well, with John Schwartz being out, I believe it's like 8. But about 8 cars currently being shown a lap down. Some of those guys might be able to recover.
Yeah, some big names down there, too. Like I said, the points leader, Schwartz, out of it. He's going to finish last tonight. Tyler McRae, he's in 31st right now. He's up in the top 5 in points. A lot of these guys running down here right now, not in need of these bad runs, but like we said, lots of time to recover in this one, so we'll have to see what happens. Car sitting on pit road right now, getting extensive repairs done. That's the 062 of Mason Foster. We saw him in that little accident. Looks like his damages were bad enough. He had to come into the pits. That car's sitting there getting repaired right now, so a tough break for the 062 team. And Charlie Beals in the 96, that car is officially taking it behind the wall. They are done for the evening as that car, they have too much damage. So for K2 Motorsports, 1 car is one behind the wall, 1 sitting on pit road, and 1's in the lead right now.
And
Doug.
Steven Rex coming back onto the oval, lost control. He regained it, but and it looks like Colin Hefner's had a problem.
Oh, that's big. Hefner was up in, I believe, 12th.
He is coming through the infield section when it happens, and the problem here is, yep, he got the rumble strips. There's 2 sets of rumble strips as you come through the S's. The ones on the left you do not want to touch. The ones on the right you can use to cut across and maintain a little speed, kind of apexing the corner, but the ones on the left, if you touch those rumble strips, it can send you around very easily. They're much more, for lack of a better way to put it, they're much more aggressive, much bumpier, and they can offset the car a lot.
Greg Holes has had an issue, Doug. He was running up in 7th position at the time. Looks like that car has gone off through the infield grass. So tough break there for Holes as he was really having a good day. He's going to be in 15th now after he went on a little off-road excursion there. And, you know, Doug, when we did the pre-race meeting today, I told these guys, because I've ran these XCAL races on these road courses before, I said the biggest thing today is keeping your car facing the right way. In these races, I've always finished in the top 10 because I usually have less than 10 incidents, and my number one goal is just keep the car facing the right way. You don't have to be quick. You just got to be fat. You just got to be consistent and halfway decent to finish well in these races. And I think that's going to be a big thing tonight, really, is who can keep their car facing straight the most.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. As I've been practicing for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, it's always keeping the car straight. It doesn't matter what car you're in, what road course you're on. If you're on a road course, keeping the car pointed the right way is job number one. You do not have to be the fastest there. Like you said, just keeping it straight, staying out of trouble, that's all it takes to get a good finish. A lot of these guys, you heard Raphael say he does more road racing than anything, but some of these guys have possibly never gotten on a road course before tonight. So these guys are going to be struggling, and they're going to try and push as hard as they possibly can, and that's not the way to succeed on a road course. You've got to take it easy, drive safe, and just keep it going the right way.
Luke Turpin continues to slowly catch our leader of Austin Edwards here in the Triene Inc. 150. Luke Turpin currently in second position. That 454 car is just scooting right now, faster on the racetrack. I think he's going to catch Edwards a good gap this time, too, because I watched Edwards coming to turn one. He took it wide and almost spun. He didn't spin, but he had a tough turn one. So Edwards hanging on to the race car right now. No battles in the top 10 right now. The closest one is a battle starting to form for 8th and 9th. Matthew Baer has caught right up to the bumper of Raphael Semprich. Semprich, we talked to him pre-race right now. That car running really well right now in the 8th position. And Semprich, I think one of those road course guys, Doug, he talked about, he's also preparing for the 24 Hours of Nürburgring. And that 74 car, I think his goal here in the first half of the race, just keeping that thing straight and out of harm's way. I think he's one of these veteran sim racers, Doug. Raphael actually has been sim racing since the 80s when they came out with like the first ever simulator. I forget what it was called, but he was telling me and Aaron Hilbush about it one day. As here we go, Bear gets to the inside of Semprich. But Semprich, he's been doing this since the 80s. He knows the game. He knows how to play it. He really cuts off the 19 there. And I think we're going to see him around at the end of this one.
Oh, most definitely. I've been watching how he does his corners and everything else. He's not worried about who's behind him, who's in front of him. He's just running his race, and that's what he knows. That's what he's got to do here. Looks like he's attacking this like it is an endurance race, like he is at the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring or Daytona. He's just playing it safe, being consistent. His lap times are not the fastest out there, but he's only a second off the leaders. So he's definitely consistent. And here's another interesting fact. His last lap was faster than both of the leaders.
Wow, that is certainly no small feat here, as the leaders have been putting down fast laps after fast laps. Luke Turpin has it down to about 5.5 seconds there. As I apologize for a moment, I actually my monitor came unplugged in which I'm watching this race, but I got it back in now and I'm seeing what's happening. Pretty soon we should see these leaders coming back down, Doug. If not this time, I think next time by we'll probably see most of the leaders coming down for their second pit stops.
Yeah, I do believe we will. It looks like Kenny Tripp might be going to pit road. We've got several other guys coming to pit, or that are looking like they're about to come to pit road. Looks like a few of them backed out of it, but definitely going to start seeing that very soon. And we do have a few guys that did stop on that first lap caution, and we'll probably see them stretch it a little further.
Yeah, that first lap caution, that could really throw a wrench in things. Although, I mean, the halfway point, everyone's going to be on equal ground again. But still, something to consider is Tyler Jalbert comes down pit road. Raphael Semprich comes down. Now, remember, these are from the guys that pitted early last time. Looks like the group that came down on lap 11 last time is now coming down on lap 22, Doug.
Okay, here's an interesting thing. I just did a little math on this. The guys that are doing 12-lap runs, if we do the caution at lap 75, that's going to put them having stopped 3 laps beforehand. Some of those guys, you mentioned everybody will be back on equal footing. Some of these guys further back, if they strategize and they say, okay, if I just back out of a little bit, save 1 lap of fuel, pit 1 lap before or 2 laps before, I'm going to be in a strategy where I can put myself up to the front. So there could be a couple of different strategies going on here, and that's the thing with any kind of road racing is you do have to have a fast car. You do have to be consistent, as here come the leaders to pit road.
Edwards races on the pit road. He gets in there real good. Luke Turpin, he drives it even deeper, and he gets in there real good. Oh, my goodness. You can't tell me those guys aren't trying to get in there deep. Here we go. Babinger drives it in deep. Everyone's just sending it in there now. I think they saw Matthew Baer do it the first time. They're like, you know what? Let's do it every time now. All the leaders coming to the pits now, though, Doug. Looks like everyone's going to be getting gas and a variety of tires.
Yeah, and I'll be surprised if Babinger does not get a black flag on this one. It looked like he came in way hotter, as is Gregario. He came in extremely hard. I don't know that they got woed up before the cone, so we'll have to wait and see if any of these guys get black flag, but some of these guys are hitting pit road extremely hard. Patrick Sullivan was one of the ones that stayed out earlier, that we are guessing started or pitted on that first caution, so we'll see. He's back to the lead now. Kenny Tripp is second, Greg Hulls is third.
Yeah, both the leaders taking 4 tires here, and they are both off and away, so looks like Turpin made up some ground there on the pits. I think he's going to have it down to about 3 seconds. It was 5.5. Good pit stop there for the 454 team as we cycle through. Looks like Jordan Babinger. He's going to lose a spot despite getting into the pit so deep there, Doug. He's actually going to lose 2 spots. Aiden McConaughey is going to shuffle up to third, and it looks like Octavio Rondoletto will now gain a position on Jordan Babinger. And I'll tell you what, that Octavio Rondoletto car, his lap times have been comparable to Turpin's and to the 66 of Austin Edwards. He had to start so deep in the field, it's been tough for him. He's going to be up to 4th now, though. He's going to be close to 3rd with Aiden McConaughey. I'll be curious at this halfway caution what that 77 car is going to have for the 454 and 66 when they're all running next to each other.
You know, Rondoletto's one that every week I keep a close eye on him, and he's never one up there competing at the first half of the race. It doesn't matter where they're at. He is just consistently, slowly working his way to the front, and then with 25% of the race left, all of a sudden he is up there out of nowhere battling for the lead. He is definitely, it's good to see that he can do these road courses this well, and it's also interesting as you watch these guys go around. I'm betting Rondoletto does quite a bit of road racing. He is not smoking. He's still smoking the tires a little bit. Raphael was hardly ever smoking the tires, but Rondoletto is not smoking the tires as much as anybody else, so I think he's got something figured out here.
Certainly interesting to keep an eye on here, as looking at the gap now between Turpin and Edwards, it's down to it's actually 1.8 seconds, so they are 1.8 seconds apart, and now this stint, we're going to have a real good idea. They're both on 4 tires. They're about 2 seconds away from each other.
Mason Foster just spun.
Yeah, he gets loose. He hangs on to it, though. Turpin now gets kind of caught up by a lap car there, the Caleb Tremaine 2 car, and I'll be honest, I think Turpin's a little quicker. That last run he was catching Edwards, and now this run, he's right there, and Edwards is starting to make some mistakes. Turpin, I think he's going to get there, and I think he might get around the 66.
I do believe he'll get there. Getting around Edwards will be a whole nother story. We'll see how that one plays out, but these guys are definitely going for it. Now, it actually looks like their speeds have been just about equal during that first stint, and then that second stint, Luke Turpin was regaining to the back bumper of Austin Edwards. So it'll be interesting when they cross the start-finish line. We'll get an idea of just how much faster they are, but I can tell you, coming off pit road, with the last lap, Luke Turpin was just over 3 seconds faster when they came off pit road. So he's definitely got the pit road thing figured out here tonight.
Yep, that gap is now down to 1.7 seconds. Let's see who cycles through in third. I think it's going to be Aiden McConaughey.
It looks like it, but here's an interesting fact. Both Luke Turpin, Austin Edwards, both ran their fastest laps last time by. Now here's the real.
That was even with Edwards having the bad one.
Yeah. Well, here's the really fun part. The difference between them, Luke Turpin was 1/100th of a second faster.
Wow, that's remarkable, Doug, just because of that terrible corner Edwards had. You know, the fact that Edwards had that bad corner and still had that hot of a lap just shows how fast that 66 car is. So third place right now, McConaughey is now starting to get challenged from Rondoletto. Rondoletto has closed the gap down. He is right there on the 29. I feel like I haven't said much about McConaughey this race just because he hasn't really been near anyone. He's been running on his own island. But shout out to this point in the race to Aiden McConaughey, as he's kept that 29 car pretty much in the top 5 all night long, as Rondoletto now, though, right on his bumper, and Rondoletto is going to challenge him as he peeks to the inside.
Yeah, they've got quite a battle going on right there with 4 cars all right there together. And
we've had a spin. Alex Gangler went around there, Doug, the 82 car.
Let's see if we can get a replay on that one.
I think this was kind of what you were talking about earlier with the wheel hop.
Let's take a quick look at it and find out.
All right. Well,
he was up on 2 wheels coming through the horseshoe, as I mentioned in the pre-race. Saw a lot of that in practice, and there he was. He just got out there on track. It got a little too hot into the corner, ended up on 2 wheels, managed to get it straight again, but that was, and he only lost 1 position, I do believe.
So Gangler, no harm, no real foul there. Here we go, diving to the inside is Octavio Rondoletto. He is just going to have to recover the car. He overshot the corner there. McConaughey now pulls a gap back. For a second, I was like, oh my goodness, Octavio, it's lap 27. He must have just misjudged that one a little bit, though. Rondoletto did recover nicely, though. He's now right back on the bumper of that number 29 car. So Octavio Rondoletto, my goodness, gave us all a little bit of a scare right now as that battle for third got exciting. Up front, you're not missing anything. The 2 leaders are running pretty much the same lap after lap. It looks like Turpin has closed the gap down a little bit, as I think the lap car of Jeremy Leto might have helped him out a little bit, holding up Edwards. Now Leto's in the way of Turpin, and Luke Turpin's going to have to try to find his way around that number 17 machine, as here we go, all the leaders going by the lap car now of Pud Ryan Soper. Soper is going to just cut in line in front of Jeremy Leto, though.
And it looks like Colin Hefner may have crashed. We'll take a look and see what happened there, but he was charging towards the front earlier in the race, but now looks like he's having some issues when he gets down, and it looks like it happened. Yeah, he spun on the entry to the infield. He got it going again, but he lost a little bit of time.
Well, tough break there for Colin Hefner. He will, luckily the car isn't damaged too much, though, so he should be able to continue to march on. Looking for some more battles around the racetrack. I want to try to make sure we're keeping an update on everything going on. There's a kind of tight battle going on right now. Actually, I apologize. That was a lap car that I just saw. Yeah, really the closest battle you're going to see right now is that battle for third. McConaughey still has Octavio Rondoletto running right up his tailpipes. That 77 car wanting to find a way around McConaughey. Also running right there, too, is Jordan Babinger. They're third, fourth, and fifth. Then it's about 20 seconds behind those guys until you get to the 78 Gregorio, and Colin Hefner, that car just pulled it in behind the wall. The 87 car, after a great start to this race, it's done for the evening.
That's too bad. He has definitely struggled, but getting to the infield, but it's terrible to see him have to get out so early in the race. You know that there is going to be, we've had one blown engine already. We've had other issues. I think it was Joe Campbell that was on pit road, as it looks like Cole Patrick has crashed.
Oh, another accident there. Let's see. That would be the 22 machine, as it looks like Cole's running at about 14th.
Yeah, and looks like he was on the high side of the 61. He just got on the brakes too late. He was trying to drive it into the infield. He managed to not hit the wall, but it was a very close call there for a moment for him.
Yeah, and don't forget that car is sponsored by Snap Mobile Shop. Snap Mobile Shop, discount code McCray99 to get you a discount on all things cellular device needs, snapmobile.shop. I'm not going to lie, Doug, I like the paint scheme on that 22 car. I like how they did like kind of the very matte black thing, and they made the like sticker on it look like they actually put a sticker on the car. It looks really realistic.
Yeah, it is definitely very, very cool paint scheme. I like all the ones that they did for this. I'm a fan of the red and black color scheme anyway, but that look is just awesome. The way that sticker looks is really, really cool. I'm going to have to talk to my painters about doing something like that for me.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I might have to look into how to do that. That is actually really, really freaking cool. So right now, up front, the battle's down to about a second. Turpin has started to close the gap. One thing I think I'm noticing here, Doug, I think Turpin is faster as the tires continue to wear. I think right away they're pretty equal. I think they're about the same. But I think as the run goes on, we start to see the 454 start to gain an edge on Edwards a little bit.
And I think I know the reason for that. And I saw it with Aiden McConaughey a few minutes ago. You'll see Aiden and Austin both, when they get into those corners on the road course, you see them sliding a lot more. You see that tire smoking, and as it smokes, it's wearing a little bit more tire off, and that, A, you're not getting forward momentum, and B, you're burning up your tires quicker. These guys that like Luke Turpin and Octavio Rondoletto, those guys are managing their tire wear a lot better, as you see it right there. Austin Edwards was smoking coming through the horseshoe, and Luke Turpin was not. And it looks like Patrick Sullivan may have crashed.
Oh, Pat Sullivan might have went off. But here's a question I want to raise to you now, Doug. Now, you have to pit about every 11 laps. And in the amount of time it takes to fill this car with fuel, you can put on 4 tires. So, in reality, if you're burning your tires up and just driving the absolute hell out of this car and burning the tires like nobody's business, does it really matter if you get to pit every 11 laps? Because can you really completely destroy the tires in just 11 laps?
Oh, probably not. You could easily do it in 2. So you could 2-stint a set of tires and still be burning them off like that. But you know, the fresh tires, they do take a little bit longer to come up. We've seen it after just about every pit stop. Somebody comes off of turn 2 headed towards the infield, and they start slipping and sliding. We've seen a lot of guys slide off in turn 2. That's just the colder tires. So there might be an advantage to keeping the tires on a little bit longer, even if you have burned them up a little bit.
Yeah, it used to be, I remember back when we did XCAL in 2014, if you got tires, that was the end of your race. If you, like, halfway through the race, if you got tires, new tires were bad in the street stocks for the longest time. You would get new tires and your race would be ruined because if someone had 150-lap old tires, here we go, the battle for third. Rondoletto gets to the inside. He's squirrely. He will take away third position from Baden McConaughey. McConaughey gets back to the bumper, has to check up, though, and, yep, it's the 77th spot, so Rondoletto takes over. As you watch the brake rotors on these cars glow as they get into that turn 3. So now Rondoletto up the third. Battle for fourth will probably ensue here in a moment between Babinger and McConaughey. McConaughey trying to continue to challenge Rondoletto, but I think Rondoletto should be able to pull him.
It looks like Art Hendren lost it coming through the horseshoe and completely stopped, lost one position. He managed to get going again, but we're starting to see a lot of guys. And interesting fact, as you were talking about with the tires, another thing that is a reality in iRacing is brake fade. These cars, they're big and heavy, and the brakes are not. So we're going to see some issues with braking, especially later in the race.
Yeah, these cars will be handling completely different by the end than they handled in the beginning, which I think is so cool because it's so realistic. One thing, though, that you have to account for here, too, Doug, that maybe we haven't even talked about yet, driver fatigue at some point is going to start to set in. This is going to be about a 4-hour race, 150 laps. Eventually, you're going to get spread out, and you're not going to have a lot of cars near you at some point in this race. It can be very mindless just going out there by yourself, especially when you're tired. You haven't gotten to take a pee break in 4 hours. You haven't gotten to get a drink of water in 2 hours. It is certainly a game of fatigue, and mental sharpness is huge in racing.
Oh, yeah, definitely. When our team did the 24 hours of Daytona, we never let anybody go over about a 3 or 4 hour stint because of that. If you want to save the car, if you want your team to work, it's better to let everybody get breaks, have a big team, and have those breaks. These guys don't have a big team. It's them out there by themselves for 3 to 4 hours, and that can get tiring. That last hour is always the worst. I guarantee you the guy that is going to do a great job, he's not looking at the lap counter. He's not looking at a timer. He's got as much stuff turned off in front of him. He just wants a fuel gauge and the pit stop controls, and that's all he wants. The rest of it, he just wants to focus on driving, minimal distraction, so he can focus on driving.
Battle for third still going on. Looks like Rondoletto continuing to fight off the 29 of McConaughey, and Rondoletto opens up some distance now. This might be Rondoletto's chance to just firmly take grasp of third, as that battle kind of gets spread out a little bit. Looking back towards the battle for sixth, we got a good one forming as, Gregorio Dorso's at an issue. He was battling for sixth with Tyler Jailbert. Let's see if we can see what happened between the 04 and 78, Doug, as that is not the first time this race we've seen those two make contact.
Well, the 52 crashed just before that. We just saw that one happen. Let's take a look at what happened to Gregorio. These guys had one heck of a battle going on here. And as they went through the horseshoe, looks like the 04 just used the chrome horn on him. There was, I normally would give him the benefit of the doubt that he was trying to save it, but yeah, and Pat Sullivan has been in another incident.
Incidents all over the place. Dorso only lost one spot because they're so spread out. That was the battle for sixth. But just take note of that, 78 and 04. That is now 2 times that the 04 could have not turned the 78, and he has in this race. And Doug, there's only so many times you can turn someone before that 78 car is going to be like, you know what, you got one coming.
And Pat Sullivan had to be towed to pit road. He ended up on his lid. Immediately after that, Stephen Rex in the Snap Mobile car, he was involved in an incident. It looks like as he comes down into the infield, and we have seen so many incidents there on the brakes. So yeah, you're going to have these guys that are out there and they're still battling. Those are the ones to watch. But all these other incidents that are happening between these battles, that's when things will start causing changes in points, changes in positions, and changes in strategy.
So looking at who's pit and who hasn't yet, we've seen the first group of guys come down. Tyler Jalbert, he's the leader of what I will call the first guys. He's normally the one coming down pit road a lap before everyone else. That group of guys just came down last time by. And now this time by, I think that means we should expect to see Edwards, Turpin, and pretty much the rest of the field. Turpin has it down to about half a second between him and Edwards, but I don't expect this battle to get too exciting before the end of the segment. Also, Aiden McConaughey's taken third back from Rondoletto. I missed that, but somehow the 29 has gotten back around the 77, so change in position there. As now coming off the last corner of the infield is Edwards. Let's see if this time by the 66 and 454 do come down in the pits on lap 34. As we come around, the oval turns 3 and 4, the road course turns 9 and 10, and the 66 car will duck down into the pits. Let's see if Turpin follows. He will, and the 2 leaders battle on the pit road as Turpin gets that thing in there deep. He made up all the distance.
Yeah, he really sent it down in there. Now Aiden McConaughey back behind him, and I think Aiden can actually go another lap. I think all these guys really could have gone another lap. They were only out there for 10 laps. Aiden McConaughey is going to come to pit road. He's going to send it in there. Octavio gets really hard on the brakes. He was coming in very hot, and Jordan Babinger right behind him almost got into the back bumper.
So, pit road kind of been the hectic spot all night here in the Trying Inc. 342. Let's see who gets off pit road first. Will it be Edwards? Will it be Turpin? As you see, Rafael Semperuch coming by both of them. They're both put on 4 tires right now. And let's see. Both the cars' left side jack goes down. You expect Edwards will probably get off a slight second sooner. Let's see. Here we go. And we're still waiting. I thought it was quicker than this last time. It's Turpin. Turpin gets to the gun first. Turpin gets off the pits first, and he's got about a 2-second lead. He beat Edwards by a good bit.
Yeah, that was crazy that they managed to get off there. Stephen Rex has apparently crashed again. Let's see what happened. But Luke Turpin has definitely won so far tonight on pit road alone. He's going to, if he continues to make up time like this, nobody's going to be able to touch him before it's all said and done. It looks like Stephen Rex just lost it coming into the infield, and same story, different driver.
All right, well, that will end that first segment of pit stops. Austin Edwards had a little bit of an issue remerging onto the track. He's okay, though. It wasn't anything major. Doug, I think this is probably a good time now to take a little bit of a commercial break, as we're about 35 laps into this thing.
All righty, here we go.
With the Butt Kicker Gamer 2, what you see and what you hear is what you feel. Butt Kicker. The future is feeling.
And welcome back, my friend, to the Trying Inc. 343 here today. My name's PDJ Zeller, the voice of XCAL Racing, and we are currently on lap number 36 of 150 as Austin Edwards currently sits in second to Luke Turpin, who now has a 3-second lead over Edwards. Edwards had led pretty much every lap under green conditions in this race up to that point. So Austin Edwards now back in second. Third position, it looks like we have, it's going to be Octavio Rondoletto. Fourth place is going to be Aiden McConaughey. And then rounding in fifth place should be Jordan Babinger, as the pit stops are still just kind of cycling through right now. It's going to be Babinger in fifth. And after him, it's kind of a shakeup. I think it should be Tyler Jalbert cycling through into sixth. And then in seventh will be Matthew Bear. I believe in eighth, we might have Jose Godino, who's having a very good run so far in this race. I'm going to wait for everyone to come by the flag stand to get official word, as I know Godino's actually pulling in the pits. So sixth is going to be Jalbert. Seventh is going to be Matthew Bear. Then it looks like in eighth behind Matthew Bear is going to be, I believe, Gregorio Dorso. So Gregorio Dorso will be in eighth. And then in ninth, we are going to have Kendrick Cryer. And in 10th will be Brandon Varney. And those will be our top 10 cars as we currently sit. As the strategy game starting to take its toll, we have more and more cars one lap down, now up to 19th one lap down, and I think that'll change too. As we have a couple cars spinning, a trouble corner here. Ninth place, Kendrick Cryer goes around. Cryer in the 15 car goes around. The 5 of Derek Coulson went around, and the 25 of Brandon Varney did everything but go around there.
Yeah, it looks like we had quite a few as we try and look back and see where this started. But once one of them gets checked up and stopped on the inside there, it generally creates a snowball effect that everybody behind him is trying to avoid it. It looks like Pat Sullivan ended up hitting the tires on the inside there. He's got heavy damage to the left front. And let's see if we can take a look at some of these other guys. Gregorio went way off the track there, and it took him a minute to get back on.
Yeah, Gregorio's not had a good couple laps here. Oh, yeah, he's still not on. That car is... What is wrong with that car? He's just sitting there doing a standing burnout. I think the brakes might have locked up on it, Doug.
That's that's got to be a new one on me. I've seen a lot of technical failures on...
Oh, Doug, it's the bumper. The front bumper on that car is dragging on the ground from the damage it got, and the car cannot move. The car, the weight from the front of the car is weighing it down. Now he got it rolling, but I watched that occur. A strange occurrence there, as that car is now coming into the pits with heavy right front damage, and it's barely even able to run under its own power.
Steven Rex, as well, as having to come to pit road, and he had to be towed. He had so much damage that he ended up on pit road. It's a crazy turn of events right here, middle of the race, as now we've got Brandon Varney having crashed.
Wow, Varney, he was just involved in a little incident. So, yeah, Varney once again involved in another incident. He has pretty decent damage on that 25 car, too. He was running up in the 8th position at the time of that incident, so tough break there for the Varney team. And it's getting to that point in the race, Doug. These guys are, it's survival, you know, survival of the fittest out here.
Yeah, it definitely is, and some of these guys are getting tired, and they're getting frustrated with the people they're battling around, and I'm seeing some of these incidents we're starting to see now. They are people getting frustrated, using the chrome horn, so to speak, and just bumping people out of the way. On a road course, that's probably not the best idea, because you can bump somebody out of the way. They might actually be able to get back up to you. You move somebody out of the way, and you got to wait till you come back around and lap them before they're there, unless they're extremely fast. But here, these guys can easily catch back up with strategy, and they're not going to forget who bumped and banged them earlier in the race.
No, they will most certainly not. And looking around the field right now, I'm just trying to find where some of these better battles are going on. So we're going to have a battle here for 6th and not too long, as a Matthew Bear starting to catch up towards the direction of Tyler Jalbert. Remember, he was involved in that early race spin, Doug. He's now back up to 7th. He is a little bit quicker than Jalbert. Bear is a car that he's too far back right now to catch. I think the highest he can get right now is 6th. Another 25 seconds in front of him is Jordan Babinger in 5th. Under this green run here, it's going to be hard to catch him. Bear, though, is a car, Doug, that I'm interested to see is after we get this competition caution, just how good he's going to run when he's back up front, because he was running in 3rd at the time when he spun.
Yeah, and at the moment he's running laps that are equal to the leaders, so he can definitely compete. Once they get packed back up, all he's got to do is get past a couple cars. He'll be back up there with Turpin and Edwards and Rondoletto. So these guys, these three up at the front, they're all running the same laps. Tyler Jailbert's a little bit slower, but Matt Bear is definitely able to compete with them if he can get back to them.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. Is you mentioned Brandon Varney had the issues. That car is slow on the racetrack right now. We're going to see if he's going to come into the pits this time. Varney will not come into the pits. The car's off the pace, but he's keeping it out there. He's currently running in the 10th position behind Rafael Semprich. Semprich now up to 9th. Keep an eye on him. He's a road course guy that we thought might be good today. Battles for... We're going to start looking at some of the lap down positions. I want to give a shout out to a few guys having good runs, by the way. Right now, 13th place, or excuse me, I apologize. Actually, that was due to pitch strategy. Some things have just changed. But 12th place, we got Greg Holes. 13th place, we have Heather Patrick. 14th place, after starting last in the field, is Mike Stoddard. Good run so far for Mike Stoddard. 15th, we got Tyler Batchelder. 16th, Blake Wynn. Looks like 17th is going to be Jose Godino. And 18th will be Jeff Edgar, having a pretty solid run so far. He's in a battle right now, side-by-side battle for 18th and 19th. Edgar on the high side, Caleb Tremaine on the low side. These two having a pretty spirited battle back here for some of the deeper positions.
Yeah, they really are, and we've seen a couple of battles going on, and while the guys up front are getting single-filed out and they're trying to get away from the rest of the field, once they get some clean air on the and some clear track, they can get out there. As it looks like Jeff Edgar just dropped back, and I have to think it was intentional because he suddenly went back and they weren't anywhere close to the entrance to the road course, but then he gets down through the first entrance there, and he seems to be on the road course a little bit faster.
Another thing I want to make note of here, Doug, is that the entire field up to 11th is now one lap down. Here we go. Luke Turpin goes to the outside of Kenny Tripp, and now that's going to put just 10 cars on the lead lap. So very quickly, Luke Turpin's made his way through this field and put guys' lap down. One thing that's big here, too, Doug, I actually ran the last time we came to Texas Road. It was a 120-lap race in the preseason. We had the halfway caution at lap 60. On lap 59, Luke Turpin caught me to lap me. I was running in 6th position, and I fought him so hard to stay on the lead lap. I even bumped him in the last turn of the road course, and I did all that just to stay on the lead lap, and I did. And you're going to see that today. It's so important, Doug. Some of these guys running about 5th or 6th, they're going to have Luke Turpin coming around to lap them just as we get close to that halfway caution. And let's say you're running in 6th. You just saw Luke Turpin put 7th a lap down, a guy you've been battling with the whole race. If you can keep Luke behind you, you now suddenly have an entire lap on that guy.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like Logan Jones and Tyler Batchelder were both in an incident, or both in incidents a moment ago. Yep, and they were coming down, and there's just a little bit of a bump there as they came out of turn 2. But you're absolutely right. If you're getting close to the caution, you're not easily going to let the leader get past you. And these guys are going to start battling as they see the leader come up. These guys are going to start battling for everything they're worth. And if that means battling the leader, so be it. I imagine we'll have 1 or 2 guys that'll get a wave around once the caution comes out, but it's not going to be very many. So the key for Brandon Varney or Raphael, both of them, their key right now is just to stay on that lead lap until the caution, get packed back up. But I can guarantee you Luke Turpin is going to try and lap everybody he can. And if I were Turpin, I'd be trying to chase that 74 down right now.
Yeah, no doubt. That'd be a big guy to put a lap down. Luke Turpin, though, currently up to 10th, put a lap down. And Logan Jones, he officially takes that car behind the wall. And a very brutal day for Big Block Motorsports. The team I own, we were leading the team points before this race. I don't think we will be anymore. So RIP to that dream. As right now, well, I shouldn't say RIP to that dream. We'll probably recover nicely at South Boston. I have a good feeling. But up front, Luke Turpin leads. Austin Edwards second. Third, Octavio Rondoletto. And I have to give credit to Aiden McConaughey because I thought when Rondoletto got around McConaughey, it was just going to be Rondoletto's spot. McConaughey hasn't let Rondoletto get away from it at all. McConaughey's running just pretty much right behind Rondoletto. He hasn't really let him walk away from him. That McConaughey 29 car, he's legit. I think that it's Turpin and Edwards, obviously. They have the speed to win this race. Rondoletto and McConaughey, though, that's your battle for the third best car, and maybe if we saw Semprich get some better track position.
It could be, and while we were talking, Jeremy Leto just crashed, and that's the first incident for Leto tonight. If I am not mistaken, he's had actually a fairly decent run. He's not the fastest one out there, but he has been consistent. But getting down into the infield, he just completely missed the entrance to the turn.
So right now, Doug, we have two guys that have completely incident-free races. And I will tell you one of them is Jose Gaudino, running in 16th right now, having a very quietly good run. He's kept that car facing the right way. And you know what's funny there, Doug, is Gaudino really isn't even that quick, but he has had 0 incident points. That tip that I gave you earlier about keeping the car facing the right way, he's in 16th right now, and if he continues to do that, he'll probably make his way into the top 10.
Oh, easily. I think some of these guys up here, Greg Hulls, who's in 12th right now, he's had a couple of different incidents. He started in 10th. He's only back to 12th, but he has been as far back as 14th, 15th, and he's had to work his way back through. Jose Gaudino has not had to work his way back through the field. He started in 22nd. He's up to 16th. He's obviously just making his way progressively through the field, and I think before this thing's all said and done, I think you're right. He can easily get a top 10 out of this.
And now the other car, Doug, that has no incident points in this race, you probably won't believe this. It's Octavio Rondoletto. He somehow made his way all the way from 30th to 3rd without gaining a single incident point, and those are the only two cars in this field that have yet to get an incident point. Shout out to Ryan Soper, though, who only has 1.
Yeah, Rondoletto actually does not surprise me. Just watching how he navigates the traffic, it's a thing of beauty, to be perfectly honest. I wish I had his road course skill. He's just, everywhere we've watched him, he's being very cautious. He's saving the tires. He's not going too deep into the corners. He's just calm, consistent, and smooth. He's having a great run.
He truly is. Our leaders right now, if you're curious, Luke Turpin, he has 9 incidents. Austin Edwards, he has 4. So a 4X there for Austin Edwards at some point. Looking for some battles on the track, though. 10th place has gone a lap down. Brandon Varney did lose his lap to Luke Turpin. As though we have a car off, it's the 82 of Alex Gangler, and that car was off in a weird place. I'm not sure what happened there to the 82.
Yeah, he was slow through the infield.
He lost a motor.
Oh, okay, that would explain it. Yeah, he was extremely slow coming through the infield, and it looks like he just pulled off behind the wall when he did. But tough night for him. He's had several incidents, been involved in stuff, a lot of things that just weren't his fault, but he was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Well, that's unfortunate there for Gangler. And here we go now, Luke Turpin. He's looking like he's going to come into the pits this time. Our leaders all look like they're going to come down. And our 4th cycle of green flag pit stops is underway here, Doug.
Yeah, and Luke Turpin, this is where he had taken the advantage over Austin Edwards all night long. He's just dominated. The first pit stop, he cut the distance between them in half, and he continued to do that. The last pit stop, he managed to take the lead, and we'll see if he comes out of the pit road with an even bigger lead. Octavio Rondoletto now coming to pit road, and Aiden McConaughey right on the back bumper. Very close call coming to pit road.
Very, very close call coming down to pit road. And, Doug, we've actually had a couple fights here in the pits. I was just listening to some chatter down there in the pit area as our leaders get worked on in our car. And actually, Gregorio Dorso, his team was looking for Tyler Jalbert and Derek Colson. The Gregorio Dorso car, that car is behind the wall now. But I guess after he got out of the car, Dorso was running down to the pit box of Jalbert, and he was not happy. Remember, we saw those two guys in a couple different incidents.
Yeah, I am not surprised to hear that they're having some words. And, oh, my gosh, Austin Edwards, Luke Turpin get off at the same time.
And Edwards beats him that time. Edwards cuts his nose off as they leave the pits. And Turpin won the last round. This one goes to Edwards. And you know, watching two drivers of such skill like these two guys truly are elite, Doug. I believe it. Edwards is a guy with a 4,000, I think it's like a 4,500 iRating on oval, but he does that racing against the top competition in the top series. So, I mean, it could be a lot higher. And Luke Turpin, believe it or not, Doug, Luke Turpin's never raced anything besides rookie street stocks and hosted. So he has like a 2,000 iRating, but if he tried, obviously, it would be significantly higher. These are two guys of such great skill, though, that we get to watch here out on this course, Doug. It's just like a chess match between these two guys. Every move they make feels so calculated.
And it looks like John Friley and Tyler McRae were both involved in an incident just a moment ago. We're taking a look at it now. You're right about their talent and their iRatings, both very high. And, yeah, they just got together coming through the second turn of the infield. I believe it's actually turn number 4, and it looked like Tyler McRae just got right into the back of John Friley.
Tough break there for him, as that obviously is unfortunate there for McRae, who's kind of tough go things tonight. He's back up to 23rd. That car is a little sour right now. So we have a few more cars pulling it behind the wall. Alex Gangler, after the motor is blown, that car, they're officially ruling done for the evening. And Logan Jones, after sustaining a lot of damage there, Doug, the 03 car also out of the race for the night. So car is starting to drop, and this is where we see, remember we talked about Joe Campbell having issues early in this race that sent him a lap down? Well, Campbell's only lost one other lap naturally. He's 2 laps down now. He's back up to 26th though, and that's kind of this endurance race type thing we're talking about here. It's okay if you lose a lap early, because likely in a race like this, you're going to make back a lot of those spots if you stick with it.
Oh, definitely. These guys, as long as you stay out there, there's a couple other, I believe Ryan Soper had issues earlier, and he's back out on track. If I'm not mistaken, he started to pick up a couple spots as well. And Pat Sullivan in another incident. You talk about guys that he just spun it trying to get back up on the oval. You talk about guys trying to recover some positions. You keep having guys like Pat Sullivan who just struggling here tonight. If they keep having issues, these guys can pick up 1, maybe 2 more spots, and as the battle for the lead is heating back up.
Yes, it is. Turpin all over the back bumper of that 66 car right now. Edwards is taking the lead back, but Turpin doesn't want to let him keep it. They just went around the lap car of Jeremy Leto, who currently runs in 15th place right now. These two are battling for, let's see if it's the top spot of the line. I'm not sure if there's other guys out there on other strategies right now leading the laps. This is for the lead. This is for the top spot. Here we go. Turpin gets a run. Turpin to the inside. Turpin with a daring move to the inside of Edwards. He sticks the nose in there. They're side by side for the top spot. Turpin down low. Edwards up top. Turpin has the preferred line as they come down to the corner. Who gets on the brakes first? It's going to be Edwards, and Jeremy Leto drives it in so deep, but he doesn't hit the leaders, thankfully. And Turpin, he's going to get around the 66 car of Edwards. Luke Turpin's going to reclaim the lead.
Yes, he is, and he has been faster the last couple of laps. Turpin was actually 0.7 of a second faster on that last lap, so you can see he was faster. Oh, excuse me. He has been consistently faster once they get a couple laps in. They get settled in, get the tires heated up. He's out there going. It is definitely going to be an interesting race and an interesting battle between these two tonight. But what's really interesting, almost 50 laps into this, is that there are so many of these battles close on track. We've got almost a half a dozen cars out of the race now. We're down to, trying to do some quick, I think like 32 cars on track. Everybody's starting to spread out. It's 2.25 mile track, so everybody's starting to spread out over that distance, and yet you've still got these battles going on.
You do, and it's incredible, especially the battle for the lead that is sustained. This time by the flag stand, Turpin's the leader. And last time by, Luke Turpin ran the fastest lap anyone's ran all day, a 1:24.5. For reference, that is an absolutely screaming lap. That is a cooking lap around this track. Luke Turpin with a nice one. Edwards, he ran a 1:25.3. And then you have to go back to, I believe, all the way back to 9th to Rafael Semprich to find the 3rd fastest car on the racetrack, as he's been putting down some fast laps himself. But right now, looks like Turpin's going to start to pull a little bit of a gap between him and Edwards. So top 10, really no battles to speak of. Then you got to start going back. Well, I guess there's still some fuel strategy to play. What's interesting now, Doug, is there's still guys on different strategies. It's just the leaders have such a big lead over them. Even when the leaders come into the pits, they're not losing the lead. The cars that are on the different strategies, they're just moving up to about 6th or 7th during the cycle.
Yeah, and I just saw something that surprised the heck out of me. The 74 was on 2 wheels. That's the first time I've seen him tonight make any kind of error. But another thing about the 74 we didn't think to ask, there was a rumor that Higgins had caught a flight to Germany for Beer Fest, and we should have asked Raphael about that.
That we should have. That definitely would have been the move there. This time by, it is going to be Luke Turpin leading again. And speaking of Higgins, we do have a small update. Nothing great, but he's been spotted, Doug. He's actually spotted at the Derek Chauvin trial. We do not know what he was doing there. we got word from a very trusted source that he was there. Someone saw Higgins there, so immediately the XCAL task force sent some of their best agents that way. Unfortunately, by the time they got there, apparently Higgins had already left. Here we go, battle for the lead again. Edwards gets to the inside of Turpin. Turpin's going to carry the momentum off the corner. They are side by side. We'll go back to that thought in a moment. Turpin's going to keep the lead, and let's see if Edwards can maybe make a move here. Doesn't look like it. I think Turpin's going to keep the lead for the time being. So back to the Derek Chauvin trial. We sent our agents there to try to locate Higgins, and there was no Higgins to be seen. Higgins, the XCAL superfan, wasn't there, so they asked around, and they actually talked to Chauvin's lawyer, and they did say there was some belligerently drunk man mumbling in the background that apparently heard something about a Busch Light Festival in Missouri that he was muttering about before he left. And we're assuming it was Higgins. We don't have any confirmation, but that's what Chauvin's lawyer said. And we tried to get word with Chauvin, but he didn't have anything good to say. It's becoming a trend. And unfortunately, it does appear, though, that Higgins is once again missing.
That is a very unfortunate situation. Like I said, we'd heard a couple of different rumors. One that he had gone to Germany for the beer fest, but I don't know that that's actually happening right now. And then there was the rumor that he had gone to Mexico for some tequila, but nobody's seen him. So earlier tonight, we knew we were going to be racing. I actually posted the pictures of it. I set out a Higgins lure. It has not worked yet. Everything is still here. It's not magically disappeared, but my production team's keeping a close eye out for a guy showing up trying to steal the beer.
We're all eyes open right now for Higgins, the XCAL superfan. If you've seen him, please send him our way. We're down to 8 cars in the lead lap. Luke Turpin, the next car he has to lap is Rafael Semperuch, and with 25 laps till the competition caution, I don't think Semperuch is going to be able to keep the leaders behind him. I will say, though, that car is a top 5 speed car. And I think that Turpin, if my calculations are correct here, Doug, I think that the leaders are going to lap up to 6th by the time of the competition caution. The only curveball in that is 6th place right now, Matthew Baer. That's Luke Turpin's teammate. If we're getting close to the competition caution and Turpin is running right on Baer's bumper, and maybe if Turpin has some space to work with between him and Edwards, we could see maybe a little team favor there.
Yeah, and I also think that Rafael, he's been playing it easy on some of these early laps. Later in the runs, he's actually been a little bit faster than the leaders. I'm wondering here if he's going to crank it up a little bit and be able to keep the leaders behind him. I don't know. They're so close to him. Plus, when they're on the oval, those two together have the draft. Rafael's alone, and they make up a little bit of time there. So there's a lot of question marks here as they come through. But, yeah, the strategy is going to play out a little bit different. I think team strategy will come into play before this thing is all said and done.
Yeah, and here we go. They make a big round on in turn 3, but it looks like he gets him back and exit. Rafael's really backing up his corners. Like you said, he runs very smooth, and the leader's kind of just attacking it. They get into the corners deep. Turpin, especially, is not afraid to smoke the tires. And they continue to make up ground here on Semperuch, as the battle for the lead is the best battle on the racetrack right now. We're keeping you up to date on it. I'm looking around to see if maybe there's another battle brewing somewhere. Kenny Tripp and Greg Holes, they're not too far away for 10th and 11th. But then you get back a little bit further, and it looks like you have a little bit of distance between the rest of the runners. 13th, 14th, and 15th actually are kind of getting close to each other. Mike Stoddard, he is not too, or excuse me, it's 12th, 13th, and 14th. Heather Patrick, Mike Stoddard, and the 81 of Blake Wynn. By the way, this time by 99 laps to go. 99 laps to go. This is brought to you by snapmobile.shop. We are going to remind you that you can use discount code McCray99 for all of your Verizon needs at the snapmobile.shop. We're going to give you an update on where the snapmobile.shop Dropping Bombs racing cars are running right now. Highest running one, 5th place, Jordan Babinger. Currently, you got to go down a little bit further to find Heather Patrick in 12th. 13th, Mike Stoddard. In 15th, you have Art Hendren having a really nice run today. You go down a little bit further, and you got to find Tyler McRae running in 24th. And then I believe just Stephen Rex in the number 28 car having a rough go of it today. He's in 33rd, although that 28 car is officially out for the evening, Doug.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Stephen Rex did have quite an evening. And just as we say that, as we look at those drivers, it looks like Tyler McRae had an issue. As he gets down, he was a couple of turns from getting onto the back onto the banking and just spins it through that right-hander.
tough break there for Tyler McRae, and he's going to have to get that car back going now. As, yeah, he does get it back going. So tough break there for Tyler McRae. Leaders still on top of each other, Doug. They did just put Semperuch a lap down, so Raphael was not able to fend them off. Semperuch does fall victim to Turpin and Edwards. And now they'll start setting their sights on Tyler Jalbert in 7th. As Bear, I will say, Matthew Bear is running a good enough pace right now, Doug, where I think he's going to be, if he can just not make any big mistakes between now and lap 75, I think he's going to stay on the lead lap. And there's no wave arounds with the competition caution per the XCAL rulebook. So it's looking like we're going to probably have a 6-car battle shape up for the second half of this race. And now where things start to get even more interesting is some of these guys that are maybe just 1 lap down now, they need to fight to just keep that 1 lap.
Yeah, they definitely do, and they're going to have to there's a lot of cars just 1 lap down, and the 2 lap down cars, they're going to be trying to fight. Once that competition caution comes out, these guys are going to be trying to battle their way up to the front. There's going to be a couple of fast cars back there that just due to circumstances have ended up 1 or 2 laps down. They're going to try and fight their way past the leaders, and by doing so give themselves an advantage, but I just don't see that many cars back there being able to do it. With 6 cars on the lead lap, of those 6 cars, Octavio Rondoletto is about the only one that can compete with those front 2. I think Aiden McConaughey could probably stay with him, but I do not think he can make the pass. Jordan Babinger can probably stay within sight of him. Matt Bear might be able to pick up to about 3rd or 4th position. Tyler Jalbert, if he manages to stay on the lead lap, it'll be just barely, and I just don't think he can compete with these top 2 guys.
I do think Bear's the wild card here, because Rondoletto, I'm looking at his speeds, I just don't see. I think he's fast. He's probably about the 3rd or 4th place car in this race, but I just don't think he quite has the speed of the top 2. But then again, I'll be curious to see when he's actually up there running with them. Bear, though, Bear is running very comparable lap times to the leaders, and you got to remember he was racing for the lead, running up in 3rd position before he got involved in a spin in about lap number 5 of this race. So I think Matthew Bear, he could really be a wild card in the second half of this race. A guy who's really found his footing in the second half of the season here, as we are quickly approaching another set of green flag pit stops.
Well, his lap times, his best lap time is still almost 0.7 of a second slower than the leaders. But, you know, he might be just playing it, taking it easy right now and trying to save the car and make sure he stays out of trouble, waiting for that competition caution and give himself a chance at the finish.
Yeah, we will... I'll be curious. This competition caution is going to be very, very intriguing. And I do think Jalbert certainly is going to go lap down. They're catching him quick enough right now where Jalbert, is going to be tough for him to stay on the lead lap. We'll have to see. And I'm sure Luke Turpin and Austin Edwards, who have both had issues with Jalbert in the past, I don't think either of them will be too apt to keep the 04 car on the lead lap for the finish of this one. So we'll have to see. But then again, here we go. 454 is coming into the pits. Edwards, a different approach. Turpin comes down to the inside wall. Edwards keeps the car up on the banking. And Edwards, is he going to come in? Oh, let's see. No, he won't for the first time. Edwards is going to try to stretch it an extra lap, and Turpin comes down.
That is interesting, to say the least. They've been pitting at the same lap every time. And let's hope this is, you know, I know that a lot of times they could have made it an extra lap, but if he's been pushing it too terribly hard, he may not be able to. We're going to have to watch him closely to make sure he doesn't run out of fuel on the infield. He was in the draft for quite a bit of the time that they were up on the oval every lap, so we'll have to see if he can stretch that fuel 1 more lap or maybe even 2. Who knows what he's going to do here.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I mean, I think Edwards is a very calculated and smart driver. I feel like if he's staying out, you know, he knows he should be good. I would have to imagine. We'll have to see, though, as I would think he's probably coming down for sure this next time by. Rondoletto also is yet to come down. Aiden McConaughey did come down. Jordan Babinger did come down. Let's see what Matthew Bear does this time. Tyler Jalbert has come down pit road, and it looks like the Bear 19 car, that car is also coming into the pits. So looks like for the most part everyone came that last time by. This time by, though, we will have Edwards and Rondoletto coming down almost certainly.
Oh, yeah, definitely. We're watching him as he comes down. Yeah, he drops down to the apron. Let's see if Rondoletto drops to the apron when he gets there. And it'll be interesting to see if how that cycles out, because these two pitting so far apart, will Austin Edwards have opened up any kind of a lead? He had a lot of traffic in front of him. Doesn't look like he's going to be quite as fast through the infield. It's definitely going to be interesting to see if he made up any time at all, or if he ended up losing time once things cycle through. Rondoletto is down on the apron to come to pit road.
All right, so both the leaders are going to come into the pits, and that will finish off this cycle of green flag pit stops. And now what this means, Doug, is we just have one more pit stop between now and the competition caution. So this is, I think you'll see the intensity pick up all around, guys not letting the leaders lap them as easy, maybe battling for that position a little bit harder. I think these next two stints, you're going to see maybe a preview for the end here.
Yeah, and right now you've got that battle going as Luke Turpin is right beside the 04. He is trying to put him a lap down once things cycle through, and the 04 is staying right to the back bumper.
Yeah, Jalbert, I knew he wasn't going to let him have it easy, and he is trying his hardest right now. Edwards just gets off pit road now. He lost a ton of time to Turpin by staying out that extra lap. That cost him dearly. He's probably going to be about 12 seconds behind Turpin. That move did not work at all for Edwards. Fortunately for him, though, Doug, he has the competition caution coming, so in all reality, it didn't cost him too much, and now he knows not to do that.
Unless he has some sort of trick up his sleeve, you're right. That's going to hurt him quite a bit, being 10 to 12 seconds back here as the leader starts to open up a little bit of a gap on Tyler Jalbert. But Art Hendren had an incident again. That's about his second or third one as he was coming through 1 and 2. Let's see, he's coming onto the back straightaway. I do believe this is going to be another issue entering the infield. Yes, it is, just on the brakes wrong and slid up by the cones. He doesn't lose any positions, but he's had a rough night as well.
I'm very curious to see where everyone's going to score when they come by this time, as Derek Colson just had a minor issue. He recovered. It wasn't much of anything. So the 5 car keeps it out there. I want to also check and see how some of the guys I was talking about earlier are doing on the incident still. Octavio Rondoletto did get a 1X. Octavio Rondoletto's went off. So now our sole survivor, per se, right now with no incidents is Jose Godino in the 20 car, who very quietly is having a good top 15 run right now. As here comes Luke Turpin by the flag stand this time by. He does cycle through to the leader. And Austin Edwards is just now getting to the flag stand, and he cycles in 8 seconds behind Luke Turpin, so not quite as bad as I thought, but still rough going there for Edwards, as he is quite a ways behind our leader now compared to the just bumper length he was before.
Yeah, the only thing I can think is he has some sort of fuel strategy where he can make it on one more stop and Luke Turpin can't to the yellow, or he has some strategy he's setting up for after the competition caution. It's really hard to say, and I might be mistaken, but I think I saw some damage on the right front of Austin Edwards' car. We'll see as he comes through he has just a little bit of a knock on the right front, but it looks like he's had some kind of incident.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too much. It doesn't really look too bad. One thing I'm thinking here, Doug, this is the only reasonable thought my brain can come to. I'm trying to put my self in his position. And maybe he's staying out 1 lap last time. Maybe he'll try another lap this pit stop. And maybe the thought process is that means that he'll have gained 2 laps on Turpin and fuel. So whenever they come to pit under caution, they're going to be nose to tail because they'll be under caution. And maybe Edwards thinks that since he'll be able to take slightly less fuel, he'll be able to beat Turpin off the pits in the yellow flag conditions.
That is definitely a possibility. It looks like Kendrick Cryer went off track. That is definitely a possibility, and there's a few guys further back in the field that quite possibly the 15 lost it coming onto the infield, but I think that we're going to see a couple guys in the back of the field try and do something like that as well, trying to pick up. They're not going to get a lap back, obviously. They're too far back, but I think some of these guys have tried to continue to stretch every pit stop, and by doing so, give themselves an advantage over the people that they're battling with.
You know what you can do if you're Tyler Jalbert? If you're Tyler Jalbert and you're barely a lap down, you can take your next pit stop, and then maybe a lap before the competition caution, come into the pits, top it off. You'll probably get out of the pits still only 1 lap down, and then you can just stay out, Doug. You can stay out and get a wave around. If I was Tyler Jalbert, that's where my brain would be. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that definitely. Jeremy Leto, apparently, he was battling up in the top 10 earlier. He had an issue on the back straightaway coming down into the turn, and he just barely avoids the tire wall. You're definitely right, though. If you can continue to stretch the fuel mileage, especially in the second half. You know there's a competition caution, so there's not a ton of reason to try and stretch the fuel beforehand. But after that, I do think, and that could very well have been a test that Austin Edwards was trying out. He was seeing, hey, can I stretch it an extra lap? And we might see some of these guys start to try to push a little bit harder, try and get a little bit more fuel out of it. I would not be surprised to see the lap times get a little bit slower after the caution, but the positions and the pit strategy changed dramatically.
Yeah, no, here we go. Brandon Varney spins. Brandon Varney spins as he goes into the corner. He's going to save it. He gets it back going. Varney keeps it facing the right way. You know, I've seen so many guys do that power slide into that corner, Doug. I didn't get to turn any laps this week. I know last time we came here, I didn't really think that was that loose of a corner. But seeing it today, I have to imagine that that corner the car must not handle well, because I've seen these guys all over the place all day. And it's not just Varney. It's been like pretty much everyone, even the leaders, have had trouble getting through that corner straight.
Well, you are coming off of 3 to 4 degrees of banking. If you're up against the wall, it's like 4 degrees of banking. You're coming downhill into a 180-degree left-hander, so yeah, it can throw the car off. The corner is banked inward, so that gives you a little bit of help there, but it's less than a degree of banking. So yeah, it's not surprising that it's a little bit loose, but to see as much drifting as we've seen through there, you would think at some point some of these guys would back it out a little bit, but that just tells you how hard everybody's pushing right now.
Looking at Austin Edwards, he's made up about a second on Luke Turpin. He's been running some really quick laps. That time by, he didn't really catch him much, but he was dealing with some lap traffic. Not that it really matters, but just things to note for later on in the race. Third place remains Octavio Rondoletto. Fourth is still Aiden McConaughey. Fifth is Jordan Babinger. And sixth is Matthew Baer. And running in seventh right now in the lead lap is Greg Holes. And he is on some weird strategy here, Doug. He hasn't pit since lap 49. His pit stops are really off kilter with the rest of the field, but it has him in seventh. Now, Doug, this is the guy that's the engine tuner for Martin Truex Jr. in real life. You know, if one guy in this field was going to have some, like, scientific strategy, it probably would be him.
Yeah, you got to think so. And looking at his lap times, his fastest lap is very close to what the leaders have been running. It's definitely a top 3, top 4 speed. But his last lap by, he was slower. He's now coming to pit road, but he's been a couple of seconds off pace. I think that was definitely a fuel strategy, and I'm willing to bet he can make it to the caution from here easily.
I don't know about that. It's still 15 laps away. I think, though, what we'll see, Doug, is he'll pit probably on about lap 72 or 73. And when he comes into the pits, Doug, that he probably will just fill up and he'll be able to stay out and take the wave around. So regardless, Greg Holes with an interesting strategy here, and that car making some very, very good fuel mileage. So nice move there by the 61 of Holes as he comes down in the pits. Austin Edwards continues to close the gap on him and Luke Turpin. That gap is minimalized by the lap. Aiden McConaughey in fourth right now, just kind of on his own island. Actually, I do want to say the closest battle we have to forming right now is probably for fourth, as Jordan Babinger, Doug. It looks like he has started to run some fast laps. He's starting to kind of track down that 29 car.
Yeah, it looks like he's been anywhere from 1/10 to 3/10 of a second faster the last few laps. And then, you know, it doesn't seem like a whole heck of a lot, but over the course of these really big laps at 2.25 miles, that does make a huge difference, and he just continues to be a little bit faster. Doesn't have to be hugely faster, but he's definitely closing on Aiden. And he's right, actually, to the Babinger's right to the back bumper at this point.
Yeah, he is literally right there. Babinger all over McConaughey. And Babinger, the tires lock up on that car. He is going to keep it going, and he gets it facing straight in the corner. Babinger, he's been one that's been hard on the binders all night long. I'll be curious to see how the brakes on that car are looking by the time this one is over. Babinger really starting to close that gap now down between him and the number 29 of Aiden McConaughey. As looking around, trying to see maybe where else we got some battles forming on this racetrack. We got a lot of cars. The battle for 12th is good right now. Kenny Tripp, he is we have about 12th through 15th under a blanket right now. Kenny Tripp just took 12th away from Blake Wynn. Now we have a battle on for 14th behind these guys. Kendrick Cryer, he gets to the inside of Mike Stoddard. Cryer, he's looking to take that position away. Cryer will take that position away from Stoddard, so move Cryer up one more spot now as these guys all racing one lap down for top 15 spots. And oh, Stoddard gives a little bump there to the 15 car. Cryer's going to keep it facing the right way. Now Stoddard's right back to the bumper. Stoddard peeks to the inside. Nothing doing there for Stoddard. He will just have to keep the car in line as we look back, just 6 cars on the lead lap now. A good formation of cars there, though.
Yeah, and it's interesting. The 15 has had, Kendrick Cryer's had a lot of incidents tonight where he's just been, especially as we talked about, getting off the back straightaway into the infield. He's had a lot of times where he's spun there, or almost spun, or been sideways and drifting. You know, the fact that he is still up here battling, picking up positions is really impressive. It would be interesting to see if he got back to the lead lap and managed to get the spinning under control, as it looks like he's backing up his corner entry a little bit into the infield, less than 52 by. It'll be interesting to see how fast he is compared to the leaders, and definitely compared to the cars right in front of him.
I think a car that deserves a shout-out right now is Ryan Soper, Pud. He's running in 24th right now, but Pud hasn't had that great of a season. The first half of this race tonight has been the exemption to that rule. He is currently running in 21st, 2 laps down, but he actually got disconnected from the server, one lap down. He's come back. He's only had 5 incidents up to this point in the race, and that 84 car is running some really competitive laps right now, like probably top 10 speed. Ryan Soper right now in the 84 car, I'll tell you what, it hasn't gone his way, but he's sticking with it right now, and keep an eye on that car. He might sneak a top 10 out of this one before it's over, is all I have to say.
Yeah, he is definitely faster than 8th place Raphael, 9th place Greg Holtz, 10th place Cole Patrick. So we'll have to wait and see if he can make up some time, and as he comes to pit road now, if he can make up a little bit of time and some of these guys make some mistakes, he can definitely get up there and pick up quite a few more positions.
All right, so pretty soon we should be seeing the leaders coming down once again, Doug. I think about lap 67 or 68. This time by, Luke Turpin's coming to take the flag for lap 65. As already, once again, we're getting into the realm of pit stops here. And we do have a close battle on the track for 4th still. Aiden McConaughey, Jordan Babinger, those two all over each other as McConaughey absolutely locks up the brakes there in the hairpin turn. He keeps the car facing the right way, though. He's going to carry on as Babinger right on his bumper. Babinger looking to maybe pick up a quick position here before we get to that competition caution.
Yeah, and I think Babinger can do it. He's definitely a little bit faster through the second half of the infield. The first half, once they get off the oval, he's been a little bit slower, and that's where McConaughey's been beating him. But then Babinger makes a comeback on the second half. Once they get to that infield straightaway, he starts coming back really quickly, and he's definitely a little bit faster on the oval portion as well.
Yeah, he is. So I want to update you on the battle for the lead. It's still 7 seconds. Edwards did catch Turpin out of the gate, but now he really hasn't caught him much. I think I kind of have a feel for the tires here, Doug. And what I'm seeing is your first, 2 laps on the tires, you're going to be Superman. You're going to be running some of the best laps on the racetrack. Then after that, those 2 laps of just really gold, they seem to get some heat in them, and then they aren't quite as quick anymore, and you're running about consistently around the same laps for the rest of your run.
Yeah, and that's that just the way these tires are. These are based off the older tires from that time period of racing, so they have a very short time span when you have a lot of grip on them, and you can do this road course racing, and then the rest of the time you're just kind of fighting it. And we've seen a lot of that where the first few laps there's no smoke coming off, there's nothing happening, and these guys pick up a lot of time. They have some of their fastest laps on not their out lap, but the lap after. They've got enough heat in the tires to have all that grip, and then 1 or 2 laps they've got some of their fastest laps. It's the guys that don't necessarily push it, manage that tire wear, manage the heat a little bit better. Those are the ones that have been working their way to the front later in the runs.
So we do have had the first group of guys come into the pits, Tyler Jalbert and company. I'll tell you what, Doug, they're going to be close, when that competition comes out, they're going to be needing to get to pit road. The guys on this strategy, that's going to be really tight for them. We'll have to see how that ends up working out for Jalbert and company. So that means this time by, I think this should be the lap where we see Luke Turpin come down, and then probably next time by we'll see Austin Edwards come into the pits. Unless he's going to switch back to this strategy, but at this point I don't know why I would. Here we go, Luke Turpin. Yep, the 454 does commit. Our leader, Luke Turpin, will be coming down in the pits this time by for likely 4 tires and fuel for his last pit stop before the competition caution. And now let's see what Edwards is going to do here. Edwards is going to stay out, I believe. He has the car up on the banking. He's making no effort to commit to the pits. And yep, that 66 car is going to stay out. So Edwards is going to stay out. He's going to lead this lap. And now we'll have to see who does what here. Because the last time it was Edwards and Rondoletto that stretched at the extra lap. Let's see if that happens again.
Yeah, I think Austin Edwards can actually go one more lap after this, just based on the fuel mileage game here. And that puts him coming in on lap 68. So, not sure what, like I said, I think this has to do with setting up for what comes after the competition caution. I really think that's what his strategy is. He's doing some testing. He knows that if he runs out of fuel or if he pushes it too far, he can keep a close eye on it and he can at least limp it back to pit road. So he might be trying to do a little testing, so to speak, here to see what he can do with the fuel mileage, and after the competition caution, he might have some sort of strategy figured out.
All right, so Edwards, he's your leader right now. We'll have to see what he does this time as he gets into the last corner in the infield, and he's going to remerge back onto the racetrack. So due to our calculations, we do think he can make it one more lap, but he's going to come down this lap. The 66 of Edwards is pulling in this time by, so Edwards is going to come down. Looks like Rondoletto has yet to pit. In the pits right now is Aiden McConaughey. Jordan Babinger has also come into the pits. Matthew Baer has come down into the pits now, and it looks like now pretty much everyone that has needed to pit has pit for the most part. Let me check. Rafael Sempruch also has yet to come down, so we're waiting on the 74. He'll come down this time by from 7th position. And as long as Rondoletto pits this time by, everyone except for Greg Holes, who is on his own strategy, will have pitted, although Rondoletto will commit late. Rondoletto will come down, and that will finish this cycle of pit stops.
Mike Stoddard just had an incident. Let's see what happened with him. But, yeah, definitely seeing a little bit of a strategy. I'm really surprised by Austin Edwards' strategy here. Oh! Mike Stoddard ended up going for a roll. He gets it squared away after that, almost gets into another car when he rejoins the track. The 2 car almost hits him as well. Everybody manages to keep going again, but that shakes things up again just a little bit. A couple of cars got past him there.
Very, very interesting. So everyone's in the pits now. Let's see. Turpin, he is going to be the leader, and he is going to have an even bigger lead over Edwards this time. As a matter of fact, I think he's opened that lead up to now. Probably it's going to be like 15, 20 seconds, somewhere in that range. And I think this goes to show, Doug, that you have to be on the same strategy. Like, if you're racing for the lead like Edwards and Turpin are, you can't stay out that extra lap. It just costs you too much, way too much.
Well, just got an update from iRacing. He's done with his test. So I think that answers a few questions anyway.
Well, I'm glad that we're up to date on all the iRacing team stuff. So we are probably about 7 laps away now from the competition caution. And what I want to be monitoring here now, Doug, is Greg Holes. Is the 61 car. I'm curious to see. Actually, Holes, it's changed a little bit now because he is a lap down. Turpin has put him a lap down even on the strategy. But Holes still is out there, and he is the first car that we know and the only car that I know of that's on this strategy. And if Holes does this correctly, he might be the 7th and final car on the lead lap when we go back green flag racing, albeit he will be on his own pit strategy.
And that'll definitely be interesting, but like we talked about, his pit strategy has been stretching that fuel and tires. And I got to think that, it's not paid off so far, but that could definitely pay off in the second half of the race. I think that if he can stretch that fuel and be just a little bit faster, push just a little bit harder, I think he has a chance at the top spots. He's not going to win on this strategy, but I think he'll he'll definitely be able to pull off a top 5 and maybe even a top 3, maybe get a podium finisher tonight.
Yeah, well, I'll be curious. I'm really curious to see how this caution falls and who does what. There's a lot of little things that could play into this. And to be honest with you, if I was Tyler Jalbert, I think I'm coming down pit road lap 74. I think I have to if I'm Tyler Jalbert. So we'll have to see what he does. Luke Turpin, though, this time by, he has a 12-second lead over Edwards. So he opened it up 5 more seconds. I guess my estimation was a little bit off there, but nonetheless, still a significant gap for Turpin. And we've had a change for 4th. Babinger has gotten around Aiden McConaughey, so now Babinger is the 4th and final car on the lead lap. Luke Turpin now, 6 laps to go in this run. He is not that far behind the 19 of Matthew Baer. Remember, Turpin and Baer are teammates, so I think you're going to see Turpin let Baer stay on the lead lap. I don't even know if it will matter. I don't think Turpin's going to catch him anyways. It's going to be close, but Baer is looking pretty to stay on the lead lap, I would say, right now.
Well, they are both, they're about a straightaway apart. I do think Turpin could catch him, but I do not think he'll pass him. He's got that 12-second, now 14-second buffer, actually, so why try, help his teammate out a little bit here? Then he's got a teammate on the lead lap when they go green again. That's definitely going to be beneficial to him.
Yeah, we had Kendrick Cryer go off the course in the 15 car. He was running in 14th. Looks like he got it collected and back going. So Turpin is going to put him another lap down, unfortunately, there for the driver of the 15. We have still yet to have Greg Holst come into the pits. Remember, we're seeing if he can stretch it to about lap 72. If he can make it to lap 72, that is very interesting in the strategy game. That could play a big factor here. As 6 cars currently run on the lead lap, trying to see where a good battle is right now. Like we said, a lot of things getting really spread out. We now have Kenny Tripp coming down pit road. He's on a later strategy, too, than some of the other guys. Not quite as Greg Holst late, but he's been coming down the pit roads as one of the last cars. Blake Wynn coming down now, and a few others. Looks like Sean Patrick is going to shuffle up to 12th, although I think that that's going to be 10th when everything cycles through. A very quietly good run today for the Patrick number 22 team. As I'm sorry, I thought I saw an incident out in that corner of my eye, but it looks like everyone kept it straight as we are now 5 laps away from the competition caution.
And it looks like Greg Holst stays out again, so here we go for another lap, and that'll put him at lap 72. If he comes in next time, that might actually add up to exactly what you were thinking there. Definitely an interesting situation on that tire or that pit strategy. Derek Colson had an incident just a moment ago. Let's see what happened with the 5 car. He was going through the infield. I'm betting this is trying to get back up onto the banking. He just slides it really wide trying to get back up on the banking. Manages to just barely keep it off the tires, keep it off the walls.
Yeah, so I highlighted the guys that have had a good go of it tonight with low incident points. Jose Gaudino has yet to have an incident point in this race. Only one for the 77 of Octavio Rondoletto. And I believe there was someone else who only had 1, 2. No, it looks like no one else has 1 anymore. Here are the guys who've had a tough go of it tonight. The 062 of Mason Foster currently sits at 32 incident points. Mike Stoddard in the 52 currently sits at 30. Brandon Varney in the 25 currently sits at 29. And Derek Colson in the 5 currently sits at 29. So for as good of a run as some of these guys have been having tonight, a few guys have had a really tough go of it.
Oh, yeah, definitely. There's quite a few guys that we've seen them several times go off the track or get up into the wall. We've seen a couple guys already out of the race, so these guys are just trying to, some of them are just trying to survive, get a few points, as Greg Holst stays out again. Some of these guys are just trying to salvage anything out of this, and with so many cars, there are so few cars on the lead lap, there's a lot of these guys that still could salvage a good finish here tonight. And the leader is actually in heavy traffic now.
Yeah, Turpin, he has found himself into some lap cars, and one of those cars is 6th place Matthew Baer. This is where it starts to get interesting. Let's see what Turpin's move is here, because obviously he wouldn't mind lapping these other guys that aren't his teammate Matthew Baer. Right now he's all over the bumper right now of the helmet Kenny Tripp. Here we go. Turpin peeks to the inside. Kenny rides to the high side, and Turpin does stick the nose in there. Turpin gets it to the inside of Kenny, and now Turpin will put that car 1 lap down. And now he'll have to deal with Gregorio Dorso in the 53 of Tyler Batchelder, and that's exactly what Matthew Baer wants to see. If you're Matthew Baer right now, though, here we go. Turpin, he's going to get around the 78. Now he has set sights in the 53. If you're Matthew Baer right now, Doug, you have to run these next 5 laps pretty much flawless, because if you get loose and go wide in a corner, Turpin can't wait for you. You know, he's gonna go.
Yeah, I think he still has one more lap car in front of him. We've just got a few laps to the competition caution. But, yeah, team strategy only goes so far if you make a big mistake. We've not seen Matt Bear have an incident since very early in the race. He's been very smooth, very consistent, but things could change at any point in time. So now his teammate is going to be right behind him as they enter the infield. We'll see how much the team strategy plays out. These lap cars right behind him too. That's going to play into it. He doesn't want to get run over.
Yeah, and speaking of their teammates, their third teammate, Greg Holes stayed out again that time. Holes is looking to make it to lap 73, which at that point I would have to think he's playing the wave around game. Holes continues to turn laps out there on the speedway. As here we go, Luke Turpin starting to track down the 19 of Matthew Bear. Turpin, he's a competitor, man. He's a really competitive guy. I am curious to see how he handles this situation because obviously I'm sure that the owner of Rolling Thunder Racing would love for Turpin to allow the 19 to stay on the lead lap because honestly Matthew Bear might have enough speed to get up there and challenge for about third. I don't know if he has the same speed as Edwards and Turpin. He might be able to get up there and challenge for about third though. But if Turpin puts him a lap down, that pretty much throws a wrench in that entire game plan. Let's see what happens here now as Turpin is right on the bumper of Bear. This time by for Luke Turpin, there will be 2 laps till the end of this segment, and Turpin is bearing down on 6th place.
And now the question becomes, we've talked about it, will Turpin pit next time? He could pit here, let his teammate stay on the lead lap, get his tires and fuel before the competition caution, be sitting pretty, or he could pass his teammate, and it looks like he's actually letting off a little bit. He's giving his teammate a little bit of space as they come to the infield. So we'll have to see how this plays out. He's got the 12 right back up to the back bumper now, and he does not want to get wrecked by a lap car, but yeah, he's not pushing it with his teammate. He's obviously faster, but he's just not pushing it right now.
It's the move that if you're on that team, that's the move that has to be made. I completely understand it. Greg Holes did finally come down this last time by. They're putting 4 tires and fuel on that car, so the whole 61 car, he's hoping the strategy plays out the way he designed it in his head. The problem for Turpin right now is that right behind him, Kenny Tripp is still pushing the issue, and Turpin doesn't want to let Tripp just stay 1 lap down. He wants to try to keep Tripp 2 laps down, and Turpin, here we go. He gets right up on the bumper of his teammate there, Matthew Berry. Goes a little wide on the exit of the corner, and now next time by, there'll be the white flag, 1 more lap until we get the competition caution halfway, and Turpin just has to try to find a way to keep that 12 car behind him and the 19 in front of him for 1 more lap. Looks like Greg Holes, he is getting off the pits right now. He's going to stay just 1 lap down. That's pretty big in the scheme of this because now that means if Holes wants to, he can stay out and take the wave around and get back on the lead lap and be the 7th car on the lead lap, and Holes have to pit about 2 laps before everyone else the next time we have a caution. So here we go, last lap of this. And Luke Turpin, it looks like Bear is pretty safe distance in front of him, and for Luke Turpin, I think this is going to work out just the way they designed it.
Yeah, and I'm wondering how many cars will get waved around on this. I know in past races, you know, on ovals, a couple of cars get waved around, but
there's none. There is none for a competition caution.
Oh, that is correct. Okay, so we won't see any wave arounds here. We'll see a will we see a lucky dog situation, or is it just these guys?
No, it will only be the cars that don't pit that are 1 lap down. If you can get a wave around that way, but that's it.
Wow, that's definitely going to play out very interestingly as well. This is definitely going to be an interesting situation as they come down, as the leader prepares to come back out onto the oval, and his teammate obviously is not going to get lapped this time. He doesn't get none of the lap cars get back by, although the 12 car is really sending it in there, trying to get 1 lap back. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. Everybody's going to come to the caution looking the same way. Definitely an interesting series of events here.
Yep, and here we come through turns 9 and 10. Turpin brings it up off the corner. Give the first half to Luke Turpin. He definitely won this first half. And the crossbars are in the way. Halfway down, halfway to go, and the competition caution is out.
Can I breathe now? This road course racing, you don't see a lot of battles, generally speaking. You don't see a whole lot of battles like what we've been seeing here tonight. This has definitely been some exciting battles going on all night tonight. Of course, the addition of the oval that is a bit of an equalizer here at Texas, but even still, It's been quite an interesting race. The pit strategy, I think, is going to be the thing we're going to be looking at the most during the second half.
No doubt about it. So the pace truck does pick up Turpin, and it's going to take him around the road course. So here is how they run at the time of the caution. Your leader is Luke Turpin. Second's going to be Austin Edwards. Third will be Octavio Rondoletto. Fourth will be Aiden McConaughey. Fifth will be Jordan Babinger. And sixth, your final car on the lead lap, will be Matthew Baer. Now, this is where it gets kind of interesting. Greg Holes, he could stay out and get the wave around if he wants here and get back on the lead lap. I have to imagine that's what the game plan is here for him. And that could be a seventh car on the lead lap. Another guy who could do that potentially, Rafael Semprich. Semprich, for him, it would be a little bit more daring because he only pitted on lap 67. And if he stays out, that means he would have to pit pretty soon. But he would get back on the lead lap. And I almost feel like that's worth it.
I have to agree with you there. And, you know, he is an expert road racer, so I think he's probably thinking through all the different potential strategies here, and he's going to see what can make it work here. And I think this also, while we're under caution, these guys are going to go to pit road. This is a good time to hop to commercial break. What do you think, Petey?
No doubt about it, Doug.
All right, we are back from commercial, and these guys are still working out, getting situated on everybody. All the lead lap cars have come to pit road. They're trying to get squared away back out on the track. We'll let them go back by the start-finish line, see what the scoring looks like, but it is still Luke Turpin, Austin Edwards, Octavio Rondoletto, Aiden McConaughey, Jordan Babinger, and Matthew Baer. Still the 6 cars being scored on the lead lap. We'll see what happens once scoring updates. Green flag in the air.
Oh my goodness, green flag in the air. I don't think that was planned. That was very unorganized, and it just happened. I'm curious to see if XCAL is going to throw the caution back out there, because that was brutal, but I think they're going to go with it. Here we go. Turpin and Edwards, they're in a mess of lap cars. They're going to go to the high side of lap traffic. They're 3 wide. Oh, here we go. Incident right in front of our leader, and this is getting a little bit dicey here. Looks like everyone's going to sort their way through it. I don't know how all those cars just survived that. But Turpin and Edwards, they are right on each other's bumper. They are nose to tail, and then everyone else is pretty far separated. So for being a competition caution, it really didn't bring anyone else into this battle for the lead.
No, Matthew Baer had a bit of an off as he got back into the infield after the green, but he has managed to get it squared away. Meanwhile, we still only have 6 cars on the lead lap. I don't, like you said, as the 66 of Austin Edwards was sending it through the corner, ended up on 2 wheels. As you said, it was a quick caution, I think quicker than anybody expected here, and all the leaders managed to get to pit road, but guys like Raphael moved up to 7th now. Tyler Jailbert back to 8th. Kenny Tripp is currently in 9th, and Greg Holes drops back to 11th now. And I'm not sure his strategy is going to end up paying off, at least to get him back to the lead lap.
Yeah, no, definitely didn't. I think that was just not what race control had to have been expecting there, just because of how chaotic that start looked. No one was lined up properly. I know it was a single file restart, but there were just cars spread all over the place. And I don't think iRacing got the time to sort it out properly. I guess we'll just, we're rolling with it now, though. Green flag, probably green to the end here. Oh my goodness, Jeremy Leto in a hard incident. Hard crash into turn 3. 2 cars going to the tire barrier about full throttle.
See if we can see what happened to Leto here. He did not hit his braking point. Managed to clip the 15. He has messed that car up severely. And looks like, yeah, he has some heavy damage to the back end of that car. And he's going to have to go in and get some repairs. I don't think that rear end is going to be stable anymore. It looked like he hit directly on the back, but at enough of an angle that it probably knocked the toe out at minimum.
He forgot he was on the road course, Doug, 100%. He came off of turn 2. He was still going 140, and everyone else is getting on the brakes at that point. By the time he got on the brakes, it was just too late. He, like you said, whipped the tail of that car right off the inside wall, and that flipped right back into Cryer. And Leto got it back going. But, yeah, that was brutal there for the Leto 17. As I'll be curious to see if he comes down pit road. He's having a really good run, too. He was battling for 12th at the time. Really was a great run for that 17 car. The rear end on that thing, though, is pretty destroyed. We'll see if he comes down this time by. And looks like the Leto 17. No, he's going to stay out. Leto's keeping it out there on the racetrack. So Jeremy Leto, he's going to continue to run with a little bit of damage as we go back up front, side by side for the lead into turn number 1. Turpin on the inside, Edwards on the outside. Austin Edwards trying to hang tight with the number 454. Edwards with a little bit of a crossover move. Still, they'll put him on the outside. Edwards, he's going to pull the nose back out of it, and he'll slide in a line behind Turpin as the 66 car is just kind of content to ride here for the moment. One thing I'm noticing here is that Edwards has that road A-class license, and I know that kind of thing isn't like incredibly relevant or incredibly important, but I haven't really seen anyone else in the field with that. I'm sure there's someone else out there probably. I think Semperuch might have had it.
Raphael has it, Gaudino has it, Gregorio and Gangler all have it, but Gangler is the lowest of the I ratings. Actually, Gregorio has 3329 I rating. I do believe it's the highest of the road racing ones. It is.
That is impressive. Still, though, when we're on oval, you do see a lot more A-class than you do right now. Not a whole lot of A-class guys out there. As up front, the battle's still tight. I'm just trying to look back and see if maybe in these lap cars we got any battle for me. Oh, Kenny Tripp spins. Kenny Tripp spins on the exit of the road course. He was running in 10th. As I'm looking through these lap cars, it doesn't really look like we have many battles for me, though. It looks like everyone's kind of spread out for the most part. We still have 6 cars in the lead lap. 7th through 9th are then 1 lap down. Then you have a ton of cars 2 laps down. 10th through 19th, all 2 laps down. 20th through 22nd, 3 laps down. Or through 23rd, 3 laps down. And then it just kind of progresses down there. We have a good battle 10 laps down. Mason Foster, Tyler Batchelder, Pat Sullivan, all 10 laps down, battling 29th through 31st. But everyone just kind of mired into their own little races right now. And with about 70 laps to go here, well, let me do the calculation in my head. What do we got? About 7 to 6 pit stops left in this race. Still so many things to be calculated here. If one thing's became very evident, though, Doug, is that this is a battle between Luke Turpin and Austin Edwards if no one else gets in the way.
Oh, definitely is. And I have to say, it is 6 stops from here. I think Greg Holes could probably do it in 5, maybe even 4, the way he's been stretching things out, but not many other ones. There might be 1 or 2 others that can do it in 5, but it is definitely 6 stops. That puts him at about 12 laps a stop, so that's about right. What we saw the first run, just about everybody went 12 laps on the first run, and we've had a smattering. We saw the 66 do 12 lap runs, so that was obviously, I think that was a bit of a test. And if he has 1 less pit stop than Luke Turpin, as he makes a move to the outside, if he has 1 less stop, that's going to save him roughly a minute. That'll give him a huge lead.
So we'll have to see. Is now Turpin. He still defends the lead here as he is getting challenged, though. Austin Edwards not making life easy on Luke Turpin right now. He's really starting to lean on him a little bit here. Very good battle here. We have a good battle now for 4th and 5th there, side by side. Babinger on the inside. On the high side, Aiden McConaughey. These two race closely. You know, Babinger gets into the corner awfully deep there. Maybe the car's in front of him. We're shallows. We have a car off. That's Pud Ryan Soper. After having a relatively clean evening, that 84 car looks like it's gotten turned around. It was running in 20th.
And, yeah, he just drove in way too deep. And this is what you talked about with another driver a few minutes ago, that they almost forgot they were on the road course. And while that seems kind of funny, we talked about it earlier in the race that after a couple of hours of doing this, you kind of start to lose the concentration and focus and forgetting you're on the road course until you come out of turn 2 at full chat and you look down and there's a barrier there in the middle of the back straightaway. That can throw you off a little bit. Tyler Batchelder just crashed.
Yeah, Jeremy Leto went off too again. A couple incidents here, but Doug, it's a real thing. We've seen guys in heat races because we run on the Texas Oval, XCAL does. We've had guys before that completely forgot we were running the road course and we went into turn 1 in a heat race and they just didn't brake. They thought we were on the oval and they just drove full throttle into that wall and completely destroyed their car. It's a real thing, and after you've been out there for 82 laps, you just get a restart, maybe, you know, refresh your brain, you have a moment, a lapse in concentration to sit there and just relax. You get a drink of water, you go green again, and, you know, your brain's a little tired. You just see you're at Texas. You come off turn 2, you're ready to draft down the back straightaway, and you're like, wait a second, there's a concrete wall in the middle of the back stretch. That's not good.
Yeah, and that's one thing when you're doing any kind of endurance racing, that that first lap back out, A, you've got cold tires, B, you've just been on pit road, so you've had a moment to relax and catch your breath, take a drink of water, and now here you're going full speed again around the track. You've got to take that first lap a little bit easier, you know, 5-10% easier on that first lap could save you 100% on that next lap if you're being careful. If you go in there full send like you were just a few laps ago, you might have a moment that you just lapse. You make the smallest mistake can end the night.
It really could. The battle for the lead simmered down a little bit. Turpin has opened up a little bit of a gap on Edwards. The battle that's interesting right now is that 4th, 5th place battle is actually, I suppose that one's actually simmered down a little bit too now, as Jordan Babinger and Tyler Jalbert are drafting. Those cars are on different laps, though. So first car 1 lap down, Rafael Semprich. He's in 7th now. Semprich having a good run up there in 7th place. Tyler Jalbert is in 8th. 9th is Heather Patrick. And 10th is Greg Holes. As those are your current top 10 running cars. We still have about, I want to say, 30 cars on the racetrack out of the 36 that started. The 6 cars that are out, John Schwartz in 36th, 35th Charlie Beals, 34th Colin Hefner, 33rd Stephen Rex, 32nd Logan Jones, 31st Alex Gangler, and those are the cars that are out of this one. As still 30 on the racetrack, though, and lots of different battles for different spots all over the racetrack, lots of different guys running their own little race here.
Yeah, and what's interesting is because of the way that the green flag dropped, we saw that right before the caution, everybody was spread out throughout the track. The 2 lead cars had to navigate around a lot of lap traffic once the green flag dropped, and they got through a big crowd pretty quickly, but now they're starting to pick back up on these guys that were further back when the green flag dropped, that were out of position, that they weren't stacked up. Lap traffic is going to be another big key player. We've seen a couple of incidents happen right in front of these 2 guys so far. As Austin gets right back to the back bumper of Luke Turpin, any incident right in front of these guys, even an off track and somebody trying to get back on track, if they don't pay attention, if they're losing a little bit of focus, that could cause a big problem for these leaders.
So now that everyone's on equal fuel and tires here, Doug, we're about 10 laps into this run. We're going to have to see when these guys start to pit. And this is going to be interesting because now maybe you'll see a guy like Luke Turpin, who in the first half was pitting a lap early every time. Maybe now he tries to stretch that fuel tank a little bit, knowing everyone's on an equal strategy. Or maybe some of the guys who were stretching a little bit earlier in this race, maybe we'll start to see them start to pit a little bit later now, or start to pit a little bit later now after pitting earlier in the race. Really right now, everyone has a chance to reset their strategy as they are side by side for the top spot after Turpin made a small mistake.
Yeah, and the 66, we've seen it early in the run. He is 100% full send. He's not conserving anything at all. So Austin Edwards, he's always been he can go at least a lap longer than Luke can. But yeah, he early in the I just went blank too. Early in the run, he can. He is pushing very hard. Late in the run, he starts saving. It's a little bit of a different strategy than you'd normally have. You'd usually be saving early in the run and then waiting until somebody else made a mistake. But he's been sending it a lot.
And these guys are both driving it really deep into 1 and 2 right now. And you know, Doug, I've talked about it earlier in the race. I haven't really talked about it in a little bit. But the rivalry between these two guys, man, is becoming really something really great. We've watched Edwards win two of the last 6 races, I think, but he's only competed in 3 of them. So he's won 2 of the last 3 he's raced in, and or I believe 2 of the last 4 he's raced in. Excuse me. And Turpin's won 3 of the last 5, and in I believe 3 or 4 of those races, I remember 2 distinctly, but I think it's been a couple others where they battled too. It's just been these 2 guys racing for the win. Those 2 guys all over each other for the whole race, and it came down to those 2 guys in the closing laps. And one time we saw Edwards win with a bump and run, and another time we saw Turpin win with a bump and run. Here we are again at the road course. Remember, those races, they're all happening on short tracks. We're here today on a road course. And once again, Luke Turpin, Austin Edwards, it's these 2 guys racing for the win. And this is a league with a lot of great drivers. XCAL Racing's full of talented guys. There's been a lot of different winners this year. But as of lately, it's become the Luke Turpin and Austin Edwards show. And the rivalry between these 2 guys is so great because it doesn't appear that anyone has that big of an edge over the other one. One week, Turpin might be slightly quicker by the tiniest of margins, and then the next week, Edwards comes back. And then, you know, one of the weeks when Edwards is faster, Turpin will beat him with some strategy move. It has really just become... the both of them are really respectful with each other, but it has become certainly a rivalry.
Yeah, and you mentioned the bump and runs, and we had the incident a couple of weeks ago where he didn't want to win by a bump and run. He let it go. Then he realized later on, yeah, I really shouldn't have done that. And so now we're back here. I don't think we'll see a bump and run here, but you never know. They are battling nose to tail all the way around the track, as they have most of the race, except when they got their pit strategies off and ended up a little bit apart. They're still battling, and you're right, they do battle each other extremely hard but extremely respectfully, and it's really impressive to watch these 2 guys battle. It's even on a road course, they're putting on a heck of a show tonight.
They are, and Edwards, he might have got the bumper of Turpin a little bit there. Turpin gets loose. Edwards is going to get back onto the pedal faster now, and this time I think you're going to see them both come into the pits. Let's see who's going to beat who into the pits here. Edwards is challenging Turpin. He's not backing down here as they enter into the pits. They are going 120 miles an hour on the apron right now. Turpin almost slides up into him. Edwards keeps it on the outside. Edwards is going to play chicken there and back out at the last second, and Turpin will keep the lead into the pits. I think when we get down to those last 2 or 3 stops, though, in that situation, Doug, I don't think Edwards is letting off at the end there.
And I really don't think he let off that much early. He had that outside line, and it looked like he was carrying a little bit more momentum, and he needed to get woed up for the pit road, for the commitment cone. But yeah, that was insane how hard they both dove in there. That's going to give the lead. Octavio Rondoletto now on pit road. Aiden McConaughey, Jordan Babinger, Matt Bear is still out on track, although he's not onto the oval yet. Raphael, Tyler Jailbert, Cole Patrick, Greg Holes. Now it's just Heather Patrick, excuse me, and Greg Holes out there.
So once again, I believe Patrick hasn't gotten around to the pits yet either, so Patrick and Holes probably will come down this time, I'd imagine. Let's see, this time by Matthew Bear and Heather Patrick are coming around. Let's see if they both come down. It looks like Bear is slowing down, Patrick's slowing down, and actually, yeah, Bear will come down. So it looks like everyone is going to come into the pits. And so at least for the first pit stop here, Doug, it seems as though everyone's on the same page.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm really kind of shocked by that. But, you know, Austin Edwards might have learned a little something earlier, although I really think he could have done one less pit stop than Austin. He must have felt that the time he was losing and whatnot, it just wasn't worth it. So there you have it. But here these guys go again, and the battle just continues between these two. They've swapped first back and forth throughout the whole race. Octavio Rondoletto, Aiden McConaughey, Jordan Babinger, they're all just racing for spots further back, as it looks like Shane Briggs has been in an incident.
Tough. It's kind of been a quiet night for Shane Briggs, honestly. We haven't said his name a whole lot. I do want to update my friends out there, though. Austin Edwards has gotten out of the pits in second. He is still right on Turpin's bumper. They entered the pits how they left here, as we are on lap 88 here of the Trying Inc. 343 from the Texas Motor Speedway on the road course. Hello, my friend. My name's PDJ Zeller, and it has been a long one. It has been an exciting one. But here, once again, for the Trying 343, it has been an exciting race so far, and we have a great battle going on for this win up front. I want to give a shout out to some of our sponsors, Trying Inc. Thank you to them for coming on board for this race. If you need any, if you want a big walk-in cooler done, be sure to call them. They're the cooler crew. Look them up on Google at Trying Inc. They are one of the best in Florida. I was going to recommend someone for a cooler, I would certainly send them that way. Be sure to check out the buttkicker.com. Buttkicker, they have the motion platform, or I shouldn't say platform, but the base kicker that you attach to your seat and vibrates with the engine of the car with the bumps of the track. Very cool. I have one, and I got to tell you, I really couldn't imagine iRacing without it anymore. It's just night and day once you have it. If you truly love iRacing and truly love the idea of simulated racing, if you don't have a butt kicker, you're not doing it right. I'm sorry. Sim Racer Coin, thank you to our friends at Sim Racer Coin. As always, they do a lot for us here at XCAL, and we appreciate them very greatly. K2 sauces, the only sauce you'll ever need. As a matter of fact, the other day I had a K2 sauce and mushroom sandwich on a Kaiser roll, and it was very good. And the XCAL Racing web shop, www.xcalracing.com/shop. Get all your Well PD merchandise there. And yeah, thank you to all of you, the most important sponsor we have, you, the fans. We appreciate you, my friend, tuning in each and every week. Without you, me and Doug would just be a couple of dummies talking about a race. I mean, we are a couple of dummies talking about a race, but if you guys weren't listening, it would be really pointless.
This is true, and I have to say, Aaron was kind enough to send me a couple of bottles of K2, and I absolutely fell in love with it. I had it on some chicken the other night, and I can't see another sauce that I would ever use on on any kind of chicken. Just absolutely loved it. I got to try the regular one. Now I'm going to be trying the hot one sometime this week, and yeah, I'm loving that to death. I'm probably going to get my daughter some as well, maybe as a wedding gift since she just got married.
There you go. I gotta tell you, if you like spicy foods, you'll like the spicy sauce. I'm a really big spicy guy, and I love the spicy one. I like it better than the original. Be sure to check both of them out. The original is very good too. And actually, I went down not too long ago. I went on a little bit of vacation. I met my old friend Paul Coleman Jr. down in North Carolina. And if you didn't know, Paul Coleman Jr. is the owner of K2 Racing here in XCAL, and he's an associate partner with K2 Sauces. He's one of the big wigs over there, I guess you could say. And I met up for him with lunch, and he actually gave me a whole case, which had 12 bottles in it of the original sauce. So, yeah, here in my apartment, we have just been living off K2 sauce for a hot minute, and we got to thank K2 sauce. It really is the only sauce you'll ever need. Take it from a man is the only sauce in my house. Battle for the lead, still raging on, though. Luke Turpin, followed closely behind right now by the 66 of Austin Edwards. Third place in his own islands, Octavio Rondoletto. Then in fourth, Aiden McConaughey starting to open up a little bit of a gap on Jordan Babinger, but those two continue to run fairly close to each other. And last car in the lead lap, Matthew Berry's in sixth. But that's interesting to me, Doug, because pretty much this whole race, McConaughey and Babinger have been within spitting distance of one another. Those two cars are pretty equal, too, for fourth and fifth.
Yeah, they really are, and we've seen them battling back and forth quite a bit, and to see them actually put a little bit of a gap in between them, McConaughey's doing a great job out there just opening up a little bit of a gap. It looks like he's been using the last couple of laps. I do believe he's been using some of this lap traffic in front of him when they're up on the oval to draft, and when they're in the infield, he's definitely navigating the traffic. We saw it early in the race when there was a lot of traffic out there. He navigated it extremely well. But I got to tell you, I've said it the last few races, Octavio Rondoletto continues to impress. If I owned a race team, he would be my first choice. He started back in 30th and is up to third. And while he's not with the leaders, He lost him on the restart. He is still putting down some extremely fast laps. And don't forget Matt Barrett, his teammate, managed to help him stay on the lead lap. He's actually within striking distance of the leaders now, and we've got to wonder once those two get up there, once the leaders get up to him, will there be some teamwork there to help the leader get a little further out?
I'd be curious to see, because Turpin obviously did Bear favors earlier when we were coming to the competition caution. Curious to see if Turpin will return the same favors. It's obviously all up in the air right now. We'll have to see, as these guys are probably still about 6 or 7 laps away from their next caution. I guess they're not as close as I was about to say they are, but this race continues to trudge on. One car I'm keeping an eye on, Rafael Semperuch. I think without help, he's not going to get a top 5. Realistically, though, I think he could catch 6th place Matthew Bear in the next 60 laps of this race. He has a fast enough pace, and that car is running good. And it's a shame that he couldn't be on the... I wish we got a normal restart here at the end, Doug. And I wish we had 7 cars on the lead lap, and the 7th one was Rafael Semperuch. Because I really would have liked to see what he could have done running up against these guys. I think he had a shot at a podium. I don't think he was going to win this thing, but I really think he had about a 3rd-place car today. It's just the dice didn't roll in his favor, although at the same time, he's still having a really clean run in 7th right now. Nothing to scoff at.
No, definitely not. And you've got 57 laps to go here. He is only 1 lap down. He's not that far behind the leaders, to be honest, on the track. And the leaders have just been extremely lucky because there's been incidents right in front of them more than once. And just at any moment on a road course, the whole complexity of it, everything can change. I wouldn't be surprised if there's an incident later in the race. I would not be surprised. He restarted in, 12th, 11th, and he's been picking up spots all the way through there up to 7th now. And, before we go any further, I have to give a shout-out to all the fans in the chat and the new followers and subscribers. You guys are what keeps us going here. As Petey mentioned a few minutes ago, you guys are why we do it, so thank you and Pud Soper just went off again.
Perfect time for the little Pud placement there. And actually, we're not going to put it in the broadcast because last time we put it in the broadcast, we got copyright strike or whatever. But there's a video out there that if you can find it, DMX obviously recently just died. All I'm going to say is if you search hard enough, you can find Pud making his tribute to DMX.
And that was hilarious. I still have it on my computer, and whenever I need a laugh after a bad race, I'll turn it on and watch it. It's definitely different. And
I'm not trying to be in poor taste here, but I mean, since DMX did just pass away, I wonder if the copyright strike is still applicable. Isn't there like something about once you die?
No, because the ownership of the rights transfers to whoever he said in his will. That's why. That's how I can actually prove that Elvis Presley is in fact dead.
Yeah?
Yeah. See, if you are Elvis Presley and your daughter is marrying Michael Jackson and you're still alive, are you going to let that one slide?
You know what, Doug? You've just disproven the conspiracy theory that Elvis is alive. You've just shut it down here on How to Suck at iRacing. So, all my friends out there listening, you heard it here first. Elvis is confirmed dead.
This is true, and the rights do transfer, which is sad because that video going viral of Pud would be just awesome. It would be one of the greatest things to ever happen.
I almost think that DMX would want it. I think if DMX knew about the video, he would let that one slide.
I would have to agree. Pud did a great job with that.
And back to the racing, though, we still have a good battle going on for the top spot right now. Edwards and Turpin, you could put about a piece of paper between those two cars right now, and it might just stick between them. Those two guys are running absolutely all over each other, and it's just remarkable that they're able to do this so mistake-free. They haven't touched once, Doug. They're doing this just with perfect concentration, and they are probably about 2 to 3 laps away from their next green flag pit stops now, and they are coming up to lap 6th place Matthew Bear here, not too long, probably within the next... if not before this pit stop, immediately after.
Yeah, and that's when you got to wonder about the team communication and team strategy. I know that that Matt is on the radio with his teammate, and is he going to hold up somebody, or is he going to let one by? And you know, it could come into play. His teammate did let him stay on the lead lap there, come into the caution, so it could be very interesting to see what happens there. Although you did mention these guys, they do have a rivalry going, but they're extremely respectful about it. So I have to wonder if team orders would be don't get involved, or as they're right in front, right behind Matt Bear right now. I have to wonder what the team orders is going to be here.
I think it's going to be don't get involved. If I know Luke Turpin, he likes the fact that Austin Edwards is racing this close right now. You know, there's some guys that are fast and they don't like being raced hard. They don't like having the constant threat behind you. That's not Luke Turpin. I guarantee you Luke Turpin loves that 66 car is running just as quick as him right now. Luke likes competition, and if I had to take a guess, he'd probably just tell Matt to stay uninvolved in this one. I think Luke wants to battle Austin for this one straight up if I know Luke Turpin. So we'll have to see what happens here when they do get to the 19 car, though. They are quickly approaching him, and the 454 and 66, they have turn 3 figured out like nobody else does. They get through that corner so deep and so well as they both go off there, maybe a little too deep that time. They're going to keep it facing the right way, though, as they are almost right up to the bumper of that 19 car, though, as we are quickly approaching our green flag pit stops. I think either this time by or next time by we should see, I would say the leaders coming down, but last time we saw everyone come down. We'll see if this time by anyone's on any different strategy. Oh, Matthew Bear gets real loose in front of the leaders. He goes off the course, and they're both going to get by without incident.
Well, that answered that question rather quickly, and I think we'll have one more lap before the stops. And Matthew Bear, he is now one lap down, so that puts 5 cars on the lead lap. Luke Turpin, Austin Edwards, your leaders. Octavio Rondoletto in third. Aiden McConaughey back in fourth. Jordan Babinger back in fifth. And that battle was really heating up earlier in the race between McConaughey and Babinger. Now they're too far apart, and unless something changes on this pit strategy, it looks like it might be settled before this is all said and done.
It certainly will be. And Luke Turpin, this time by, once again, a very fast lap. He ran a 125.114. Edwards ran a 125.149. Those are faster laps than most of these guys have ran in this entire race. That 454 and 66, as it continues to get a little bit of a cloud cover on this track and the track gets cooler, these guys are just picking up time after time as Edwards goes off again there. He's going to keep it facing the right way, though, as we're towards the end of this run. So it's funny. It sounds stupid to say 11 runs the tires are starting to go bad, but just because these guys are used to pretty much always having fresh tires, whenever they start to get scuffed a little bit 10 laps into the run, I'm sure for these guys it feels like the end of the world just because they have nothing to compare it to.
Yeah, any of these heavy stock cars, when the tires start to go away, they really start to go away, and they do not feel good at all. So, you know, after about 7 or 8 laps, as we talked about earlier, the tires start falling off dramatically fast. That we've not seen a lot of guys trying 2-stint tires. We've seen it once or twice, but yeah, these guys definitely are begging for tires every time they go to pit road. And another thing you touched on, these guys are running 124 3s, 124 5s. There's only 3 cars on the track that have broke the 125s. And that's the top 3, Luke Turpin, Austin Edwards, and Octavio Rondoletto. Octavio's actually right there running similar speeds to both of these leaders. So, you know, if they had been able to stay together early in the run, I think Octavio might have been able to run with these guys. But obviously the way things restarted, he wasn't quite with them and lost the draft and just fell back a little bit. But he's still extremely quick out there.
Yeah, he is definitely having a good day. Looking on a little bit, just trying to see where some other battles might be taking place. I just want to make sure we're not missing anything here. Looks like Greg Holes and Brandon Varney, they're not too far away from each other right now. That's for 10th spot. Greg Holes and Brandon Varney, they are not separated by much. Kendrick Cryer, also not too far away from them guys, as is Blake Wynn and Jeff Edgar. Honestly, those guys are all within shouting distance of each other. So that's something that could become a battle as we get towards the final third of this race. Here we go, though. Luke Turpin comes to the final corner of the infield road course, and he is going to get back out onto the oval. And this time by, I think we should expect to see our leaders making their way into the pits. As we see the 454, he will dive down below the apron. Let's see what Edwards do. Edwards will follow suit. And once again, Edwards goes high, Turpin goes low. They're both going about 115 down there. Edwards keeps the momentum up. Turpin slips up the track. Will Edwards get to the outside? He does get to the outside. He's going to keep it up there that time. He gets loose, almost goes in the grass. He keeps it to the outside of Turpin. He does have it to the outside of Luke Turpin. They are dead even as they come into the pits right now. And this is where this race may be won or lost, as Turpin is running Edwards out into the grass almost. And those two, a little bit of shenanigans going on as they get into the pits here. And Turpin's going to make it, so Edwards has to turn at the last second. Oh my goodness, Luke Turpin, that was a genius move. Edwards missed his stall by a little bit. No, he didn't. I thought he went over the line, but they're going to service his car from there. Edwards got lucky. Luke Turpin just played mind games with Austin Edwards so hard, and I feel like he should have won, but Edwards got lucky.
Yeah, very lucky. That was definitely an interesting pit entry that they had to make there, but definitely a great job by both of them trying to do what they could do to get any kind of advantage here. And I think we were talking about 9th through about 14th a few minutes ago. Greg Hulse, Varney, Cryer, those guys. I think that pit road is going to be what decides those guys. Is looks like Turpin gets off way before Austin Edwards this time.
This could be fuel calculations already by Luke Turpin. He might be taking slightly less fuel, like maybe like a half gallon less, just knowing he won't need it at the end. I know it sounds silly, Doug, but like I know Luke Turpin, and I know that's the way that man's brain works. He really could be what he's doing here, or maybe he just took a half gallon less this time because he wanted to break the draft with Edwards. I'm not positive. But one thing I will say here, Doug, is I like the pit stops in the sense that they add excitement and a little razzle-dazzle to the race. I will say, though, I look forward to XCAL racing in the future, making the fuel window longer, just because I get it. I see the fun in it. I see the excitement and strategy. But that was a great battle between these two leaders that has been tonight, and you don't need a pit stop every 10 laps to continue that exciting battle. Like, these guys have been battling each other excitingly. Now they're spread out because of this pit stop, and it just feels, almost to me, like, when it comes to racing, I really don't like gimmicky things. Like, I hate the chase in NASCAR. I think NASCAR, any sort of stock car racing, it doesn't need a playoff system. It's not football. It's whoever's the best driver over the course of the season should win. I don't like stages in races. That just feels very gimmicky to me, too. It's like, why? You don't need an unnecessary caution. Like, the competition caution a halfway, and this is one thing. That's, like, an appropriate thing. But I don't like that. And just pitting every 10 laps, it just kind of has that same gimmicky feel to me. Like, I get it. It adds excitement to it, but it's not about purely racing, which I think is what should be always the main focus. And right now, a battle for the lead that was nice and tight is now a 4-second gap because of that gimmick.
Yeah, it definitely changed the whole outcome of the race with that little bit of a change there. And, you know, I was just sitting there thinking about it. If they had stretched let's say that they had gone 20 laps on fuel, that just having that little bit more fuel in the car, it would have been very interesting to see how these cars would be handling, because we've seen it as we get to close to the pit stops. A lot of guys are sliding all over the place, and you know, doubling that run. We've mentioned that a couple of guys have double stinted their tires, just gotten fuel. Would have been interesting to see what would happen if everybody had to do that.
And that's a very good point. I think the ideal, Doug, from my mind, would be 30. That's 5 pit stop race, 1 every 30 laps. I think that's probably the perfect number right there. It would have felt a lot more clean, a lot more natural, and that's a point, Doug, that I hadn't even really considered. We're not even getting to see these guys get their cars, like, worn. We're not getting to see these guys fighting an ill-handling race car. We're just getting to see these guys on fresh tires the whole way through. It's different and it's fun, but I don't think it's XCAL. I'll be excited in the future to hopefully see things like this amended. Right now, though, it is a 4.2-second lead for Luke Turpin over Austin Edwards. We'll see what it is this time by the flag stand if Edwards can make up any ground. No, it was Turpin gaining a little ground that time. Actually, Turpin turned down a blistering hot lap. It was a 5.33. That was actually tied for his fastest lap of the session. It's 50 laps to go here, Doug.
Oh, sorry. Mike Stoddard had a really big off there. After he came off of pit road, he was coming down the back straightaway, went into turn 3, and just kind of lost it. Tire, obviously no heat in the tires yet, and kind of lost it. And then it took him a minute to to get the car straightened out and going the right way after he got off in the grass. We'll have to see if that impacts him dramatically. I'm trying to take a look and see if he lost any positions in that.
Yeah, I'm not sure of Stoddard. It looks like he scored an 18th, or he was probably running a little higher than that before that happened, though, and it looks like he scored an 18th this time by when he comes around the flag stand. Stoddard, he's running okay, but it's been a tough evening for him. He has 40 incident points so far. One of only 2 cars that have hit the 40 threshold. Also with 43 is Mason Foster. And the 52 car, you can just tell that car has seen better days. It's a little beat up, but all things considered, an 18th, I suppose, isn't too bad.
No, not at all. Considering all the incidents he's had, all the off tracks he's had, he's managed to recover really, really well. He's still putting down some decent laps. You know, he's had some 125 flats out there, so he's still putting down some decent laps when he's going the right way. It's just been a tough go, and it seems like there's several of these guys like him that are just pushing way too hard on those cold tires, and that really just comes down to an experience thing. The more time you have on a road course, the more you understand that you've got to give it a lap. You got to let those tires come up to heat. And speaking of road course, the 7th place car, Rafael Simpuric, he's still working his way forward. He's in 7th, and he's trying to run down. He's 39 seconds currently behind Matthew Baer, and he's been closing on him consistently a second or more a lap faster. So I think before this is all said and done, he's definitely going to be able to take that 6th place spot, and we'll have to see if Aiden McConaughey falls a lap down. He might actually pull off a 5th here.
Yeah, they are battling really hard for 4th and 5th like that for most of the race. And I'll tell you what, Aiden McConaughey and Jordan Babinger, those are 2 guys, Doug, that I don't think they've raced that much with each other over the years. Just they haven't, like, it's not that neat. They're both quick. Aiden McConaughey's won races before, and Jordan Babinger damn well should have won a race. He hasn't yet, but he's always up there racing for wins. They're both fast guys, but just in their XCAL careers, I haven't seen them race with each other too hard. As much as they have ran near each other this race, I have to imagine those 2 have gained some sort of respect for one another, because, like, they have been all over each other pretty much since the green has come out, and I don't think I've seen them touch once.
No, I don't think they have, but they are definitely battling nose to tail all the way around. It's another situation like we saw with Luke Turpin and Austin Edwards the whole night. They've just swapped places back and forth. They've been nose to tail. They might have separated on pit strategy once or twice, but they always find each other again, and they just stay right there together. They're racing each other clean, but they're racing each other extremely hard. As they come down the front straightaway, they're actually battling side by side. Passing the flag stand, you've got the 29 of Aiden McConaughey up on the high side. He can't get anything done quite yet, but this battle is continuing.
It's a great battle right now for position. Best battle on the racetrack by far. Not going to take our eyes off this one. McConaughey using the draft to his advantage there. He takes a wide entry to the corner. It's going to pay off. The 29 gets through there really well. He is now peeking to the inside of Babinger. Babinger went to cut him off. There was nothing to cut off. McConaughey was there. McConaughey right on the curbing. And he brings it around that tight corner, and McConaughey picks up 4th. The 48 car of Babinger, though, not backing down. He is right there on the bumper of Aiden McConaughey. Up to 4th position now, but let's see how long it lasts. Is that number 48 of Jordan Babinger not backing down, and his snap mobile dot shot machine is, McConaughey gets loose in front of the 48. Now the 48 is going to get to his inside as they head down towards the last hairpin corner. Babinger to the inside, McConaughey to the high side, and it's going to be Babinger's spot. McConaughey goes for the crossover, but he didn't time it right. Maybe he did. No, he gets to the inside of Babinger. He is to the inside, and the 29 car is back to the inside, and it looks like the crossover did work. I guess he timed it better than I thought.
Yeah, he really did. I saw him going wide into the last corner before they get on the track, and he definitely set that up wide to carry some speed out and duck to the inside. It looked like the 48 just tried to move down and push him down. Wasn't going to let it happen, though, and here we go, back off. We're going to see this battle happen in reverse this time through the infield, I do believe. These 2 are not, they're not giving each other any extra space out there, but they are showing a lot of respect doing the way they are racing each other. Oh, the 29 goes way wide, gets way loose there, and that's what we've been, and the 48 backs out of it, lets him get it settled. Smart move by the 48 there.
Yeah, that was a smart move there. I think that I think they both just kind of had a moment there, and it ended up being the 48 that just recovered, or excuse me, McConaughey that recovered sooner. So now they are both back in the line. Babinger's in 5th, McConaughey's in 4th, and they are still probably about half a second away from one another. That battle is far from done. If anything, it's just probably getting started at this point as we get down towards the waning stages of this race. So Luke Turpin comes around. He's on lap 105. He's probably about 6 to 5 laps away from his next pit stop. And Doug, if you're Austin Edwards right now, 4.3 seconds back, how do you what are we looking at here? Probably 4 more pit stops, maybe, no, definitely 4 more pit stops in this race. What can Edwards do on pit road to make up these 4 seconds? As there is a car around in front of Luke Turpin. It looks like that's Mason Foster, who's had a really tough go of it today.
While we're looking at Mason Foster, I've got to say the one thing that Austin Edwards can do is if he's got clean track, he could stretch that to another lap. Yeah, that Mason definitely has had a rough time, and it's been on the infield the whole time. I think Austin Edwards' smart move is to stay out, see if he can stretch those stops one more lap if he's got clean track. If he does not have clean track, he'll run into the incident he had earlier where he stayed out an extra lap, and it ended up in traffic, and it just set him backwards. If he's got the clear track, though, I think he can take advantage of it, pick up a little bit of time.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the call is here for Edwards. I'll be curious to see. Fortunately for Edwards, his teammate Mason Foster just had a little bit of a moment from Luke Turpin that held Turpin up a little bit. Turpin will get around Foster now, though, and it looks like that will... yeah, no, Turpin does get by Foster. That one is done for the time being. Not done yet, though, is the battle between Aiden McConaughey and Jordan Babinger. Babinger's right back up to the bumper of McConaughey there. Those two just really cannot get away from one another. Looking around, I want to see where some other battles might be. 6th and 7th isn't very close to one another. 7th and 8th isn't very close. We do have a little bit of a battle for 9th and 10th. Brandon Varney and Heather Patrick, they are running about a half second away from each other, both 2 laps down. That's a good battle. Not too far behind both those guys is Greg Holz.
And I'm thinking that these 3 cars really, and Tyler Jailbird up there, I think that Tyler, Brandon, and Heather, I think they're all at a distinct disadvantage. We've seen Greg Holz stretch things further than anybody and still continue to be fast. I really think Greg has picked the speed up on these since the halfway caution. He's picked the speed up quite a bit, and he's now staying with these guys, but he can still stretch that fuel mileage, and it's going to pay off for him. I really think he might be the one to watch in this group. I don't think he can get up to Raphael. I think Raphael is going to catch Matthew Bear at some point, but yeah, there's some strategy plays to be had here.
There's certainly some strategy plays to be had here, and it's not over yet. I mean, I don't think there's anything Octavio... I was about to say maybe watch for Octavio to do something. I really don't think there's anything Octavio could do to get back in this. It's really Edwards is going to have to pull a rabbit out of his hat here. Or a late race caution could really shake things up, but it's so unlikely, especially at this point. It would take a lot to trigger a caution. I would say the percentage of it is probably below like 0.5% of us seeing a caution in this, and that's like, I think, probably an accurate representation. It's pretty much no chance at all we see a yellow. So it's up to Edwards. He's going to have to do it through strategy and speed. He does have it down from 4.3 seconds to 3.7 seconds now. So if nothing else, Edwards has cut a little bit of time off on the stint.
Yeah, he is just progressively making his way forward. He's been faster the whole race, getting onto pit road, getting off pit road, except for that last stop, obviously. But I think he's still in this fight if he has a couple of good stops here, if he plays the strategy game correctly. I think he's still in this, but it's going to take everything going right for him and maybe a few mistakes by Luke Turpin. And I got to wonder if Luke Turpin has any mistakes in him, but it is getting later in the race. They've been out there for a while now, and we saw it after the mid-race caution. Several guys just forgot they were on a road course for a second and caused some issues, and it would not surprise me to see one of these guys make a similar mistake.
No, it wouldn't surprise me much either, Doug. And a development I'm trying to study too right now is I think before this race is over, you'll probably only have 3 cars in the lead lap. It's going to be close, but I think Turpin's going to get to McConaughey and Babinger's. Oh, here we go. First car coming down the pits, Jordan Babinger. That's an early pit stop. I think 2 laps earlier than we've been seeing people come down.
Yeah, he's definitely a little earlier. Ryan Soper, you saw him on pit road just now. He was actually in an incident earlier. He has had a very difficult night tonight, and just continuing to stick it out to try and pick up some positions and points. But he's up to 25th now, and he's got a lot of cars up there that if he can just stick it out, he might actually be able to pick some positions up before this thing is all said and done. And Luke Turpin is on pit road. Luke Turpin crashed. Let's see if we can. He had some sort of incident coming to pit road. I got alerted that he had been involved in.
Oh, yeah, he crashed hard.
Oh, and he lost the whole front end. That changes the entire race.
Oh, he got glitched. He got wall glitched, Doug. He caught the little extra, like, kick out in the wall, and there's a little glitch there. I know exactly where it is. He caught the little kick out in the wall, and he didn't even... No, actually, it's not a glitch, Doug. The wall just kicks out. There's a place where the wall kicks out. Luke was running right next to the wall. He didn't realize the kick out was there, and he completely wrecked the front end of the car hitting that. And now he's in the pits roads getting that car fixed. Let's see if he has required repairs. If he doesn't have required repairs, it might not be over for him just because of the talent level he has. It was a terrible, terrible mistake by Luke Turpin, though.
Yeah, Austin Edwards managed to slip by him on the entrance to pit road, and we said this is where pit road is where Austin Edwards is going to make up the time, and we'll have to wait and see what happens here.
Turpin's out. No required repairs for Turpin. This isn't over, Doug. That's now in Austin Edwards' favor. He's going to have... Now Edwards is probably going to have the 4-second lead over Luke Turpin. I don't think it's over, though.
I think you're right. And another thing that happened, Octavio Rondoletto comes to the lead. He did not pit yet, and he is several seconds ahead. So, I've said it before. I'll say it again.
And welcome back, my friend, as we are here with about 38 laps to go. And Doug, I'm going to hand the microphone to you for a moment while I quickly walk over to the water cooler and grab one of those Budweisers we were trying to lure Higgins in with.
10-4, and we apologize for the technical glitch there. That was completely related to Facebook and has been causing some issues the last 48 hours or so for a lot of drivers. We still have the battle going on up front, though. Austin Edwards still in the lead. He's got 5 seconds over Luke Turpin right now. Luke Turpin's last lap, he is still just as fast. His last lap was a 124.83. So it looks like whatever happened to Turpin has been resolved and looks like he is going to continue. He's got to make up 5 seconds. Austin Edwards is the one that has been making up all the time tonight, so we'll have to wait and see if he can do it again, or if Turpin can do the same thing here. It's definitely going to be one heck of a battle. Ryan Soper, again, he was in the pits for a little bit getting some repairs done. He is back out on track and had another incident. He is back in the pits. I do believe he's lost a couple of spots as we go, but he is one that he stuck it out. He was in 25th. He's only dropped to 26, so we'll see if he can at least hang on to his position. Meanwhile, the 454 is still trying to regain Austin Edwards.
I don't think he's going to catch him. He's slower now, Doug. And the thing is, he's still running 125 flats and like 124 eights. That's slower than he was running, though, the last few runs at this point. And it's still fast. He's still definitely the second fastest car on the racetrack. But, like, he's lost a small edge in that car. I can see it when he's driving it, and you can see it reflected in the lap times, that he has lost a small something. And I think that's going to end up being the difference in this race if he can't pull off some crazy strategy move. And that is just so astonishing for me, Doug. To see the way that happened is just... For a driver of Luke Turpin's caliber, and I'm always complimenting Luke just because I really do respect the driver he is. He's one of the best in the business. For him to make that kind of mistake, you're not going to see it again for probably the next 4 XCAL seasons. That was just so out of his character.
Yeah, we've not seen Luke make any mistakes. And again, as everybody rejoins, we apologize for that technical glitch. We are back. Not much has changed since Luke's incident. But yeah, the 66 of Austin Edwards is now struggling to get past a couple of lap cars here. The 15 and the 52 right in front of him. The 52 spins off the track, but Austin Edwards was held up a bit there. And I think that there is a potential. We'll have to see as scoring comes by. These lap cars are getting in the way and slowing him down. That might give Luke Turpin the edge he needs. It's hard to say. Last time by, he was scored 6.4 seconds back. We'll have to see how things play out, but Austin Edwards definitely is going to be struggling to get past some lap cars. And I don't know. Austin might be using the chrome horn here before long.
All right, all my friends out there listening at home right now, I have a question for you. Who do you think will be the first car to 50 incidents? There's 3 options. All right, so right now Mason Foster has 45. Right now Mike Stoddard has 44. And right now Kendrick Cryer has 43. We have seen all those cars spinning quite a bit in this race. I'm sure that one of those cars is going to get to 50, if not more. But who do you, my friend, write in the chat right now, which car do you think will be the first of those 3 to get to 50 incidents? If you want my guess right now, I'm going to say Kendrick Cryer. I think it'll be Cryer. He's been having a really hard time, especially in the second half of this race, keeping that car on the racetrack.
I'm going to say you're wrong just because Mike Stoddard just had another incident.
Mike Stoddard must have heard me.
Yeah, as the leader was coming to him, and we're being asked in the chat, what happened to Luke Turpin? Well, he ended up hitting a wall trying to get on pit road. Petey, if you can explain that again, I will see if I can find it and pop that replay up because it was during the glitch. And I will say, if you have a moment, hit that share button. Let's try and get everybody back in here.
Yeah, no doubt. And what happened to Luke Turpin is he was coming down for his scheduled green flag pit stop. And when he was coming down, he came down off of the turn number 9, the turn 3 on the oval, and he was really close to an inside wall. There is a small kick out in that wall that Luke must not have realized was there. It's just a small concrete kick out, and he was running so close to the wall that he hit that kick out when he came around. It's not a big one, but it's big enough. You're running close to the wall, you're going to hit it. And it literally ripped the whole left front of his car off, and he ended up spinning around. And Superman slipped. He made a rare mistake. And he had a 5-second lead before that happened. And after he left the pits, he has a 7-second deficit. And he's only losing time to Edwards now with that damage to his car. And that car, is the tires start to wear, that car is becoming severely worse and worse. And Luke Turpin, he beat himself today. That very rarely happens. But today, Luke Turpin absolutely beat himself.
Yeah, and that was a sad incident to see. We were able to show a couple different angles on the replay again. And that's you know, you got to wonder how Austin's feeling about that. He's obviously got this. As long as he is careful the remainder of the race, he'll have this thing wrapped up. There's only 5 cars on the lead lap, but, you know, they were having such an exciting battle. I'm sure both of them were sitting there smiling the whole time.
And that's another one of those factors, Doug, that it kind of plays into the extra pit stops in this race. You know, guys make so many pit stops that they're making so many, they're kind of getting bored with it. They're trying different things like riding close to that wall, and then they hit that kick out. A lapse in concentration as you're tired and fatigued. And while, yes, that is a new factor in the race that strategy had to add into it, it also kind of feels like what should have been a great battle for the win between Luke Turpin and Austin Edwards was robbed away by the gimmicky nature of it. Still, I guess that is up to the eye of the beholder, though, as Austin Edwards has a 6.5-second advantage over Luke Turpin. The battle that was really great for 4th and 5th. It's kind of simmered down. Jordan Babinger's in 4th, and losing ground right now in 5th is Aiden McConaughey. McConaughey has not been that fast this run. That car has been slower than it's been all night. And Also worth noting, Jordan Babinger, he's starting to catch Octavio Rondoletto. Maybe that 48 was saving something for the end of this race, because he's down to just 9 seconds behind third, and that's a gap that's closing, Doug.
Yeah, it's progressively getting a little bit smaller here, and it looks like Rondoletto has slowed down a little bit, and Babinger has picked it up a little bit now that he's not battling. He's got a bunch of clean track right in front of him, so yeah, they're managing to close that gap up just a little bit. Now the question becomes, with Luke Turpin's issues, let's see, Octavio is 35 seconds behind, but he's actually gaining on Luke Turpin. Will he be able to get up there and steal a second place finish here tonight?
It's a possibility with the... I think Turpin has a big enough gap where he's going to be okay. Unless that motor pops in that thing, which it could. With the way he hit that inside wall, he has to be keeping an eye on the oil temperature, too. That car is in danger for the motor, no doubt. I think he has a big enough lead over Rondoletto where he probably shouldn't be concerned about losing second. It's just for Turpin, like, I know he has to be in there very upset with himself. That was just... I keep bringing it up, but that's the biggest thing that happened in this race. Like, if Luke Turpin finishes second in this race and Austin Edwards wins, that is definitely the defining moment of this race, and there's no question about it. It was when Luke Turpin just got too close to the inside wall and hit the little kick out. And at first I called it a glitch. I thought it was a glitch, but no. I even looked it up in real life just to confirm, Doug, because like iRacing, they say they do everything like realistic to everything. I wanted to check that to make sure. That kick out really was on the Old Texas Speedway. I checked before the repave just to make sure it was accurate, because this is the Old Texas. That kick out is really there in real life. It's a slight one. It sits out about maybe 2 feet. It looks like what it sits like in the simulator as well. And it wasn't a glitch. It was just a misjudgment.
Yeah, and we've seen Luke Turpin, every time he's come to pit road tonight, when him and Austin were side by side, he always hung that inside line as close as he could get to the wall, shortening the distance. And this time he just shortened it too much. He was trying to, we saw it a couple of pit stops ago where he was trying to force Austin Edwards to the outside, and just... you know, it just didn't work that time, and it really bit him hard here. And I can say, I know for a fact, I didn't even have to look it up, because I've driven this track in real life, not the road course, but the oval, and I drove it back when that was the configuration. So I can tell you that that is there, and there is another one. I just went blank on where it is. I think it is on the exit of turn 2, but it's actually pointed outward. It's not a blunt entry point like it is there. It actually angles out, so it is a little bit heartbreaking for Luke Turpin.
I want to give a shout out to 3 drivers having a really clean night. I know I gave the shout out to the guys in the race for 50, which, by the way, an update in the race for 50. Mason Foster's up to 48, Stoddard still sits at 44, and up to 45 is Kendrick Cryer. A late contestant hits the 40 mark, Kenny Tripp. We'll have to see if he can maybe make his way into the battle for 50. 3 guys having a really good night, though, so far. Jose Gaudino finally got an incident, Doug. He got a 1X. He has 1X in this race. Still 120 laps into this thing. I think you'll take 1X. Also having a really good run, Octavio Rondoletto, only 3X. That means he's had 3 off tracks. And also with a really good night, quietly, I don't think I've said his name once this race, with only 4X right now, 16th place Caleb Tremaine in the 2 car having a pretty good night.
Yeah, and Mike Stoddard might be the one to hit 50 first. He had another incident coming onto the infield, just spun it through that turn, as we've seen a lot of drivers do tonight.
We'll have to. That puts him up to 46 now. He's just 2 behind Mason Foster. So the battle to 50 is getting very, very exciting here. And, oh, we have a car around. It's Art Hendren. He's going to get it back going. Art Hendren, the 21 car. Hendren, I guess he's not having as good as a run as he was at one point. He's in 23rd right now, but he was quietly having a good night. Here we come. Luke Turpin's coming down into the pits. Edwards is already in, and Turpin, this time, he still goes low, Doug, but I noticed this time he left about a car length between him and the wall.
Yeah, he's going to be playing it safe every time he enters pit road now. I don't think he's going to try any more of that side-by-side battling. I think he's just going to take it nice and easy. And if he loses a little bit of time, so be it. But he could lose so much more if he has another incident. And he missed his pit stall. Turpin missed his pit stall.
Yeah, and, at this point, Doug, I mean, even Superman gets flustered, right? At this point, you just have to imagine, like, he is just probably so frustrated with the situation, just probably not pleased at all. And he's just, you know, whenever you make that one mistake that really costs you, Doug, it just seems like you keep making them.
That is very true, and that looks like that's what's happening to Turpin here tonight. He's gotten very aggravated, and now he's just making mistakes. Hopefully while he's on pit road, he can take a minute, take a deep breath, get a drink of water, and oh my goodness, the 29 was on two wheels as he entered the infield there, right in front of currently first place Octavio Rondoletto.
And Rondoletto keeps stretching this another lap at a time. I'm doing the math in my head, and I don't see how that's going to benefit. It shouldn't make a difference, but we'll have to see if Rondoletto is maybe just trying something here. One thing that I am curious to see is Turpin still sits in the pits right now. That car's been in the pits for a minute. I'm starting to wonder if maybe they're making him take some required repairs. I almost think at this point they have to be, as the 454 hasn't left yet. Now it leaves. That was an extended pit stop. I'm going to be curious to see if he cycles through still in second after that. Nonetheless, though, Austin Edwards is about to leave the infield road course. He has a massive lead, pretty much the entire infield road course lead over Luke Turpin now.
Yeah, he's kind of running away with it unless Octavio Rondoletto has some strategy. Here he comes to pit road. He locks him up trying to get down to speed, and Rondoletto makes his first mistake of the night. We say he's had an excellent race tonight, but that was his first mistake. He's trying to get everything he can as they come to pit road. Austin Edwards will reassume the lead as he crosses the start-finish line, and we'll see just how big of a lead I'm currently showing a 48.5-second lead over Luke Turpin. I think Rondoletto wasn't that far behind. If he did not get penalized for that pit road entry, he might take second here. Jordan Babinger has been slowly working his way up. Now he is only 6 seconds behind Luke Turpin.
And here we go. Octavio's leaving the pits right now. Let's see where Turpin is. I think Rondoletto, it's going to be close. It's going to be really close, but I think Rondoletto is going to have the spot over Turpin. Let's see. Rondoletto is getting to the end of the pits right now, and Rondoletto is now leaving the pits. He's going to start getting up to speed. Luke Turpin's just getting to the quad oval. And yeah, it's not going to be by much, but Rondoletto is going to be ahead of Luke Turpin by about 4 or 5 seconds here. So Rondoletto is going to be up to second. Babinger's only about 6 seconds behind Luke Turpin, and yeah, so that's just how quickly things change here. Also, no, never mind. I was about to say it looks like Aiden McConaughey got passed by Matthew Bear, but that is not true. It looks as though Aiden McConaughey is still going to be in 5th. Bear is going to come into the pits. He's going to be 6th. But Edwards now with a massive lead here, and now the question isn't really about the battle for the win. If Edwards can do this mistake-free, he's probably got it. The question is, in my mind now at least, is that does Jordan Babinger have anything to catch Luke Turpin here?
And that's going to become a question of how much repairs and how much damage does Turpin have left. Can he, I mean, even with the damage he had, he was still running upper 124s. And I don't think Babinger finally got a lap in the 124s not too long ago. So he's picked up the pace, and it's possible Luke Turpin's going to be slower here. There's every possibility that Babinger's going to pull off a 3rd place finish here. He's just got to continue to be fast and consistent and safe. And Luke Turpin really cannot make any more mistakes here tonight.
I like Babinger's shot at finishing 3rd in this. He put down the 2nd fastest lap of the race not that long ago. That 48 car has gotten better as the night's gone along. Babinger, if I'll be honest, if there was a caution, he might have an outside shot at winning this, just with the speeds that I've seen that car been able to run as of late. But for him, unfortunately, it looks like the best he might be able to pull off is maybe 2nd. He's not honestly that far behind Octavio Rondoletto, but it looks like he certainly have a shot here at 3rd as Turpin's car is a little bit wounded, and Turpin's still turning some good laps out there, but that car just isn't what it once was. And you know the driver in the fire suit, the guy under the helmet right now, he's a little flustered right now. He's not feeling as good as he once was.
No, he's really not. You know he's got to be extremely frustrated. He had a great first place. He was up there battling for the lead the entire first half of the race. Then he makes the mistake going into pit road and damages the car. And then on the next pit stop, he misses his pit stall. And you know, it's really hard to make up that much of a gap once you've made one mistake. Especially, we talked about it earlier. If you're going to make a mistake, make it in the first half of the race. You still have a chance to come back. And he made it way late in the race. We've got 27 laps to go. I just don't think he can do anything with it. And right now, Octavio Rondoletto, he's up there 4 or 5 seconds ahead now.
So Rondoletto sitting good, although Luke Turpin put down a blistering lap that time by. He was faster than Rondoletto. Turpin, that car is still a speed. And what I'm noticing, Doug, is when it's on fresh tires, Turpin's still turning pretty much the same laps he was earlier. However, it's whenever that Turpin car, whenever the tires start to wear a little bit, it seems like it doesn't age very well now.
No, it's really not as fast as it was as the tires get older. It's easy to make a car, even with damage, make a car go fast on fresh tires. It feels really good. It feels like you got grip everywhere. You can make some moves, as we see right now. But you know, once the tires start wearing, any damage to the car really starts to show up. You can fight the wheel being a little bit cocked sideways or you know, 90 degrees off, but yeah, once the tires start to wear, it's a lot harder to do that. And I think that's what we're seeing here. Once the grip goes away, then we start seeing some problems. And it looks like, at least last time by, again, we'll have to watch when he crosses the start-finish line. He's looking extremely fast for the damage he took. I'm really quite impressed by that. And Octavio Rondoletto, he's not actually pushing. He's just running 125 flat. So Rondoletto really needs to pick up the pace.
That time by, Rondoletto was a little bit quicker. So Rondoletto back on the go pedal. He got a little bit of a quicker lap that time. Let's see how Babinger does this time by the flag stand. Yeah, Babinger definitely a good bit slower than Turpin that time by the start-finish line. So those three guys have kind of equaled out here. We got McConaughey in 5th, in case you were wondering who was in 5th place. McConaughey's probably going to go a lap down in not too long, though. And then 6th place is Matthew Bear. 7th place, we actually have a good battle going on here for 7th, Doug. We have Tyler Jalbert and Rafael Sempruch. Those two guys right on top of each other for 7th and 8th. And these are two guys, completely different breeds here, racing for 7th position. We have Sempruch, the road course, a guy that's been doing sim racing since the 80s. Very clean, very precise. Every move is very detailed and made with great effort. And then you have Tyler Jalbert, who has the nickname The Weapon, and it's because he likes to use his car as a weapon. So you kind of have like the two guys on the opposite ends of the spectrum here, but this is a really good battle for 7th here in the closing stages of this race.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see. You know that Raphael's had to race with guys like The Weapon before. There's no way around it. But still, at the end of the day, he's not, because he does mostly road racing, and because he is European kind of, he's German, he's used to guys not using their cars as a weapon, and he's going to have to be prepared for Jalbert to possibly do it. If he gets to the inside, he's going to use that car to block, and let's hope he's had enough practice racing against guys like that to he's got just a little bit more time into sim racing than me, so he's definitely had some experience with it. We'll see how it plays out between these two. It's definitely going to be very interesting.
Yeah, I forget the simulator. He was telling me and Aaron about it when we first met him back probably like in July of last year. Like he had like literally the first simulator they ever made. Like literally the first it's hard to even call it a simulator because I'm sure if like you tried it now you'd be like, oh my god. But he's been at it that long, and you know it's kind of cool just to think about the evolution of sim racing, because obviously we all do this because it's a big hobby of ours. We all love racing in some way, shape, or form or another. It's cool to see a guy like Rafael, who's like obviously now I believe he's in his 50s, I want to say. Sorry Rafael if you're younger or older than that, but I believe that's what I remember you being your age. It's cool to see a guy like that though, who's been into this his whole life, and he's got to see it go from what it was in the 80s, probably those pixelated, terrible game that you couldn't even tell what track you were on, to what it is today. I'm sure for a guy like him, it is probably really easy to appreciate what iRacing is as he takes 7th position away from Tyler Jalbert.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I was doing this back in the mid-90s, and Yeah, it's come so far in that short
Oh,
time.
the weapon turns him! The weapon gets into his bumper. Sempruch is going to recover. He's going to stay in front of Jalbert, and Jalbert is going to get loose. Now Sempruch will get a gap between him and the weapon, but Tyler Jalbert absolutely just turned the 74 there for a quick moment.
Wow, that's really not a big surprise from Jalbert, but great save by Raphael. And as he gets back out on the oval, that's going to allow Tyler to get a little bit of a draft. We'll see if he gets back up to him, and we'll determine if that was intentional or accidental here. But this is going to heat up just a little bit, and I do believe Matt Bear is now on the same lap in 6th place, so we'll have to see. He has gone a lap down. He's just over a minute ahead of Raphael. So we'll see if Raphael can close that gap. He's been running some extremely fast laps, except for that last lap when he was sideways.
Yeah, now let's see what happens here. Heading down into turn 3, Jalbert's going to peek to the outside, and nothing there for Jalbert. He's going to cut it back in. If I was Jalbert, I probably wouldn't hit the 74 again, but I think he's probably going to. The 74 of Sempruch will keep in front of him. So in the race to 50 incidents, by the way, here's how it's going. Foster hasn't gotten any more. He's still at 48. Stoddard, he's still at 46. He hasn't gotten any more. This is where it's getting interesting, Doug. Kenny Tripp's up to 44, and Kendrick Cryer, who only had 40, he's up to 48 now. So Cryer and Foster now both tied at 48, sitting on the outside of 50 incidents. Oh, 49 now for Cryer. He just went off.
So there you have it. Quite a bit of a shakeup, and I figured it out. It's WEC Le Mans. That was the first true simulator.
WEC Le Mans. What did it come out in? Probably like 87, 88?
86.
80. Wow. Yep, I believe that's it. I remember Sempruch saying that. And oh, Cryer went off again. He just went off again. Kendrick Cryer is the first one to 50 incidents. And Doug, that was my guess. I'm happy that I knew that Kendrick was going to suck the most there.
Well, that is an interesting thing, but yep, he hits 50 first, and it was definitely a close battle for that one.
It certainly was. And Kendrick, you're one of the kids I know. I can tell that you suck and you won't take it too personally. So please, all the people out there with the Me Too movement and whatnot, don't be canceling me now. I'm probably going to get canceled for saying that one right there. We're on lap 128. Austin Edwards is the leader. He's 42 seconds out of Octavio Rondoletto. Third, Luke Turpin, about a good 6 seconds behind Rondoletto. Well, we'll see what it is this time by the flag stand. And, yeah, it stays at about 6 seconds. The best battle really was between Jalbert and Sempruch, but Sempruch is putting a gap between them, the two of those guys right now. So we're going to look back and see if maybe we can find another battle, and I see a bunch of race cars, but no one's really battling for position. And, you know, for Kendrick Cryer, despite having the 50 incidents, Doug, he's sitting in 11th, not that far behind 10th somehow.
Yeah, I mean, he's had some problems, but he's still been running some really fast laps. I think his fastest lap's about a 125.5, so, you know, he's not, I mean, the leaders are obviously a second faster, but for the group that he's been running with and the guys he's been passing, he's been a bit faster. Heather Patrick right behind him in 12th has been his fastest lap has been a 126. So, you know, a lot of these guys he's around, he's faster than him. Just the mistakes are what's killing him tonight. I think he could have been a top 10, maybe further up car if it hadn't been for the incidents.
If he would have took more practice into staying on the track than trying to put down hot laps, he probably could have been a top 5 car, and that's no joke. Like, I mean, you don't run in 11th without having speed, with having as many incidents as that kid has had tonight. And what's crazy here, Doug, is that with his speed, I think if he can just stop going off so much here, he might get a top 10. Like, Blake Wynn is not that far in front of him, and 9th place isn't that far in front of him either. It's really not out of the question that he gets 9th with what is probably, I mean, it's been a tough night to be Derek Colson. I'll tell you what, so the way XCAL works, you get charged a dime for every incident point you get. So a 1X costs you 10 cents. For Derek Colson's team tonight, which they didn't have the 51 car on the field, Chase Johnson wasn't here, but they have Kendrick Cryer and Derek Colson. Kendrick has had 55 incidents now, which that's $5.50, and Derek has had 39 incidents, so that's $3.90. They're sitting at about almost $10 in incidents right now over at the Dive Bomb Racing team.
And Ryan Soper, his night continues to go bad as the 15 gets into the 84 as they're coming through the infield. The 84 is already torn up and looks like he was just a lot slower going through the corner. The 15 just got to him and really ran out of room, and it was just kind of an unavoidable situation. They were 2 and 3 wide, not really battling for a lot of positions there, but yeah.
Yeah, what was looking like a promising night for Pud has well, gone south, I guess. Austin Edwards now continuing to show the way around the speedway, and 2 stops from this point, Doug, you're good to go. If you're Edwards, you just need to get in and out of the pits cleanly. You know a caution isn't coming unless something just catastrophic happens. If I'm Edwards right now, I'm not pushing the car too hard, which I don't think he is. He's running 126s right now, which is slower than he'd been running at this stage for most of the race. I say that, he gets pretty loose on entry. But if you're Austin Edwards, put it in cruise control right now. There is absolutely no reason to push this thing because you are not losing this race unless you make the mistakes, as here he comes for his second to last pit stop.
Yeah, I was wondering if he would try and stay out and stretch it, but there's really no reason for him to. He knows everybody behind him's got a pit just as many times as him. The only one that might have put himself in a strategy to only pit one more time is Rondeletto, and I don't think he's that many. I think he's 2, maybe 3 laps past Austin Edwards when he needs to pit, so it's not going to be a huge game changer type situation for him. But yeah, everybody else has to pit 2 more times as well. There's no reason for him to push it. I was watching his last couple laps. He was running 126s consistently, so I think it's just a strategy move now. Octavio's going to have a difficult time catching him anyway. There's no reason to push it, and then he doesn't have to fight as much lap traffic.
So Edwards comes down. 4 tires is going on that car for the second to last time. I see his wheelman is rolling in the window right now, handing him a bottle of water, saying, "Come on, baby, just bring it home." Edwards hoping to get 20 more good laps out of that 66 car. And he's looking to tie Luke Turpin for most wins. Luke Turpin has 3, Edwards has 2 on the season. And this is the 11th race of the season. Edwards looking to get his 3rd win of the year. It's so funny, Doug. We went the first 7 races of the year without a repeat winner. And now we're going to have 2 guys with 3 each.
Yeah, and we were talking about it as those races came on, and those 2 guys just started laying down win after win after win after win. I mean, they've got, what, 5 combined now? That's after all the races early in the season with individual winners, different winners every time, and then these 2 guys have just really turned it up. It's rather impressive that both of them have been this consistent, and they've battled each other. And like we mentioned earlier, they're extremely respectful of each other when they're on track. They can race side by side and never touch.
So Turpin has come into the pits from 3rd. That car is getting fully serviced, 4 tires and a full tank of gas for his second to last pit stop, and he is gone and away as Turpin. You know, it's hard to be disappointed with a 3rd place finish, and this race isn't over. There's no guarantee he doesn't finish better or worse. Right now, though, it's looking pretty 3rd place for Luke Turpin, though, and it's pretty hard to be disappointed with a 3rd place finish, Doug. But when you know you were in the position that Luke was in, and just you know that you have no one to blame but yourself, I know as a driver who's been there before, it's a really tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, we've all made a mistake like that, or and it doesn't matter, rookies or veterans, these mistakes just happen from time to time. You're in the heat of the moment, you're just trying to get everything you can out of it. You push a little too hard, and then, as we talked about, one mistake breeds another. So it looks like Luke Turpin has actually recovered fairly well after the missed pit stop. He's back out there. He hasn't made any more real mistakes, so hopefully he can at least get out there, still have a great finish. It doesn't look like Jordan Babinger has been able to close up on him, so I think he's got 3rd pretty well locked up.
He does. As Rondeletto gets off the pits, Turpin has the gap grows between him and Rondeletto this time. So for Turpin, it's going to be a tough road to try to get 2nd, but nonetheless, I'm sure he'll still take a podium. Great points day, and one thing it is worth mentioning here, Doug, too, is that Luke Turpin, he came into this race 2nd in points, very tight on John Schwartz. Schwartz is going to finish dead last in this race. He finished 36th. He blew his motor on lap number 3, and it's going to be Turpin. Even with a 3rd place finish, he's going to take over the points lead. Not only take over the points lead, but he's going to put some distance between himself and Schwartz.
Definitely, and it'll be interesting to see how much of a gap he puts in there, and see how the entire landscape of the points might change after tonight. We'll have to wait and see how things pan out. But as they run, yeah, a huge points night for Turpin, for Austin Edwards, and for Rondoletto.
Yeah, Rondoletto, big night too. This might put Rondoletto up to second in points. Schwartz had such a bad night that it's going to be close. I will be curious to see how that ends up playing out. Schwartz, he is going to need to come back next week at South Boston, though, with vengeance on his mind. And Doug, actually, next week for South Boston, I'm going to go out there and race. I'm going to be racing my 00 car, and you are going to be joined by Marty Zakala, the voice for the Brockport Eagles in Division III NCAA football.
Oh, well, that'll be a lot of fun.
Yes, it will. As I don't know if you kept up with the XCAL chat much, Doug, but I'll be racing in 6 races the rest of this season. And in those races, you'll be joined by my good friend Marty. I'm sure you and all our friends out there listening will enjoy Marty. He's a fantastic commentator. He actually races XCAL in his free time. That's how this whole deal came about. I know him in real life from my work I've done with the Batavia Muck Dogs, and I think that him doing the voice of XCAL racing for those 6 races is going to be really fun, and it's going to be something different that everyone's going to enjoy.
Oh yeah, that's wait a minute. Mike Stoddard may have just crossed the 50 line.
Let me check. Stoddard is at 48 now, but Mason Foster has crossed the 50 line. He is now at 50 incidents. And Kendrick Cryer, you could watch his incident tracker, and it just keeps going up. He's up to 58 now. I watched it flip from 57 to 58. He is paying XCAL Racing some good money today.
And I do believe a lot of that goes back into the prize pool. So even if Kendrick Cryer is one that's always up there battling on the ovals, so he might get to reclaim some of that next week at South Boston if Petey doesn't.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I like South, but I have one career XCAL win in 2014, and it came at South Boston. And in official, I've won over 150 races at South Boston. It's probably my favorite track, so that's why I've made sure that's the race that I'm going to run. But there's a lot of good guys in here. It's going to be tough to beat the likes of Edwards and Turpin. We're going to see what we got for these boys. Cryer's now coming into the pits. That car is slowing. I think he's lost the motor in that machine. I think finally those 58 incidents were too much for the 15 car.
Yeah, it does look, he's got quite a bit of damage. I can't tell, it doesn't look like he's got a hood on anymore.
Yeah, he must have hit something really hard.
Yeah, he was coasting into his pit stall, so we'll have to wait and see. But I don't think it's going to end well for Kendrick Cryer, and that's too bad. He was picking up, he was in the top 15 tonight, having a decent run despite the incident. So trying to look and see if he had another incident. I'm not seeing any off tracks or accidents for him in the last few laps. So he might have just had, as you mentioned, so many incidents, so many problems, and hit so many things that the engine finally just said it had had enough.
Yeah, that car was very slow when it came into the pits. He was racing near the top 10 when it happened. I think he was in 13th. And yeah, he's in the pits now, and that's going to be a tough end to the night for Kendrick Cryer, as Austin Edwards continues to lead. Just over 15 laps to go, about 15 and a half here for Edwards. Rondoletto is in second, 40 seconds back. Third is Luke Turpin, 50 seconds back. Fourth is Jordan Babinger, about a minute back. At about a minute and 20 seconds behind our leader is Aiden McConaughey, as those are the 5 cars on the lead lap. McConaughey, it's going to be close if he ends up going a lap down or not. I think he probably will end up getting lapped before this thing's over, and we'll probably end up with 4 cars on the lead lap. And then 6th, you have Matthew Baird, just 1 lap down. 7th, 2 laps down is Rafael Sempruch. 8th, 2 laps down is Tyler Jalbert. 9th, 3 laps down, having a really good run right now, is Greg Holes. And 10th, I want to give a big shout out to this guy, Jeff Edgar. I have not said Jeff Edgar's name all night, but I've seen him quietly just running up near that top 20. And here late in the going, that 7 car, it doesn't look like it has a scratch on it. He finds himself in 10th position right now, racing with Brandon Varney.
Yeah, he's having a great run. Brandon Varney right there. I don't think Brandon has anything for him, though. He's been extremely fast. Their lap times interesting. Edgar was a little bit slower getting through the last lap. We'll see how he does coming down to the line here. But, yeah, he's picked up quite a few spots. He started at 21st up to 10th, quietly making a top 10 run here tonight, starting to open up that lead. I don't think he's 21 seconds behind Greg Hull, so he's probably not going to catch up there. But even still, just a great run out of that car.
It really is, and that was a guy who needed a good day. I'm knocking on wood because we're not to the finish line yet. He's still in a battle for 10th right now, Brandon Varney. But for the Edgar 7 team, is they get, I'm not going to lie, he got outdrove by a lot there in a turn 1 by Varney. That might be where Varney's making up his time. The Edgar 7 team, though, even if they finish 11th or 12th or 13th, still a much-needed good run for the 7 cars. Here we go. The 25 car gets underneath him. Varney's going to take 10th position back. And now this is where the last pit stop is kind of crucial. You know, it might not be that relevant for the leaders. Edwards just needs to get in and off cleanly. Nothing too exciting. For these guys racing for these 10th positions in spots like this last pit stop, it is everything. They are going to be sending it in there and taking chances.
Yeah, and it's not just going to be them. If you've been paying attention, the last few laps, Luke Turpin has closed the gap. After that last pit stop, Octavio Rondoletto had 9 seconds on Luke Turpin. It's down to 4.5. So Luke Turpin can...
Octavio, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Doug, but Octavio ran a really off lap last time by. Like, he was about 6 seconds off the pace. I have to imagine the 77 got involved in some sort of an incident.
He did, going into turn 1. I just found it. Him and the 53 car got together on the entrance to turn 1, and then the 53 turned back to the right and just nailed the 77 car. That was a bit insane.
Yeah, those are cars that do not. I'll tell you what, the mainly asphalt guys and Octavio Rondoletto, they are not friends. Those guys do not get along with each other. And yep, Tyler Batchelder was black flagged for that by XCAL, which XCAL, that's the first black flag they've handed out all night, Doug. They aren't big on handing out black flags of the road cars. Of course, it's more of a boys have at it type deal. So if they're giving out that black flag, the officials must have really felt like that was egregious by Batchelder.
Yeah, and now that Octavio has gotten clear of that battle, Luke Turpin has lost some of that. He was down to 3.5 seconds briefly, but Octavio has started to open that gap back up. It's back up to 5.5 seconds now, so I don't think it's going to take a miracle. Luke Turpin's going to have a perfect stop. Octavio's going to have a really bad stop for it to work, but yeah, I had a little hope for Turpin to pick up a second-place finish here tonight. I don't think it's going to happen. I think Octavio's pretty much got this one in the bag, and Austin Edwards, unless something very strange happens, I think the top 5 are pretty well locked.
It's looking like it's not going to change unless something happens. We have a new driver that just crossed the 50 threshold, Mike Stoddard. He just hit the 50 number, so 3 guys in the 50s, Mason Foster, Kendrick Cryer, and Mike Stoddard. And the only other guy that's looking like they might join that club is Kenny Tripp. Brandon Varney's 10 away. So it's looking... Or actually, I didn't even realize this, Doug, but Luke Turpin has 45 incidents. I wasn't even really looking at him. Turpin, though, it has not been a clean night for the 454 car. I mean, it didn't feel like he wasn't having a clean night, but it has not been that clean.
I'm really surprised by that. I haven't seen him do a bunch of off tracks. Obviously, him and Austin were racing side by side, but there wasn't a whole lot of door banging or beating on each other. And still, and Tyler Batchelder's off again.
Yeah, Tyler Batchelder, things are not going that well for the 53 car. And this time by, 12 laps to go for Austin Edwards, 12 more to go. You got to think he probably won't pit this time, but if he can make it another lap, he is in his window. And now for Austin Edwards, you have one last hurdle to climb, and you're sitting pretty. And to be honest with you, Doug, even if, I mean, you wouldn't want it to happen. But if you're Edwards, even if you just somehow make a terrible mistake here and speed through the pits, I think he could still come serve that stop and go before Octavio would make up the 44 seconds on him. Like, Edwards really just needs to not be terrible. He can be anything but terrible, and he has this race in his pocket.
Yeah, and you can tell he's not he's still running 126s. He's consistently just backed out of it. Octavio is definitely sending it. He's running some of his faster laps, 120. I mean, he's been in the 124s, but he's been in the. He right now is running mid to low 125s. He's gaining a little ground, but it's unless Edwards makes a huge mistake, and even if he does make a speeding penalty or something along those lines, the only thing that could kill him at this point would be a speeding on pit exit. Then he would have to come back through pit road, and that would be the thing that got him. So he's going to have to be, but he's in that first pit stall. I don't think it matters. I don't think he could get a speeding penalty.
No, he would. It just wouldn't happen, and he's not going to do it. I'm knocking on wood for him, but I mean, it's just, I doubt it. This time by 11 laps to go for Edwards. Next time by 10 to go. And Doug, I'm thinking this is probably the lap we'll see Edwards come down. I think he's near the end of his fuel window. We could probably make it one more, but this is enough gas to make it to the end and have enough gas for your burnout.
Yeah, and the burnout being the most important part of this deal too. He's definitely got it locked up. We saw it earlier in the race. He stretched that that he could go 12 laps easily on the fuel. He's been taking it easy on this run, so he could probably even go one more lap, but there's no reason to. That would be that huge mistake he'd make. So he's going to have to stop this time, get everything right. Just be patient. He doesn't have to force it on. We've seen him dive it onto pit road a couple times tonight. Doesn't even have to do that. Just take it easy, nice and easy pit entry. 4 tires, full tank of fuel, and take off. Continue doing what he's been doing the last couple of after the last couple of pit stops.
And for Edwards this time by, he gets off the road course. Let's see if he dives down. I don't think he's coming down this time. I think he's going to go one more lap, and it's okay because I really think he has it. I think that he has this, like, he might have 2 in there. He might have 2 more laps, but he definitely has 1, and he's going to go one more lap, so it looks like we're going to see Edwards come down with 9 to go. He's really just putting this off as long as he can.
I'm really actually surprised by that move. If I were in his shoes, I would have came this time. However, you know, he's got the 29 of Aiden McConaughey right beside him, and he's going to pass him and put Aiden a lap down. That leaves 4 cars on the lead lap, so it could be a strategy play here. It's really hard to say, but me personally, I wouldn't have risked it, but great job. Let's hope he can, like you said, I'm pretty sure he can make it, but still kind of a risky move there.
It definitely was a little bit against the grain, but Edwards feeling like it's a move that he can afford to make. So Edwards stays out on the racetrack here with 10 laps to go, and he has a huge lead over the field. He simply just needs to get in and out of the pits here. Welcome, my friend, to the Trying Incorporated 342, brought to you by Trying Inc. Call them. They're the cooler crew. You can look them up on Google at Trying Inc. Just to spell that out for you in case you're unsure of how to spell Trying Inc. I suppose that, like, it is, it's kind of spelled weird. It's Trieinc, Trying Inc. And they will do all your walk-in cooler needs. Thank you to them for sponsoring today's event. As here we go, Edwards is going to come down in the pits. McConaughey from 4th is going to follow. I imagine this time by, you'll see everyone that hasn't already pit come down. Luke Turpin is already in the pits right now, getting that car serviced. And here we go, the penultimate moment of the race. Edwards made it into the pits with no issues. He wasn't even close to speeding on entry. McConaughey is going to slide into line behind him, and Edwards just needs to make it cleanly into his stall without speeding, and Edwards will be sitting pretty to make it to the finish of this one as he makes it into his stall problem-free.
Yeah, and you could tell he was not even pushing it this time onto pit road. You didn't see the nosedive. He did not have to get hard on the brakes. He took it very easy in. He let Rondoletto gain a second or 2 there, but it really doesn't matter. I mean, he's got 2/3 of a lap on him, so Rondoletto now on pit road as well. Once Austin Edwards comes back out, he's just got to coast from here, and he's got this thing wrapped up. And just an interesting thing about Tri-Inc. Incorporated, a question that hasn't come up, but has anybody checked their walk-in coolers for Higgins?
You know what? That's a really good point. I'll make sure I send the XCAL task force out that way. Is Edwards leaves the pits, Doug. He is riding so close to the inside wall, and I don't think there's a kick out down there, but just after what happened to Turpin, man, if I was Edwards, I would not be doing that.
I actually believe there is a kick out on the exit of turn 2. a little ways further down from where he came out, but yeah, he was right behind Turpin when that happened. You got to think he would have thought of that, but we mentioned it earlier in the race. It's getting late. They've been out there for several hours now. They're all exhausted, probably just not thinking about it. And right now is the point where he's really got to refocus, get his mind back in this, and make sure he doesn't make any mistakes. But 8 laps to go, just a little bit longer. He's got to hold on to it.
So everyone remerges. Octavio Rondoletto did get out back in second. He's in front of Luke Turpin. So Turpin will be in third. And yeah, that's how it is cycling out right now. So right now your top 3 as they run: Austin Edwards, Octavio Rondoletto, Luke Turpin, Jordan Babinger's in fourth. Fifth is Aiden McConaughey. Sixth is Matthew Barris. He comes down to the pits this time by. Rafael Semprich just came into the pits. He sits in seventh. In eighth is going to be Tyler Jalbert, and this is going to be real close. Let's see how things cycle out here. As Semprich car gets serviced, Jalbert, he is entering turn 3 of the oval, turn 9, technically for the road course. Semprich gets that car fueled. He gets out of the pit. Semprich is going to be ahead of Jalbert. So Semprich is going to be 7th. 8th is going to be Jalbert. Up to 9th now is Brandon Varney with a good run. And, well, sitting in the pits right now would have been 10th. Would have been Blake Wynn, but actually Greg Holes, he's going to shuffle through to 10th this time by. And Holes still, I think, needs to make one more. Holes, he's been playing the fuel game all night. It's going to be really close here, Jeff, but he sits in 10th. Or, I'm sorry, not Jeff. I was looking at Jeff Edgar's name. Your name is Doug.
I've been called worse. Here's an interesting change in the timing. Luke Turpin managed to gain quite a bit on that pit stop. He is now back within 4.5 seconds of Rondoletto. I don't think it's going to matter at this point, although he's gained a half a second on this lap. But Octavio, it's obvious Austin Edwards took it very easy on pit road. Octavio did not, and Octavio gained almost 10 seconds on that pit stop. But again, 38 seconds behind, 8 laps to go, coming to 7 laps to go now for Austin Edwards. It would take a miracle for Octavio to catch up, but still a great, after starting in 30th to come up and finish 2nd, that is a great night.
And right now, in first place, Edwards, we talked about having the great night. We are 2 laps away now from where there will be no more cautions in this race. There is only there's 2 cautions. The competition one at halfway and the one on the first lap of the race for all the pileups. But Edwards, it's unlikely we would see one. Like I said earlier, it's probably like less than half a percentage. We've only ever had 1 caution in the history of XCAL racing on a road course, and it was the one on lap 1 of this race. But for Edwards here, he just needs to make it 2 more laps to guarantee there will be no more cautions in this thing. So when we get to 5 to go, XCAL Racing won't throw the caution out for anything. So Edwards, he is just tiptoeing around this road course right now. Like Doug said, there is no reason for this car to press the issue that much. As a car went off in front of him, there's a car off the course, and that was Mike Stoddard, who is running in 19th, which is okay, all things considered. But that car has struggled tonight with a 56 incident so far.
Yeah, he's had a rough one tonight, and it is interesting. And Austin Edwards does not have to push it at all. His last lap was a 124.8, so he's obviously, we've seen him be really fast on those fresh tires. I'm really surprised he's pushing quite that hard, but hey, you know, he's got that big lead. Even if he has a little bit of an off, he can still recover from it, as long as he's not involved in anything too big. 6 laps to go.
We actually saw him win the XCAL truck race earlier, which, if you didn't know, XCAL is a truck racing league that runs their races about 2 hours before the street stock. They're usually shorter races and more of just like a sprint type of event, but it is a full series of points and whatnot. Edwards ran that series as well, and he actually won that truck race, and he spun with about 10 laps to go with a 40-second lead, but he still managed to win by quite a lot because he had such a big lead. And it's kind of the same situation here. He has a huge lead. If he were to spin, as long as he didn't nail anything, he'd probably be okay.
Oh, yeah, definitely. In fact, he actually put another second on Rondoletto that time by. Now the gap is 38 seconds. Luke Turpin is maintaining and has actually gained a little bit. He's right at 4 seconds behind Octavio. But from the looks of it, with just 6 laps to go, coming down to 5 laps to go now, looks like everybody in the top 5 is pretty well set where they're going to be. Raphael is currently back in 7th. I thought he might have a chance at Matthew Bear earlier on, but the pit stops have not been that kind to him, and he's not gained a lot of time there. He is still running some extremely fast laps too. Tyler Gelbert currently up to 8th. Greg Holes now up to 9th. We've seen Greg pulling that fuel strategy all night, so I'm pretty sure he can make it to the end with 5 laps to go. He's been out there longer than anybody else, though. We'll see how that plays out. And he's actually a little bit faster than Gelbert right now, but too far behind to pick up another position.
Yeah, and as the starter showed Edward 5 laps to go, that means there are 5 to go and no more cautions in this thing. So no matter what, this thing is caution-free to the end. And just looking to see if there's anyone new to the 50 Incident Club. No, Kenny Tripp is still sitting right on the outside with 48. I don't think we'll see him join the 50 Incident Club, though. Still, great run with just 1 incident, Jose Gaudino. And actually, Gaudino, and not counting John Schwartz because he only ran 2 laps in this race, Gaudino is the only one of 2 cars with single-digit incident points. He has 1, and Caleb Tremaine has 8. Every single other car in this race at least has 10.
Interesting that those 2 are running 15th and 16th right now as well. Both of them have had really good nights. Caleb started back in 34th. He's up to 16th. Jose Gaudino has started in 22nd, and he's up to 15th. So these guys have both had fairly decent runs. Just looking through the list, another big mover tonight is the 81 of Blake Wynn. He started back in 24th. He's up to 11th. Obviously the biggest mover so far tonight, Octavio Rondoletto, but a couple of guys, Mike Stoddard. We talked about how many incidents he's had. He started in 36th. He's up to 18th, so he's made his way halfway through the field tonight, and that's, given the way his night has gone, that is still an impressive run for that man.
No doubt about it, and very, very impressive to see that he was able to recover from his incidents and be able to run so decently. What's interesting to me here, though, is that, Doug, we really haven't had a ton of big movers, per se. You know, like, we obviously had Rondoletto. He's the big one. And like you said, Wynn kind of picked up a nice bit of spots, as has Caleb Tremaine and Mike Stoddard. But for the most part, the guys that started near the front, all the cars that qualified in the top 5, Doug, the guys that started 1st through 5th, they're all running in the top 6 right now.
Yeah, and the one that really surprises me, we talked to him before the race, Raphael. I really expected to see him to be a real force to be reckoned with. I mean, he's still up in 7th. He's still got a top 10 run going here. And, you know, I really just expected quite a bit more out of him. He's one that's very good on the road courses. He obviously does a lot of endurance racing. He knows his way around a road course. And despite the fact that this isn't a GT car like he used to usually be racing in, he's still doing an amazing job. But I really kind of expected him to be a lot further up. I think he got caught up in a couple of things earlier in the race, things he couldn't avoid. But, yeah, just kind of a surprise by that one.
No doubt about it. This is a race that certainly had lots of twists and turns in it. But there was always 2 guys that you knew one of them was going to win, it felt like. Luke Turpin and Austin Edwards. Those 2 guys were battling for the win all night long. And in a race that was 150 laps, 342 miles, truly the difference in this race, Doug, when you have to look back to the moment that made this race, it was Luke Turpin misjudging the inside wall. And I feel like I'm beating a dead horse by continuously bringing it up. But just, here's Edwards exits the infield road course this time by. He's going to see popsicle sticks when he gets to the flag stand. There will be just 2 laps to go. And when we look back on this race, Austin Edwards was very fast all night. He obviously won the pole. He's a deserving winner of this race. But the thing that I'm going to remember is the mistake that Luke Turpin made when it felt to me like Turpin was just a smidgen better than Edwards tonight.
Yeah, I really think Austin Edwards had the advantage on the longer runs, and I think we've talked about it. Had they had longer fuel runs, I think Austin Edwards would have been a much more dominant driver. But Luke Turpin in those first 5 laps, he was just so much faster. especially through the infield. He'd sometimes open up a gap, and then Austin would close back up to him on the oval, but Turpin was definitely faster on the twists and turns there. It just wasn't his night. That was a bad piece of luck, and I know, even getting a top 3, he still gets a podium finish. He had a great recovery, but definitely a heartbreaker for Turpin.
No doubt about it. It's going to be one that I'm sure he's going to have to sit around and think about all week. And I bet you that come South Boston, Luke Turpin's going to come thinking about picking up a victory. He is going to come to play for South Boston. So Edwards, as we focus on our leader, is a 2-time winner this year. He's looking to make it 3. He comes off the final corner of the road course for the second to last time, and he will bring it around that big Texas oval as Edwards, looking to become just the second 3-time winner this year. We've only had 2 multiple race winners. Luke Turpin has 3. Edwards has 2 up to this point. He is looking to join Turpin with 3 as he brings it up off turn 10. This time by the starter has the white flag in his hand. 1 more lap to go for Austin Edwards. This last lap presented to you by Triene for all your walk-in cooler needs. And the K2 Sauce number 66 car, for the last time, he will come down towards treacherous turn number 3, which saw a lot of action all night for sure. Turn 3 was definitely the trouble corner we knew it could be. Edwards follows his teammate Mason Foster, who has a little bit of a moment in front of him, and Edwards gets through turn 3 without much of an issue. He drives the car down towards turn number 4, another tight corner. Edwards, though, drives it right on the curb, and he is just running right behind his teammate Mason Foster in those K2 Sauce cars. Edwards now will bring it down towards the little dogleg section, I guess you could call it, or the S's, whatever you want to call that, and down towards the next hairpin turn. I believe this is turn number 7. Edwards gets it through 7 without much of an issue. His teammate continues to struggle in front of him, but it doesn't bother Austin Edwards at all. They come down into turn number 8, and for the last time, Austin Edwards is going to exit back onto the oval. The 66 car brings it up on the track, and Austin Edwards, for the 3rd time this year, he's going to use the draft of his teammate, and he is going to join Luke Turpin as a 3-time winner. Superman slipped up, and the kid was there to take advantage. Here he comes off turn 10, checkered flag in the air. Austin Edwards wins from the Texas road course, his 3rd win of the season. Second place is, well, 40 seconds back, so we can't really call it official yet, but Octavio Rondoletto in a mess of lap traffic, and one of those lap cars is Luke Turpin's teammate. That is worth noting. Rondoletto gets up off the last corner of the road course. He gets back onto the track. Turpin's teammate goes to the inside of Rondoletto. Let's see if anything happens here. No, Rondoletto cuts his nose off. Rondoletto is going to be okay. Rondoletto is going to finish 2nd. 3rd is going to be Luke Turpin. 4th is going to end up being Jordan Babinger, and 5th will be Aiden McConaughey, 6th Matthew Bear, 7th Raphael Sempruch, 8th Tyler Jalbert, 9th Greg Holes, and rounding out our top 10 tonight will be Brandon Varney.
Yeah, and that was a heck of a run by Greg Holtz. I mean, he stretched the fuel, the tires, the everything to its absolute limit tonight. So, great job by him. And Raphael, we talked about him being the road racing ace here. Comes home 7th, but great job by Austin Edwards. And it's worth being said. We've talked about the incident with Turpin, but he recovered that very, very well, and he managed to hold on to a podium finish.
He did, Doug, and as we are going to catch words with all of our top 3 finishers, Doug, I'm going to send you down on pit road to talk to Luke Turpin while I try to figure out what Octavio is doing.
Hey, Luke, this is Doug in the booth. You got me?
Yeah, Doug. How you doing, man?
Hey, man, congratulations. A podium finish, but I know you've got to have a little bit of a heartbreak after hitting the kick out going to pit road.
Yeah, that was quite crazy there. I've probably come on the pit road, I don't know, 50 times, and heck, I never even noticed it there, to be honest with you. And, yeah, kind of probably threw that one away. After I hit that, I was actually surprised I could finish the race in general. I was down about 4 miles an hour on the straights, and obviously the left front was torn off a bit, but we made the most of it.
And you still pulled off a 3rd place finish, which is nothing to sneeze at. A couple of times it looked like you might even catch up to Rondoletto, but it wasn't to be. But still, congratulations on a great finish. Before we let you go, is there any sponsor, teammates, owner you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank Aaron, like always, for putting this show on. I'd like to thank my teammates, Matt and Greg, for put in the hard work. I want to thank everybody that stayed for the whole race. You know, that was quite a long race there. So
And looks like we might have lost Turpin's radio there for a moment. Have you caught up to Octavio yet, Petey?
Oh, yep, Doug, I have. Sorry, as my microphone, I dropped it a couple times there, but I'm down here on pit road with our second place finisher tonight, Octavio Rondoletto. And Octavio, after starting deep in the field, you were able to make your way up to the front and get a second place finish. How was it out there tonight, just making your way through all those cars?
Oh, I'm tired. The race was so long, but I did a great job. I think was hard, but I could do it. And I really enjoyed the race, fighting with all people.
All right. Well, Octavio, before I let you go celebrate a great run with your team, who do you got to thank on that 77 car?
I want to say thanks to all the team and to the 53 in special.
All right, well, that's Octavio Rondoletto, the driver of number 77, giving a shout-out there to Tyler Batchelder with issues tonight. And now, working today down to Victory Lane, we are here with Austin Edwards, driver of the number 66. And Austin, you've won 2 races this season already, but those were both on short tracks. Today, you do it on the road course. Tell us, coming into this race, did you look at this as a race that you thought you really would have a good chance of winning? Did you, I guess what I'm asking you is, did you look at yourself as maybe a road course ace?
Yeah, you know, I've always been pretty stout on the road courses, so I was really looking forward to this race, being one of the only ones on the schedule. But it was really good in qualifying heat races. I was able to put it onto the pole. But in the race, it was just clear to me that Luke Turpin had all the speed in the world. I don't know if I messed up on the chassis setup or what, but in that first half of the race, I had just enough speed to try and keep up with him, got to battle with him a little bit, a lot of fun. But what really made my day was the mistake he made trying to come to pit road about halfway through the race. That setting him back. And
that, Austin, what was going through your mind in that moment when, because Luke hit that little kick out on the wall by getting too close to it, and you've raced with Luke enough races now where you probably understand it's very rare that man makes a mistake. So what was your thoughts when you saw him make that such a rare mistake?
It was a breath of relief, to be honest with you, because me and him were playing a lot of fuel strategies, debating whether to take the just barely enough fuel or max fuel or tires, no tires, trying to get to pit road, neck and neck every single time. It was a lot of thinking going along with racing on the racetrack. So when he made that mistake, as much as it was unfortunate to see his race kind of over, it was a big breath of relief for me, so I could kind of cruise to the finish.
All right, well, very good victory there for you. Your 3rd of the season, Austin. Now, looking forward on the schedule. Next week, we head to South Boston, and I know you're a guy that likes those small little tracks. South Boston is about as short track gets. How much are you looking forward to our trip to South Virginia?
I'm very, very confident in my South Boston skills, so I'm really, really looking forward to next week, and hopefully we can get number 4 and become the winningest car in XCAL this season. We'll see.
All
right, well,
I've got one quick question here. We saw an incident, not the caution or the pit stop right before Turpin hit the kick out. He pushed you almost into the grass. You guys had a heck of a battle, and you still managed to get that pit into the pit stall perfectly. Were you concerned at that point that things were about to turn around on you?
No, I think that was just a smart move by him to try and, keep the pressure on you, try and get in your head and see if he could mess up my pit entry. And fortunately for him, he did a little bit. I ended up about 2 or 3 seconds behind him. After that, it was something I didn't expect. You usually don't have pinch people on pit road, but it was a smart move by him, and unfortunately that mistake just ended his day. So a little bit of luck on my end, but we had just enough speed to bring it home.
All right, well, Austin, as always, I'm sure you're getting used to this drill by now, but who do you got to thank for sponsors and team on that 66?
Oh, the guys that make it happen. Paul Coleman with K2 Racing. These are the guys that brought me into XCAL, and they're going on strong, so really looking forward to the rest of the season.
All right, well, that was Austin Edwards, tonight's winner, the 66th, 3rd win of the year. Him and Luke Turpin been on some sort of a tear lately, and Doug, it was the Luke Turpin and Austin Edwards show tonight, but unlike usual, it was a rare mistake by Superman that led to the kid picking up the win.
Yeah, that was just crazy, and I know we talked about it a lot tonight. It'll probably be talked about for weeks to come. I was really surprised to see that, and but Austin Edwards definitely capitalized on it, as did Octavio Rondoletto, and great finish, and Luke Turpin managed to have a great recovery there. So great finish by everybody, and especially that top three.
All right, well, that'll wrap things up here in the Trying Inc. 342. Thank you to Trying Inc. for sponsoring this race. Be sure to call the Cooler Crew Trying Inc. for all of your walk-in cooler needs. My name is PDJ Zettler, the voice of XCAL Racing. Thank you to Doug Burns and all the guys over at How to Suck at iRacing for putting on the broadcast. He's the guy making all the cameras happen and somehow commentating at the same time. I'm just the talking guy. Doug's the one doing all the real work here. Thank you to Aaron Hilbush and all the guys over at XCAL Racing who put on these fantastic races for us to watch. Thank you to Bowen Smith, tonight's junior admin, who probably had one of the easier nights of his XCAL Racing career with no cautions in this thing, really. Shout out again to Trying Inc. Thank you to them for sponsoring this event. And, of course, shout out to you, my friend, for tuning in this evening. Like we said earlier, without you we would be absolutely nothing here. We will be back next week, same time, South Boston Speedway. I'll be on the racetrack. Marty Zakala, Big Deal, be in the booth. See you then.